break somewhere.
Yeah. It is, yeah.
Maybe the length is it nothing wrong. I thought you were coming
No, this is a year. Actually, I'm sure I got well hydrated this morning.
Good everyone, 9 a.m. So we'll begin the April 29th Governance and Priorities Committee. As we begin, I'd just like to recognize that we are on the traditional territory of the Snuneymuxw First Nation. Our clerk today is Ms. Sheila Gurry. And if during the meeting, if any member of the gallery has a question on an agenda item, please write it down with your name and the agenda item on the question period sign-up sheet. At the start of the question period, I will call for those who have signed up to come to the podium and address the committee. We have one late item, I believe.
Yes, thank you, Chair. For the late items today, agenda item 5A1, we're adding the report titled Strategic Plan Update. And if I could just take this quick opportunity to remind council and staff to speak up when they are talking. There is microphones at the main table, so you don't need a microphone, but if you could just make sure you speak up. And staff, if you're asked questions and you don't have the microphone, please make sure you speak up. Thank you.
Thank you. So I've made a motion to adopt the agenda as amended. Councillor Clemens, second by Councillor Martman. Any discussion? All those in favor? All right. Okay, so our next order of business is strategic plan update.
Mr. Chair,
strategic plan.
we just have some minutes first.
Oh, sorry. Yes, motion for the adoption of the minutes for the April 8th, 2019 Governance and Priorities. Second. Councillor Thorpe and Councillor Bonner, all those in favor? Now moving on. The strategic plan update, item 5A1, Mr. Rudolph.
Morning, Council. It's early morning, started talking strategic planning, and I was hoping that we could make this a more engaging discussion and maybe some of the previous exercises. So what's in front of you is the, of course, the document that had been produced through the earlier stages of this exercise, which was yielded 4 themes and 21 focus areas, which one could argue is a bit of an oxymoron to have 21 focus areas. And also information pertaining to the feedback that was received from folks that put information on the website as a result of the website having that online for a period of time. So a lot of information is in front of you for your information. What staff have done is they've taken a look at their respective work programs and merged the activities that are scheduled and budgeted for and in the work plan for this year under each of the focus areas where applicable. Didn't do that for years 3 and 4 of your mandate. Could certainly add that. Our thinking was that maybe something that could be a refresh or an update midterm so that we are really clear to see how we are tracking. That's certainly up for discussion. That exists. We do have more information, but the further out, the less accurate it becomes. And so you can probably see in your own minds where you might feel there are deficiencies between what's in the work plan and where you think priorities are. And so we really need to turn it back to you and ask for your guidance in terms of what are the really priority topics. So I did send you an email last night asking for you to think about maybe if we were to come up with a critical few or top of the top, what might that be? There are some facilitators out there for strategic plans that say you really should have no more than 5 and maybe a list of 8 really priority topics and that you really want to make traction on. We've covered a lot of bases because we do a lot of different things in the city. We cover a lot of, we're a mile wide in terms of the things that we are involved in, and you see that flavor in the strategic plans. So we're not apologizing about that, but where are those critical few topics? So I've been through a few sessions before, and I thought it was a helpful exercise that may help kickstart our day in a nice way because you've got such a busy day. If you would take 5 to 10 minutes of quiet time, each of one of you, and mark down on each sheet of paper that we've provided you what you think are the top 5 topics in 1 to 3 words. You can speak to it. And then we'll do a round table, and then we'll see to collate that and see if we can start to tear this down. And then we will come back with more information and more thoughts on how to implement what you think are the critical topics. Now, we could be, it doesn't have to be necessarily aligning with any of the current focus areas. I mean, you may say, I'll throw out some ideas. You may say One Port Drive is sort of a critical thing that's really one of my top 5. Or the waterfront walkway, or homelessness, or the environment, or the OCP, or there is no right or wrong. It doesn't have to be really specific, but it could be. So I was hoping that you would allow yourselves to just put 1 thought per paper. Oh, okay, so we've got lots of extra paper, but just put 1 thought per paper. We'll go around at the end, and we'll start putting it up on the wall, and we'll try to pare this down. So I was just wondering if that would be an acceptable process for council to start the day. Otherwise, we're open to suggestions on how to walk through the 21 focus areas.
Let's do it. Everyone okay with that process?
Okay, so 1 to 3 words per sheet describing what you think is the top priority. We're going to go around the table after and share quickly. We've got to do this relatively fast. Maybe we'll collate it at the end of when we take a little break and pull them all together, and we'll see what the top 5 things are. We'll be hopefully on consensus there.
If I may ask, what sort of level are you looking for?
Any level that you think is important. It could be from one particular A and B sub-property to environment, or anything in between. Okay, so I'll check in with you in about 5 or 10 minutes. Yes.
And are you specifically referring to these items underneath each one of them, or possibly paring down the 21?
Possibly paring down to 21. Well, we're going to end up keeping all those topics, but if you were to say of the 21, what's the most fundamentally important to you, and it doesn't have to, you don't have to necessarily use the same words. You could have even a more specific. So I'll check in with you in about 10 minutes to see if you're finished, and then we'll start.
He's tall, so. Oh, thanks, yeah.
Well, wait a second, let's, okay, right, just, can we hold them for now? And I'll just share this with you, that once you've gotten 5, you can do more and more important, so I'm going to ask you to star the one that's the most important.
If you had 5, one of those is probably the most important to you. We'll just hold them until, hold them, and then we'll just walk them around. We'll do the start one first, then we'll do, okay?
Your sheet's so much spelled right.
3 words. I'm looking at 3 words.
Why is not the director of finance?
This isn't a race. Take your time. 1 to 3 words. You can explain it verbally. And if you're having some challenges, don't worry about it. We'll do what we have.
It came after, so it's probably in the box, but I think we have an extra one.
It's one that's on the page.
Gave me the opportunity.
We were at Now we're invited to, hopefully we'll bring it back to children. Oh, it's really good.
You're a board member.
I'm moving Sarah.
Facilitator, CEO of Biology. Strategic plan should be on. Top 5 over the next 3
Look at him, he's just cutting salmon. They cook the salad so much better.
There's been certain down.
I don't know if they did it on the fires or not, or if they did it in the oven. Morning, Richard.
What are we focused on?
Aren't sure.
Are you guys just all ready to start sharing? You want to share?
You can continue to think about it, so.
You only need one more, Jim.
And if you were to put a star on the one sheet of paper that you thought was the up 5 or 3 or 10, whatever you produced, that's what we'd like to start with. So if you would just put a star on that sheet, and we will just, I propose that we just walk around the table here and just start that way. And we're going to have to go fast. We're not going to solve all the problems today, but this might be helpful. So can we start at either end of the table? And, so just the first person who's got this. So whoever. Okay, so let's just put them up. I'm not sure who produced this. So.
Want to put the stars up first?
No, just one at a time. Right? So whose is this?
That's you. Jim.
Investigate carbon sink industries and technology. That's your number one topic?
Barely.
Can you explain that?
Sure. Please.
It's in connection with the concern over the carbon footprint, and I think that, that with respect to Tyler's proposed motion for this evening, it's valuable. However, there's not a lot of potatoes to it, and I think we need to. There are new technologies out there now that are being developed that actually deal with carbon dioxide and produce other products, and I think that's something that through economic development we should be looking into to kind of be at the forefront of it.
Okay, so you're seeing an impact down as well as environmental.
Yeah.
Okay, can we move on to the next one? Downtown waterfront lands.
That's me.
Okay,
That-
pretty clear?
Port Place,
Okay,
so we've got to do something with that, decide how we're going to move on it.
okay, next one. I'm going to try to go fast because we all have stuff to do here. Downtown.
That's me, generic, supporting the businesses,
All things downtown.
all things
There's a
downtown.
whole bunch of stuff that we
Yeah.
have there. Okay,
Oh, that's me.
housing.
And, yep, the housing and not just talking supportive housing, but getting
All forms of
housing for working people, low income, disabilities.
So implementing our housing strategy.
Yep.
Environmental leadership.
That's me. I think it's fairly self-explanatory, but I just want to echo Jim's comments. Tonight's motion is sort of meant to set the table in a certain way, but it does need to be flushed out with some concrete actions.
Okay. Next. Housing.
That would be mine. Really hard to see.
Well, it's,
I didn't have to.
the other ones. It's very similar.
It's very similar. I'm more interested in the non-retail spectrum of the housing, which would be implementing our housing strategy.
Yeah.
Okay. We start to see a little synergy here. Do we have another one with a star?
That's me. I want to see something practical at the end of our term. And that's the prime corner and the center of our city, and it looks like hell.
Yeah.
So that's the A&B side. That's
A and B and Gene Burns.
right.
Yeah, A and B and Gene Burns.
Okay. Environment. One word, 1 to 3 words.
Yeah, I want to see the update resource the community sustainability action plan, climate action, integrated with OCP.
Okay. Another one. Star.
This is our one.
Maybe a couple more. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One more.
There's
No, it'll be mine, it's decision-making.
Decision-making, okay.
Can we put a star?
It's got to start.
Okay. Decision-making, governance,
Yeah,
assertive, like leadership?
yeah.
Okay.
We don't see a
That's
decision-making.
going to form theme areas or strategic plan.
find it here. It's there someplace.
Okay.
OCP, affordable housing, economic development strategy, waterfront walkway, facilities renewal inventory.
We've got 3 that are downtown,
Oh, there
a
it
couple
is.
housing and a couple of environment.
3 environment.
3 environment, 2 housing, 2, yeah, 3 really on the downtown. So there's 3 things. What do you, is that? Okay, so we've got another round to go. What we'll do is we'll try to collate these into a group, because somebody's second one might be, you know, and then you have a, can we start again? We'll just start throwing them up.
Yeah.
And then what we'll do is we'll organize this in a 5 minutes between, I got a break at the end of this, and we'll try to end up with 5 groups or something like that, so bear with us. Okay, so let's just get one at a time so that they can speak with facilities, renewal inventory.
That was mine, and I'm sure it's ongoing, but I just really think we need to identify what's the state of our facilities, all of our buildings, including recreational facilities, and things like Departure Bay Activity Center, proposed Chase River Activity Center, things like that. What projects can we look at doing, or do we need to start looking at?
Okay, we're doing the facilities review that's going on, and that will be presented to council this year, I think.
Initial conditions will be there.
Okay. And of course, master plans and so on that are going to inform us. Housing, homelessness and addiction strategy. It's a little different, but it's broader. Sure. Is that then? Pretty straightforward, or is there anything?
Yeah, just, I mean, all those aspects integrated together in just a communication strategy, what we're advocating for the province, and then what we're doing on the ground, and have that clearly articulated and tasked.
Downtown improvement, pretty straightforward. If anybody wants to speak to these while we're putting them up, please do. Otherwise, we'll just active transportation,
Self-explanatory.
pretty straightforward. Walking and bicycles and,
Scooters.
Yeah, any mobility that isn't a car.
okay. Making the community feel safe. That's a different version of,
That's me.
yeah.
Just because there's so much fear out there and emails coming in and our crime rates are going up significantly.
So that would fall under our livability section.
And I see nothing in our strategic plan.
There's nothing
that addresses
really
that.
there that we had this conversation about, do we need to do more on that file, or are we not doing more? Okay, next. Mental health addictions advocacy.
That's me. Yeah. I think that's the key to making the community feel safe. I think it's also the key to housing and everything.
Yeah.
Getting mental health and addictions up and running, like proper treatment facilities. I don't believe that what they're doing is working whatsoever. And as a matter of fact, we're just leaving and increasing our street population.
Public engagement, which falls under the governance, again, slightly different, but very important. We know that. Pretty self-evident.
Yeah, no, I just need more of it, and
Okay. Downtown, another downtown one. Yeah, keep going.
keep going, Chuck.
Active transportation and transit. And transit. Transportation, active and transit.
To the same. Taking over his shoulder.
The chief, transportation management.
Master plan.
So this is transportation, all things transportation. Starting to see some pretty clear patterns of priorities, aren't we? Okay. OCP update. And with new climate action.
Well, yeah, just with like updating the community sustainability action plan,
Right.
and then make sure that's integrated with how we're rolling out the OCP update and educating the community, and also getting input in how we want our community to look like.
Okay, One Port Drive, AMP Sound,
Downtown development.
downtown development, okay. We're in finalization of downtown, derelict buildings, that's one of the dimensions in there.
Yeah, that was
Gene Burns and Andy
Yeah,
Sound.
okay. Arts and culture, for one, everybody's number 2.
That's me. It makes the city a place that people want to live in. Pretty straightforward, economic driver.
Soul of our community.
Economic development strategy, pretty straightforward.
That's a foul.
Downtown. You guys are doing a good job. Savannah's.
Then ordinance.
Infrastructure, asset management. Bill, did you do that one?
That's me.
Maybe we should separate them so we can. I had to wait.
Dave?
Everybody must have been listening to
OCP, affordable housing.
Promise.
We still got a bunch more, but we're.
Get it down. Stick 2 together.
Waterfront walkway. Is that the first mention of that?
Well, it's
That's mine, and I tie that in with downtown.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say so, that's a
Same
downtown.
another walkway, academic strategy.
Also transportation.
I got one more.
Back there. You guys are going fast. Yeah, safety. Food security. Different one.
That was me, right? And I think that we always have to be aware of the environment and that we should support local agriculture and farmers markets, et cetera, et cetera. I believe it's a priority.
In the format of the last one, I think that was missing off, that we might be switching our laying things out.
Active transportation. Active retention and growth. One or two left, and then we're done. Then we're going to try to organize these, but there's a couple of clear themes here, right? So that's going to help inform us to really get focused on those topics, right? So the 21 is trying to become 5 to 10. Everything gets done. Anything
No.
We did, there's all the portrait.
Any?
static build.
I did.
Bob Cheryl, okay?
Wait, thank you.
I did.
You did.
Waterfront walkway. Okay, we're done. So, what we'd like to do is just take 5 minutes and organize these, maybe under strategic.
Coffee.
Just 5 minutes, get a coffee, and we'll be right back.
There's also food.
Oh, there's food? I'll go with the food. Look, us are on the same page.
Okay.
we organized them, I'm according to the 4 strategic themes in your plan. Governance,
Three minor
environment, there's overlap here with livability, it's got a whole pile of stuff, but it's such a broad subject area. And then economic development. So let's start with economic development, maybe it's worth just summarize it very quickly. The strategy piece, and then a whole pile of stuff about downtown. So basically, for the most part, 2 themes in there. Downtown and having strategy, and we know we're onto a process to get to a place where we're going to know what we're doing. Livability, again, well, there's the waterfront walkway. You could argue that's part of the downtown, but it's also broader than the downtown, as you know. Safety theme, and this is a whole housing and related theme. Arts and culture, the OCP, active transportation could fit under environmental or livability, of course, so it's kind of between the 2. This is the environmental cluster, and this is the governance step. That's the results of your conversation
Nice.
this morning. So, I'm just wondering if that's telling us where we're at, or, you know, because that means, I think that to some extent that's helpful to help narrow things down in terms of priorities. And just turn it back to you in terms of your conversation about this, and then the rest of the documentation in terms of we can pull this together and try to massage our documentation in a little more clarity, but we're trying to find a way to help you get focused, that's all.
Okay, so Councillor Hemmons?
So what struck me last night when I was reading the fleshed out strat plan, and what I see going on here a bit today, is that we're embedding things in our strategic plan that are going to happen anyways. And I don't know that that's, like, we're going to do the OCP update. And so I feel like that's probably not a strategic move. A strategic move is something that we're shooting for, like downtown revitalization. So I would suggest that there's a few things that we could just pull off, clean it up a bit, and the whole livability section, I think we should be breaking that down. And when last night, as I reviewed this again, there were things that we can strike out because they're either being done, and maybe we need to look at a new title. Livability is kind of everything. So have active transportation, have waterfront walkway. So these are kind of strategic priorities rather than business as usual.
Councillor Moore?
Thank you, Chair. I agree. When I was reading through the strat plan, I said, I'm looking at these points, the ones underneath the 21, and I'm saying, well, we're going to do this regardless if this plan gets adopted, right? So I would also like to see the livability. I guess I'm not quite agreeing with putting those particular items under livability. I think active transportation is environmental. And the OCP, I think we need to look under it as under an environmental lens when we're doing our OCP. So I would like to see a lot of those things move over to the environment as opposed to having them under livability. I'm fine with the economic development and the downtown. I think that's all part of that. And I think our economic development will be geared towards, and if we improve our environment, we improve our walkability, we improve our transportation, our economic development will also develop. Because people want to move here because we've made some major decisions and we're moving forward. So I'd like to see a bunch of that stuff move over to the environment, only for viewing it under an environmental lens when we can make those decisions.
We kind of struggled a little bit here. We see active transportation on both sides of it, and it's both. The first draft of this plan that you have in front of you, we saw the same topics repeated almost in many of the sections, and we said, no, we should say it once, knowing that it will be already have it repeated over and over and over again. And what lens do you put? What's the focus? What lens are you putting on it? I think that's a good way to describe it. So. This decision-making and public engagement, phase 2 of this morning is going to have a big conversation around this, really. It's GPC, committees, engagement. We need that. So we're going down a path there. And we've got some practical issues around our assets here in terms of people, facilities, and that type of thing. So this is kind of clear-ish, and the ECDev is clear-ish, and now we're in this middle of piece here. And it's very big, but try to narrow it down a bit. The OCP, one could argue, is a very strategic initiative. It's in the work plan, and it's critically important for the future of the community. So it's going to happen, but the process, the outcome is completely up in the air. So it is a very strategic project.
I have Councillor Armstrong, George, Markman, and Guest Rose.
I actually like term livability because I think it does address everything. Because your strategic plan should identify everything. And then it's your goals underneath, which would go up to those. And like you said, you can put transportation in, environment, and livability. And there are two different types of things. So that's why I do like livability. It also looks after your community safety. It looks after arts and culture. It all falls in there because, like we heard from that guy, if Cam Miller's report was seen by a lot of tech companies, they wouldn't relocate because of the crime. So that's why I like the community, that livability, is because community safety also drives people coming here, as does walkways, as does attractions. I think it's a really good thing that captures everything. And don't forget, every one of these things can go move back and forth between our priorities. So I kind of like the term livability just for that reason.
Councillor Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I like livability. I think it is very broad. It takes in so many things, but I can't come up with a better term. And I don't think we want to split into too many different, into separate sections. For me, the governance part is important because that sets where we're going and how we're going to do it. Economic development to me is very important because, and I think I disagree with Councillor Bonner a little bit. I think it's the economic development driver that brings businesses here and keeps them here and gives us the money to fund our environmental initiatives and our arts and culture facilities and so on. So that's extremely important to me. And going back to Councillor Hemmond's original point, I think I respectfully have to disagree with that as well. Just because we're doing something, I don't think we should be taking it out of the plan. And it reminded me at the start of the term when somebody, I think, said, well, we don't need to worry about code of conduct because we're all going to behave properly. Well, I'm sure that's true, but it doesn't mean that we should forget about it. It still needs to be embedded. So I think things need to remain in the strategic plan so that we are reminded of them and future councils are reminded of them. And my only other comment would be that, and I think somebody else said it, and I'll say it probably 12 hours from now, we should be viewing everything through an environmental lens. And I certainly agree with that.
Councillor Markman.
Thank you. I think this is great because I see so many of us were actually on the same page together as to our thoughts and our priorities. I shared the same concerns as Councillor Hemmons at first, right? But then I recognized that these actions are actually just for, this is a 2019 to 2022 strategic plan, but the actions listed here are 2019 to 2020. And I think, I'll speak for myself, I was kind of looking for, wait a minute, we're doing this stuff. Where's all the good stuff we want to do, right? And so I'm thinking a little more action-oriented towards some of the visions that we have, but I also understand why this is in the strategic plan because these actions are being undertaken right now.
This is looking at it through the staff perspective. How does what we're doing align with your strategic plan? It's in the work plan, but what we're now coming back to council saying, you tell us where we really need to dive in deeper and produce things, and really we'll start to show in our business plans for next year and the 3 years following this year. And we do a deep dive on things like housing and the environment and that type of thing. We're still unpacking some of those topics with our workshops like today and then on the 13th of May, which is a big day on environment, and our governance discussion this morning on communities. So we're still in the process of navigating our way through, which is a relatively out-of-the-box thinking that you're trying to do. Pretty impressive thinking. We're not doing the standards, rolling out stuff here. So
I'm not sure where we're at or how you want to handle the rest of the conversation.
Yeah, so I think I'll give everybody an opportunity to speak once first, and then maybe we can figure out, what the sort of tone of the group is, and go from there. Councillor Gesselbach?
So I really like the direction that things are going. I'm happy with the strategic plan. I mean, it needs some tweaking how it is, but I don't think it's like too all over the map in the sense that I think as a communication document gives an good idea to the community where we're going, and we can flush out the particulars of how we're going to execute under each of those areas. For example, like I really think that the most critical aspect is governance, and I really appreciate the focus on just processes, how new information is being inputted, how we're building the plans, and then resourcing our organization to execute it. Bringing that conversation to the environment, having that be a lens with which we look through everything. I think it's really important that we update our planning and strategies around that so that we've got very clear goals and things like within the strategic plan, like natural asset management, and those aspects are critical areas of focus on. But I think that we need to shore up the integration across departments through community planning, engineering, and parks and rec. And I'm excited about the upcoming workshop on that, but be able to sort of have it resourced with the proper management to really keep a focus on that, to make sure that that perspective does get integrated right through the organization and communicated to the community. And so that's why I've been pushing updating the community sustainability action plan, and then having that so that can feed into how we're doing our OCP update. So those are key pieces to me, and the specific areas of it in terms of natural asset management, in terms of restoration, recycling, all those different areas are things that we'll work out the specifics as we go.
Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Mine, as you know, was Gene Burns and A&B Sound Site, because I think at the end of the day we have to do something concrete, and I'm much more focused on things that you can do. But I mean, from an overall perspective, what I'd like to see back from staff, there were two ways we affect things or create things in this community. They're through public expenditure. So we build a new building, we build a walkway, we buy some land, we create a park. And essentially regulation or law. So you want to make the downtown more livable? I'm not saying I support this, by the way, but we start sectioning off streets where we don't allow cars anymore. That doesn't cost us any money, basically, but that's a policy regulation decision. And so when we're talking about the strategic plan, what I'd like to see in reference is not just the practical things which appeal to my concrete side of things, but also what, if the goal is livability in the downtown core, in a place that's attractive, then I'd like to, it's not just brilliance around this table, which I very much appreciate, but you know what? We have an extremely professional, educated, experienced staff who can provide some I suspect, very practical observations or words of encouragement or plans. In other words, how do we achieve that if the livability is the issue? So what is it we can do by way of regulation or policy, and what is it we can do by way of capital expenditure and what it's going to cost us? And then at the end of the day, be able to make decisions based on those. And in some cases it may be a little policy, in other cases it may be a lot of capital, or it's a lot of policy and very little capital. But that's the kind of approach I think we have to get to at some point, because there seems to be, I think, a quite remarkable general consensus around what we think is important as a council, which is a wonderful thing. We're not going to all agree a bit, but I think the consensus is there. But I think we need to have the examples of the things that will assist us in getting to what the strategic plan hopes to achieve.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to clarify that I understand this whole process. The strategic plan, in my understanding, is kind of the big picture, goals and issues. And then the next layer down, I heard Mr. Rudolph refer to a work plan, and I would think that is part of the details, some of which are included in this, how we achieve those goals, or what items we add to the process to make sure that we attain the goals. And I guess my question is that going to be part of the public knowledge? Is it going to be information that goes out there in addition to the strategic plan?
Yeah, so obviously this, all documentation so far is all public, nothing has been closed. There's no closed part of this conversation with this strategic plan, unless we're dealing with specific properties. Of course, it takes up quickly once you start talking about properties, but you know, the way I see this translating ultimately is business plans for each department need to be indicating what's in the program for next year and subsequent years and aligning with the strategic plan. We've got a couple of topics here that we need to unpack more thoroughly and brainstorm these ideas. So, the downtown is clearly a priority, so let's spend the time to work through a lot of issues there and figure out what are the tactics that we can do to, I mean, we've got everything from parking strategies to mobility strategy to the waterfront to the One Port Drive, and encouraging investment through the tax inducements, facade improvements. There's all kinds of cities that do. I'm not sure if we've done that. Fascia improvements to buildings and give incentives. I mean, there's a ton of things. Encouraging housing. There's a lot we can really do there. And even strategic investments by the city. So we could spend time for so we've got a smaller number of important topics that we can actually develop those and work our way into getting traction on all those. So downtown is a critical one. Obviously, we're in a process, and you're going to get that report tonight to council on economic development and facilitating a process which gets us to a place where we know where we sit and what we're doing.
Do you want to follow up on that?
Yeah, if I could. So, I'm sure I haven't forgotten what I was going to say. What came to mind was in some of the details, like for example downtown. Is that the place where we would consider looking at a task force to involve the community and making suggestions, or is it strictly standard?
Maybe. I mean, there's a segue to the next subject after.
Yes.
How we engage and move forward on these types of things. I mean, that word has come up with housing or homelessness. That word has come up with ECDAM. It often comes up with crime and policing. You know, there's certainly that's an equally fuzzy set of conversation that we need to have to try to clean that up a bit, and we're going to try to facilitate that in the second half of the morning. But that'll certainly be up to you guys.
I'm going to use this opportunity to speak because then I'll give everybody one chance, and then I think we need to sort of chart a path forward a little bit.
Great.
I'm in agreement with Councillor Hemmons a little bit. When I opened this, you know, I was surprised, we want to do everything the city does, and things that we're already doing. And I don't necessarily think because something's in a strategic plan doesn't mean that you're not going to do it. Obviously, we're going to keep the sewers running, the tabs on, and things like that. So, for me, when I think about strategy, it's what are we doing differently. You know, so for example, the reason why transportation, active transportation, you know, it's an important aspect for me personally around livability and around some environmental goals. But we have a plan, and you know, our funding really hasn't met that plan. Or we have, you know, but yet we have consistent funding for asphalt removal projects and things like that. So when I look at that, I say, okay, are we going to do it differently? Are we going to fund this differently? Are we going to find ways to implement these projects? To me, if you're elevating it to a strategic priority, then you're finding the means to do so rather than a reason not to. But then I do really agree with your worship where we have a lot of smart people. Let's figure out our priorities. And then, you know, just because someone's work plan doesn't fall into our strategic plan doesn't mean it's not important. You know, we absolutely need the city to carry on doing what a city does. But when we're focusing on downtown, okay, let's figure out our policy mechanisms. Let's figure out our funding mechanism. And then us as council need, you know, the staff need to present us with options, and us as council need to make those hard decisions. Okay, do we shift taxation base? Do we go down a policy route that, you know, might be unpopular with some and popular with others? So that's where I'm sort of sitting with this whole plan. You know, to me, when I opened this up, I actually thought this is a lack of strategy. It's just way too much. it carries on doing the same things that we're doing, how we were going to do them. With, I think governance is the one area where, you know, we are making some changes in response to maybe some past conditions, but also maybe trying something new. And, you know, if you talk around, it might seem like a simple thing, but when you do some chatting with others, that there is a nugget of something cutting edge there that could be quite exciting. So those are sort of where I land on this plan, and I think as a group now we need to sort of figure out what is the process we want to move forward with this on. We have 35 minutes dedicated to this topic. There is a lot of consensus on items, but how do we want to see it flushed out here? Councillor Armstrong.
I just wanted to say one thing, and it goes to governance. We're getting into operations. It's not our job to get into operations. And I find that I get frustrated by that a lot. That's not our role. We have staff for operations. Our job is to give them, here's our priorities. How you get there is up to staff, then they give us the reports, and then we say yea or nay. And too many of us are getting ourselves involved in operations, and we can't be doing that. Like, that's not our role. Like, you know, and I remind people, go look at the community charter to see what your role as a councillor is, because we are straying into areas, in my humble opinion, that do not belong to us. And I'm very concerned about that, because that's not our job. We're not paid to do that. We weren't voted to do that. We were voted to make the hard decisions, like Tyler says. If there's 12 plans that come forward and we can only fund 5, then it's up to this body to decide which 5 are we going to fund. And that's what our goal should be. When we set our priorities, then it's up to staff. How do we get these priorities? It's not up to us. That's not our job. It's up to staff. If we say we want an environmental capacity in everything, then every one of those business cases that come to us should have that environmental capacity. It's not up to us to go and say, we want this, we want that, We've already told them that. Because if individual councillors keep going to staff members, they're getting confused. There's different messages being sent. We have to stay out of operations. That's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
I think we can accept responsibility for dragging you into this a little bit, but our work plan is predicated on last council's strategic plan. That's how that got developed. We're trying to align that with this strategic plan. So there are some comments from the public in there that say, hey, keep it at a high level, and there's others that say they want more information. So we got both. So there's a council layer and certainly a staff layer in this, and you need to be aware of this, but we need to, ultimately, if we're saying we're going to spend a lot of time focused on the downtown, there's a direction, strategic direction from council, but then there's a whole, and your ideas and staff ideas, and ultimately we end up with robust focus on a variety of things, and we need to sort through that. So I think everybody's right on this, and this is kind of organic, so we're just working our way through this conversation, and it's perhaps going slower than some would like.
Councillor Gusman.
Yes, I do believe that the conversations are happening that need to be happening, and my question is really what, from your perspective, Mr. Rudolph, and from staff, what are you needing more? Are you feeling that you've got a clear idea of what council direction want, or like what do you need more to hear from us to make sure that this document is as effective as possible for you?
Our management team has met several times on this 21 focus areas, and we thought, wouldn't it be better if there were 10?
Yeah, okay.
And we hesitated. We've actually started the process of trying to bring a document that's got fewer than 21 back down. And I'm just wondering if the council would like to see that.
Yes.
Something that's going closer to this level of strategic focus areas. And if so, we will come back with a tighter document on that. But it would have similar content, and there's sort of an implementation process that goes with each of these major headings. What are we doing on housing? Again, we're certainly on there, but housing and governance, there's a lot of work we're doing on engagement here. These committees is really one tool. It's not about, this is not going to be a conversation about committees this morning. It's a conversation about governance with committees, task forces, engagement, all attached to it. So, and the information you have in that package is simply there for the stimulate conversation. It's not the system, it's just us. So I guess that if council were to give us support and direction to come back and modify the draft document that we have into, or just give a second version of it with something that's tighter, we would do that. if you're open to that, without losing information.
Did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, just from that, like, I really want this to be as useful as possible for staff and to be able to communicate clearly to the community where we're headed. And if that's what you think is needed, let's do it. And from my opinion, I think that's...
I think we need a critical few set of priorities, and the council really says that downtown is one of our critical issues. We're going to work hard on this, we're going to visit this. And it seems to be, that seems to be a topic that's clear. Another one that's obviously the environment, but it's going to be, it strikes me as infused in just many things that we do. But there might be specifics that we're going to spend a day on that in a couple of weeks. So we'll get more clarity, hopefully, out of that session as to what we're doing. We're working through governance quite a lot, through all these other things. And in governance, we've got a lot of ideas about a complete refresh of our bylaws, complete refresh of all our policies and procedures corporately during this term. It'll take that long to do it, led by Sheila and team. Sorting out of our, and updating, modernizing our whole engagement piece and committees, which are in the process of doing this whole, and having good policies and procedures and adhering to good governance. So that's a lot of work that's well underway there. So I think we're going down that path. Environment, we still have the 13th. I was hoping that we could have that day, and then as part of that day, really determine what our critical focus and directions are. Active transportation, we have a plan that's supposed to be started. I suspect will be a task force. So we're seeing that. OCP, we know that that's coming, but it's a fair amount of expansion. This will be your biggest engagement undertaking of this stuff. It's that long.
No question.
The whole housing thing, big, then we need to, that's obviously a critical thing. Arts and culture, we haven't talked a lot about that today, but it seems to be in the vocabulary of council a lot. And so maybe there's bits and pieces of that we're dealing with all sorts of ways, so maybe we need to have more cohesive. There's an update to that strategy and schedule.
The cultural strategy is in 2 years.
So during the course of this term, that could be advanced, but then you got these other plans underway.
There is a lot in it though that, and I think that strategy are still relevant and accomplished.
Waterfront walkway, still a big topic. We're underway with the process for a section of that. Community safety, it's current, but again, sort of like council's discussion earlier about is it warrant particular attention now, or is it, we do have one area or two areas where there's issues obviously in the downtown to be considered. We want to pay more attention to that. And the officer in charge did notice that this document didn't have a specific reference to policing. He was concerned about that. He expressed that at the staff. I think that's a fair point. All the downtown stuff and specific properties, and we can certainly come back to council with detailed implementation ideas around that. And then the whole, and specific, the One Port Drive, that's one of the more critical issues, obviously. It strikes me as all the issues in the downtown that might be number one. No?
No, man.
Okay. I was hoping to get a little feedback on that. If it isn't, working.
Through to staff, wasn't that intended as originally as like a 20-year timeline? Far out.
What progress would council like to make on the decision-making and action for that property during the course of its mandate? Would be one way. I'm not saying that you have to answer that this morning, but it strikes me as one of those questions. And what do we put in our plan with respect to that? What's your aspiration around that site? Now, we're cleaning up land covenants and all sorts of things. It's not an answer for today, but it's just really focus on it, try to make traction on that, or blend it into the fabric of the downtown piece as a broader subject.
Councilor Marvin.
Well, I was, Ben actually asked, Councillor actually asked a question. I was looking for clarification as to what are you needing from us now with all this information out there. But really, some of these items are actually in this action plan, like we're going to do the economic development strategy. The things that aren't specific are the things like the waterfront walkway and the downtown revitalization, but really it's downtown, the waterfront walkway, housing, economic development, environment, and governance. That's 6 focus areas.
Yeah.
So are you looking for something?
Well, we got a document that covers 21 and broader. If you would give us permission to come back with a document that tightens that up and realigns it, then we will do that. That's sort of the direction I'm looking for. I want to make this I want you to feel good about the document. When I saw the document last week, which it's a good piece of work, it didn't wow me. It is what it is, but how do we make this a wow so you can really get focused on certain things as a council? You really determine that these are the critical pieces that you're really determined to focus on, and we will work our way through that, knowing that all that other stuff is going on. It's all important. It's all embedded in our plan. So that would be my ask. Can we come back in a month, let's say, with this work?
So I think Councillor Armstrong is inquiring if we need a motion, and a couple other speakers that sort of popped up as through the discussion, Councillor Bonner and Thorpe. Councillor Bonner and Councillor Thorpe, do you still wish to speak? Okay, Councillor Bonner.
And you'll probably want to say that I'm wrong,
Then I'll agree with you.
I'm trying to make this simpler, and I'm looking at the environment, and honestly, if we get a weather report next week that the high today is going to be 65, all these other things are moot, right? So environment should actually be at the very top. And everything else under it we shouldn't be doing anything unless we first look at how is this going to affect our environment. If it's net zero, then fine, right? If it's going to cost something, then we have to find a way to mitigate that. So I think all of these things are very important, and with all due respect to Councillor Thorpe here, if we don't put all of our energy into making sure that the things we do positively affect our environment, then we're not going to have economic development because people want to move here, right? Companies want to move here for the environment so that they can raise their families here. So all these things should be looked at under that environmental lens. We should have governance, we should have environment, and then underneath environment we should have livability and economic development, because those are the 2 main things we're going to be doing. So environment should be at the very, very top, and everything else should look to that. And then we should have only 3 things under each one of these guys.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. First of all, I support the idea of condensing the document. 21 key points is way too many, and I'm sure we won't lose the intent of the ones that we don't keep in the condensed version. So if we're going to have a motion in a minute, I'll certainly support that. I just want to come back, if I may, to a comment that, first a comment that Councillor Armstrong made, and maybe we're going to discuss this more later. But in terms of strategic planning, I think it is very important that we don't confuse our role with governance with that of staff and operations. And I think sometimes it's easy to wander into that other realm, which is not a good use of our time. But to come back to what Mr. Rudolph said, I think is a very important point, and that is that we are in the process of doing such a total refresh in this city. Not just in terms of our governance model, but in terms of our master plans, of our assessment reviews of infrastructure and facilities, in terms of our committee structure, in terms of bylaws. We are basically, in my mind, almost starting from nothing and trying to build what we think will be best practice in all of those areas. And that's a huge undertaking. And I recognize that some around the table, we get impatient. We want things done right away, and of course we do. But I think we have to recognize that we're really doing something very important here, very special, and we are building from the ground up, and I think it does need to be done carefully. And I appreciate the work that Mr. Rudolph and staff to this point have been doing on it. So long as we keep down that path, looking for best practice, and having these good discussions, I think we're going to be in good hands. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll just ask, is everybody comfortable, let's start at the place, is everybody comfortable with the suggestions we're tasking staff to sort of go away, find a way to condense this? You know, the document might come back, we might not see the thing that, you know, is really passionate, and hopefully we can have that conversation of why it maybe didn't make it into that shortened list. But is everybody comfortable with tasking staff with that?
I think passion will come with focus and clarity, and then a path forward comes through. And then we can really focus on environment. We can really focus on downtown. Just really, so you know, if you're looking at this 4-year term and the strategic plan, you can think of the accomplishments that will occur during when you're in charge could be quite significant. But it's going to take a little. We're in the foundation stage this year, really, all things considered. And I agree with Councillor Thorpe's assessment. In some ways, we're really starting. We're not starting with square one, but we're certainly starting in a place where we can do a complete refresh of all things we do. That will improve it. So at least take a look at it and see where if it's working or not. So that really fits under the governance philosophy piece. So there's a big philosophy piece here about governance that's overarches everything as well.
And I guess I'll also ask, sort of building on the comment earlier from your worship, is staff comfortable? You know, obviously downtown is highlighted as a topic of interest and priority. Are they comfortable with maybe coming back with things that aren't in the work plan, but you know, we might be policy?
And then we get the council feedback again. What would you do? What are the ideas? Let's brainstorm this and let's get it on the table and make it your document as much as possible.
So if everybody's comfortable with that, do we need a motion as Councilor Armstrong suggested, or can we?
I don't think we can do it.
Well, I'll ask clerk for her guidance.
A motion never hurts. It's better.
I'll second.
We have a motion capturing all that, which I'm sure we'll discuss.
What's the motion?
Staff condensed report for our strategic plan.
If I may ask one question, we're proposing that, or I think council has tentatively scheduled a town hall meeting on the 23rd. We're hoping, we're just wondering how much clarity and progress and traction and finality to this document that you feel you need in advance of that, or you certainly can come back in advance of that with a smaller version of this. Are you comfortable with having still some unanswered questions on this before that meeting, or would you like to have as much of this tidied up as possible by that time?
Councilor Turley and Councilor Gasper.
So, Mr. Rudolph, would that involve community and providing input for different?
Well, I think council has to decide, maybe even at your session after this, what your goals are there. But that's one of your major first engagement undertakings, is to have a check-in with, report back to the citizens and also seek input. I'm sure each of you has some goals around what to achieve at that time. But this is very much still, we're still working on this document, so you may not have a final product for that time frame, but certainly endeavor to come back before then with a tighter version. I think that's sort of what was driving us to want to have this meeting with you this morning, to try to give enough time to do that.
Councilor Gasper.
Yes, I'm comfortable with having some unanswered questions. I think if we have this engagement session scheduled, it would be nice to have a condensed version that the public can look at and have like a talking piece to assess where we're at. And I would really like, if it is possible in that timeline, something that explains, at the start of the strategic plan, what a strategic plan is, what its purpose is, and sort of the level, so the public can understand. Because you do get emails all the time, it's like, oh, it's not detailed enough, it's not high level enough, but there's a wide range of what people understand, but so that they know what is useful for the organization and staff, and to communicate it so that you can have a productive dialogue and questions on it.
Okay, I'm really negligent this morning, but this is a good segue. I'm supposed to introduce our new communications manager this morning, Farnaz, and I was just wondering if you want to introduce yourself and say something, and you're going to help us do all that, right?
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Rudolph, for the introduction, and your worship and council. It is an honor and privilege to be here. My name is Farnaz Farohi. I have over 10 years of experience in strategic communications from a federal, local government, provincial, and private sector. And I'm really looking forward to working with you, taking some of the initiatives and ideas that come out of the strategic plan and looking at how we do engagement. And it's a very exciting time because strategic communications encompasses public relations, it encompasses looking at policy initiatives and communicating that to the public. And I look forward to working with the team to help people understand what your role is and the various jurisdictions that you have to work with to get some of your initiatives off the ground or to a place where you'd like to be. Particular homelessness, for example, that's multi-jurisdictional, and how do we work with the different levels of governments and authorities to bring them to the table and help the community understand who's involved and the leadership role that the city's taking and so forth. So I don't want to take much of time, but
Should have done this at the
thank
very
you.
beginning, but she's going to be critical for the L Plus package and communicate what we're doing once we figure that out.
Well, I think I speak for all council when I say very,
Thank you.
we look forward to working with you as well. Okay, so I had Councillor Armstrong. I'm getting a sense that we're all in the same
Just
place.
want to say one thing, and again, I've said it 100 times, I'm going to say it again. If you want to see an excellent strategic plan, look at the CBRDs. I mean, especially if you want to look at the way they respond to climate change. It's unreal. And it's a short document. Everybody loves it. It's easy to follow, and it's got actions and definable actions.
Sure, that's couch and not homeless, right?
No, it's college and CBRD strategic plan. It's like I think well, you agree, don't you, Tyler? We've looked at it so many
Ms.
times.
Gary, did we have a refined motion?
I'm not sure if it was refined. If it was, I missed it. I had a motion that you were going to.
That's what I'm looking for, yeah.
That you're going to bring the key focus areas from 21 down to a more manageable number, approximately 10, and we'll bring it back to you prior to the engagement session that you have scheduled for May 23rd.
Councillor Armstrong, was that the motion you
Works for
wanted to
me.
pass? And Councillor Turley was looking to second it? All right, any discussion? All in favor? All right, thank you very much.
The next section.
So we're moving on a little early, which is good.
Awesome.
5A2, which is committee boards, roundtables, and task forces. This will take us to noon if we need more time. Break for lunch.
Mr. Chair, if I could introduce Sheila's getting ready. I think there might have been some confusion around what we presented to you in this package. We took notes at the last meeting, and a number of suggestions came from some members of council. We just simply put them on the table instead of in minutes form or in this report. We're not recommending those necessarily. What Sheila's got is a diagram that tries to go similarly to this with the 4 quadrants and talk a little bit about committees, task forces, roundtables, and engagement generally. I mean, all those opportunities for committees or for engagement. So the question is, what do you want to accomplish, and then what's the best tool to do that? Just talk of a task force on homelessness, talk of a roundtable on economic development, ongoing governance committee seems to be GPC and finance, the core of it all. So I would encourage you to have a conversation not just about committees, but the spectrum, and see how, okay, if you were to say, we need a committee for each of the 4 themes, and if that is the case, then what is that and why? And then if there's specific initiatives like OCP, active transportation, versus other initiatives, perhaps something more robust around where we're at with social issues or housing, then that would be maybe a task force. And Councillor Turley, who's now left, had what I thought was a great comment, and we actually have a beautiful diagram on that that shows, you know, over the course of a committee, sometimes they start to wane a bit in terms of the energy level and so forth, and is that really helpful? So you have to think about that. You know, maybe task forces and periodic committees is the way to go. So very much a workshop format again, and want to turn it back to you and try to get as much traction and clarity as possible on this whole subject matter.
Councillor Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. I just wanted to comment that I thought the opening session this morning was a really good exercise in building some collaboration in a fairly informal way. And we're not maybe doing exactly the same thing. We're not having our sticky notes or whatever, but I would appreciate for this section of the morning if we could do something similar. And that is simply share ideas and do some brainstorming and see where there's consensus. Rather than jumping in with motions right off the top. Let's talk about it, see where we agree, see where we disagree, and
Yeah, so I think if we can do a service to council is to give you a process that enables that, as opposed to you trying to figure out a way to do it, because I think we would own responsibility for that at a staff level, for not having given you the vehicles to do that right. So maybe that's one way to do it, is just, I don't know what that looks like in this particular exercise. Do we just say, tell us what community you think there should be, or what round tables, or is that something that if you were to spend 5 minutes and sort of...
Just quickly, your Chair, between Mr. Rudolph and Councillor Thorpe, you're basically have almost said exactly what I was planning to say. And from a process point of view, yes, I wasn't going to speak very long. There's a couple points that I was going to lead you through, and then yes, turn it back to you. A few slides, like 3 slides, to help facilitate that discussion, but that's exactly what I'm proposing for you today, is to turn it back to you to have the discussion on the ideas that came forth from the April 8th Governance and Priorities Committee. So they're listed in the staff report in front of you. So for all of you to go through those ideas and more, and have that conversation. So workshop through the through this process, using a similar process to this morning without the pieces of paper, though you're free to use those if you'd like, and just discuss the ideas that were presented on April the 8th and more going forward. So good morning. And the report in front of you, like I just said, outlines some ideas that were expressed on April the 8th. Some more clarification, direction, and conversation, I believe, is needed from council before we can proceed moving forward. And some of the slides that I have for you today just kind of walk you through the considerations that hopefully you would keep in mind as you're having this discussion, and again, to help facilitate this discussion. So on here, we just have the slide starting with, up on the top left-hand corner, Design Advisory Committee and Board of Variance. They are committees of council. However, they are either technical or legislative. So Legislative Services doesn't look after them, but right now we currently have a bunch of different other committees and or task forces, etc., that go on right now. For Legislative Services looks after 8 a month currently, and that doesn't include closed meetings. So we have Committee of the Whole until we do a procedure bylaw amendment. We have community engagement sessions. Finance and Audit is monthly. We have online platforms, and we're looking to get some more. We have public hearings, and we have Governance and Priorities Committee. And I'd like my staff, the next little animation is showing the importance of it. So this really goes well with the discussion you just had on your strategic plan. And it sets out the 4 quadrants of your strategic themes: environmental responsibility, governance excellence, livability, economic health. And I think overall, when you're working through your strategic plan or thinking of committees, boards, task forces, roundtables, whatever you choose, a committee or a board would fit most or best with those subject headings, because they could last for the length of your term or the length of the strategic plan, and a committee has an ongoing mandate where it can encompass a lot of things, but it's not really specific tasks. But for each of these quadrants, whether it be one of the action items or the focus areas, you can have other types of engagement. And again, it's what engagement will add the most value to what you are looking for, what tasks you're undertaking. But when you're thinking of going forward with committees, roundtables, etc., you should keep in mind the strategic plan and the governance model that you've chosen, which basically stems with the Governance and Priorities Committee. And what was said a bit earlier, it is kind of cutting edge, it is new, and I thank all of you for pushing these ideas and out of our comfort zones as staff, and it's exciting, and trying to wrap our heads around it while you're doing the same has been a great experience. So this kind of frames the governance model with governance and priorities in the middle, and then the strategic plan that overlies the whole thing. Within these quadrants, you can have, besides committees, you could have roundtables, you could have task forces, you could have online engagement. So there's all of these different things for the key focus areas and encompassed in the strategic themes that you could have based on specific actions and or items that you want to see. And there's a little legend. So really you could just pick and move and choose what you would want to. But as the diagram that Mr. Rudolph was talking about, and I think it came from a member of council, the idea, so we came up with a slide for that. The momentum of a committee. So over the 4 years of a strategic plan or a term on council, the momentum starts pretty high with the committee. You have you're fresh, you have ideas that you want to do, but slowly after around the end of year 1, 2, that momentum kind of slides down because it's doing the same things over and over again, and a lot of times a committee or a task force likes to complete a project, likes to have that end result and feel like they've accomplished something. So instead, the task forces, the roundtables, the online engagement, they have a time frame, they have a specific task, and they kind of, the momentum doesn't slide as it does with the committee. These are just thoughts and things that I've noticed over the years being in legislative services. So again, this is just to help facilitate your conversation. From a process point of view, if you wanted to go through the proposed committees, roundtables, task forces that were done on April the 8th that are listed in your staff report, you can go through and have that conversation about them and about other things and about this model of governance and strategic plan, etc. I'm just going to put it back to this.
Couple questions?
If you have questions for me, yeah.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Gurry, I'm just curious if you have any other considerations for council around this. I know that I appreciated the report just in terms of capacity and staff capacity, and in your experience, what have you seen and not be effective committees or effective committees, and that, if there's anything more else you wanted to add.
So I don't have a comparison with this council and with the Governance and Priorities Committee, because moving forward, it's new, it's different. I think it's going to be great, whatever you do decide moving forward, especially if you align with this model of governance and the strategic plan. Previously, some committees, the ones that you dissolved at the April 8th Governance and Priorities Committee, staff found that it was hard work to build an agenda, looking for agenda items to keep that momentum going. It was another added level of work before it got to a council decision. So whether it's a task force, a committee, a roundtable, if they're created by council, if there's a member of council sitting at the table and they're making recommendations to council, there is that bureaucratic process where the minutes have to go through the Legislative Services Department and the recommendations need to be forwarded to council for their ultimate decision. So there is resourcing issues as well. So the ones that you just dissolved, a lot of them were make work projects and an added step that might not necessarily need to be there. And the governance model that it was based on was more of a, what's it called? It was where each council member ended up being a portfolio system. That's the word I'm looking for, where each council member was chair of a committee for departments rather than tasks or strategic initiatives, those types of things. So resourcing, I did put as a consideration for you to keep in mind when you're adding in all of these. Like I said, we currently have 8 that we look at a month over legislative services. Not all of that would be in our department. Mr. Lindsay's area would look after a few, but ultimately they would all need to have their agendas, have all of the meeting logistics that go along with having these task force roundtables, etc. Another consideration is the governance model, is the strategic plan. If you wanted a task force or a committee or a roundtable and it's nowhere in your strategic plan, that maybe isn't the best idea. So these are just ideas to keep in mind while you're going through your workshopping this out.
Councilor Armstrong?
Yeah, I just need some clarification, because my understanding when we were doing the governance and priority committee was that was to replace a lot of these committees. So that, let's say it was an arts and cultural thing, that everybody would be invited to that day on whatever the Monday it is, and they would all come and present their concerns. That's how I thought that was supposed to run. Am I incorrect in that?
Who would like to speak?
And if council
Councilor
doesn't want
Hemmings,
to,
Councilor Gaspar, Councilor Wallner, if there's,
I'll wait till those.
I think there's a direction or a question for council.
Councillor Armstrong, that was one of the ways that I envisioned the GPC when I put it forward. But then there were also kind of those issues that are always going to be something we work on that I actually see the value of having a committee on. So it wasn't to wipe out the committees, but to be a bit more focused in our decision making.
Chair, if I could just add to that, what Councillor Hammond said is the idea I had behind it, of the Governance and Priorities Committee, is similar. It was for council to get together in a committee format to delve into one or two issues, take a deep dive, whether it be arts and culture or something along those lines. And if something more needed to be done, if there needed to be a task force or there was an issue, then that is where it would be born. So like my last presentation went on about the model of governance, where you think of governance and priorities committees like the parent committee, where other task forces or committees or roundtables could be born.
And if I may, in my sort of interpretation from Cuff's comments was, often we're tasked with issues that can just be decided at the council table, may not necessarily need a lot of discussion. Or on the other end of the extreme, there's, like what we're doing with the strategic plan, we need a lot of discussion, but very few that fall between. And so, taking up committee of the whole time with things that could just go on the council. Alternatively, you don't have that forum, you can roll up the sleeves and take that deeper dive. Councilor Martin.
Can I just follow up that?
Yep.
The only reason I say that is because obviously I sat on committees and some of them we never ever had quorum. Others, they were straight into areas which weren't theirs. It was hard to bring them back with union issues, all that kind of stuff. So I'm a much more greater proponent of task force. I think there are some committees, but I think task force can stay focused a lot better. The other thing I think we have to be concerned about, and I think it was mentioned in the report, is the staff capacity, because it's overtime. Let's not forget it's overtime. Every committee's overtime, and it makes for very long days for their staff. And maybe we're going to have to look at budget considerations if we're going to do these. What's the budget for it? And the staff capacity, because maybe we need to hire somebody else if we are going to do that. Just things to think about.
Councilor Martin.
Thank you. I understood that the GPC would be sometimes when we want to have a conversation as council, and we could refer it to the GPC for those 1 or 2 or 3 topics that we're having a conversation. But I also look at committees as community engagement, and that people want to be involved and they want to be able to. I don't believe we need a committee for everything, but I think that there's a couple, at least my experience by being on a committee when I was on SPAC, I'm not saying we have to have social planning specifically, but we were kept busy every committee meeting we had every month, because council constantly would refer something to social planning to get their advice as to how we saw it, whether it was a new liquor license or whether it's to do with food security or homelessness, etc. So SPAC was definitely an active committee, and the other one that I could see being useful for council would be an environmental advisory committee, where we would be able to refer something to the committee level to be able to say what is their input back to us. So whether those are the two, and the grants advisory committee, which there is comments on, because right now I understand the current practice is council actually made that decision. I'm on a personal level much more comfortable with the community making decision on our grants and giving us that feedback. We're the ones that actually have the authorization and the authority to the grants, but I'd like to have feedback from the public.
And I think probably now is a good time for you to have that discussion about those ones that are listed. But just one comment on that, when it was the Grants Advisory Committee and now that it's the Finance and Audit Committee that looks after the grants, it's based on criteria and guidelines, and council still does make those decisions. It's not staff or the public. Prior to it being the Grants Advisory Committee, there was at-large members at the committee going over that criteria and guidelines, and then council made the decision.
Yeah.
It's the same thing now, except it's not an at-large committee, but it still goes to the Finance and Audit and makes recommendations to council. So the decision-making hasn't changed
But without
at the high
public
level.
But without public input.
That's correct.
Right. Thank you.
So I'm just gonna, if it's okay, Chair, do you
Yes,
want?
I think I'm going to sort of appeal for a process here because we have talked about committees in numerous discussions, and some sort of more formal than some others, and I think we need to be on the same page that this is an ongoing discussion. We're probably rolling up our sleeves and we need to start shifting towards making decisions on this. And so to avoid maybe some of the differing intents of the last meeting, I think we do need to sort of nail out somewhat of a process to get our conversation flowing and moving towards something actionable. So Mr. Rigoff, if you have
So if I could help, just to kind of take some of this and put it in here a little bit, plus feedback. The governance quadrant is GPC and Finance and Audit are the main pieces of that. That's your main committee right now. Those are the main instruments. So I'm not sure where we go with additional committees on the governance quadrant. I think we're there. ActDev, be another one where we might be able to say, hey, we've got a process, we're going to end up in a place, and we'll know what the outcome of that governance structure will look like. Is that okay? So probably until we do that process, premature. Unless there's topics under economy, i.e. downtown, that we get to a place where we think we need a task force or something. So there's sort of future discussions. So we got that side. So it's almost all entirely over on this side. You know, if environment is all things environment, it may be that you want to have an ongoing committee or some task forces on the subject of environment, as Councillor Environment has said. That may be one of those critical topics that you feel you need an ongoing place for things. So that would be it. And certainly we're going to have our session on the 13th of May, and I would hope that as minimum, we'll have a whole baseline of data and information and ideas that will lead us to a place where what those focus areas would be, because it's not one thing, it's a whole pot of things. Livability, we already have the OCP, which normally would have some sort of oversight committee. The transportation, active transportation, I would suggest probably would have an oversight committee. It doesn't have to, but usually does, as well as engagement. So there's going to be some task force initiatives under the livability piece. On the SPAC side, staff are being a little provocative and coming forward in the weeks coming where they ask if there is an interest in forming a task force on the subject matter. That's coming in the ensuing weeks for council to think about. So maybe we're a little premature on that in advance of this, but maybe you feel differently. But that's coming. And then it's this thing. I think there's a strong interest on council to advance ourselves on the whole online engagement piece. So, and maybe perhaps you've got some thoughts there. I know the bang the table and all these tools are there, and we have to ask ourselves for what purpose and what are we going to use it for, and that type of thing. So on and so. I'm just trying to unpack this a little bit so we can sort ourselves out. So, do you think you need to have a committee in each quadrant, or can we just sort of wait it out? We know we're going to have action as part of we're going to have initiatives that are going to have probably task forces anyway, largely in this area. I don't know if I've helped, but I mean, that's sort of where we're at here.
So I have Councillor Armstrong and Councillor Burlington Corner.
Just on some of those, like I think some of these already exist in the community. So, like there's a huge task force on homeless and social issues. Like, so would that not be one that we could just have come report to us at the governance and priorities and see what we could do? Because People are getting tired of sitting in all these committees. It's the same groups, it's the same people all the time. Like I know some that sit on 3 homeless task committees. So I think we need to look at that, what exists in the community, what's our goal with it?
If I may, I do believe there was sort of a strong nudge from the homelessness task force, and they've been working with staff to shape what will be coming for us next week. Mr. Rudolph, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
We, just in the housing briefing that you received some 2 months ago, you recall that was, I think that was one of the ideas that came out of that from the executive director of United Way and others. And maybe it's time to take a gut check. Now that we've lost our social planner and we're refreshing that, maybe it's time to take a look. It's an opportunity to take a look at that and our role in that whole thing. It's not saying what work that's being done isn't good, but clearly there's a lot of activity on our streets and there's a clear interest in that subject matter. So there's an opportunity here to, and that's why we were bringing it forward as sort of a follow-up to that session that we had with the council 2 months ago.
Councilor Gaspar.
Yes. The more I've been thinking about committees, task force, specifically around the environment, I like our governance and priorities committee as a conduit, and it allows, like, we're the decision makers, and it's really nice to have a conversation in depth with the important information in front of us. And it's also important to make sure that we have community input. And in the past, the committees have been where we've been saying we've made a lot of pressure, that's their community input. However, like I know there's been a lot of pressure to have a committee on the environment, but when I actually think of like effectiveness and what would be the most efficient and get the best result, was like, say if we want to update our community sustainability action plan, to have a task force in that, have like a technical committee and have representatives of the community and really flesh out that sustainability action plan. And then the outcome of that potentially could that there is a quarterly community roundtable specifically on the environment. I think that would get the community input, and we would be able to have actionable items that it doesn't have to go through a rung, because what I don't like is like this ongoing committee and then we refer to the committee to make the decision, and then there's the discussion to have, and then it comes back to council, and then not everybody's on the same page, and it just seems really clunky. So that's my thoughts for environmental responsibility quadrant there. In terms of livability, I'm really on board with the idea of a task force around what potentially would be coming from the community on that, the homelessness task force that was discussed. And then I think we do really need to like seriously look at, I know there was recommendations or ideas around like a grants advisory committee. Like I really understand the logic behind that, but are we doubling up with the finance and audit, and then even with the culture and heritage committee? Are we best served by a committee or best served by a task force and round tables to get the community input and then have spokes? Like if the strategy for arts and culture needs to be updated, there's a good task force, gives a good visions, and then we could have a proper public input mechanism in place with that. So I think that we do need to reflect on that. With the environmental responsibility, I'm happy to have the May 15th discussion to sort of see where we're at, and then potentially at that meeting make a decision how we want to move forward in terms of that quadrant.
Councilor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to go back to Councilor Armstrong a bit and agree with Councilor Besselbark there. I envision, from what I understood, the GPC was a way for us to make a decision on the topic, and that sometime in the future we would have a discussion on, I'm going to go with arts and culture. We've already mentioned that they have a plan. Its due date is up. So my concept here was that we would decide that in July 18th, we were going to have a conversation about arts and culture in Nanaimo, and we were going to make decisions. And that prior to that, we would have a task force set up to deal with the plan and any other things that they thought was important to develop that council gave them the go-ahead on. And then we would have online engagement to complement the work of the task force done so that they can bring all this stuff together and present it to us on this such and such a date. And then after July 18th, task force done. Right? So it's a finite thing. It doesn't go that 3 or 4 year loop down. It's there for a very specific reason. And we can do that with many of these things out there. It says, look, let's timeline this thing out for the next even 18 months. We're going to make a decision on culture this date. We're going to make a decision on economic development this date, and so on. And therefore, and we create the task force. They do their job. They gather all the information through online engagement, and then we make a decision after 4 hours of really good conversation on that day, in which the task force recommends presenters. We might bring in a couple on our own, staff might bring some in, and then we all sit down and have a grand old chat, and then we make our decision at the end of the day and move on to the next one. That's what I thought it was supposed to be.
I have no speakers in this.
I'll jump in at this point then. Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, I agree with much of what has been said, but I'll just give you my thoughts. And I think I've said at an earlier meeting, I've seen the best of times and the worst of times with committees. And originally, I was thinking, oh, let's go back to the old committee structure that we used to have, which aligned with our strategic pillars. And I've really changed my thinking on that now. So I like the Governance and Priorities Committee as long as we're clear on its mandate and how it operates. I know the mayor wants to get rid of the cow. That's his priority. Beyond that, economic development, I see that as most likely an office of City Hall, staffed appropriately, with a reach out to a community roundtable. That's sort of my vision of economic development. And I think that's separate from any council committee. That's just my thought. The finance and audit, I think we need to clarify what its role will be, because when it was set up, the intent was it dealt with everything money. And I'm okay with that. In fact, I think I would support continuing that model. When we look at what's called the Grants Advisory Committee, I think that's a real misnomer, because it primarily dealt with simply giving tax exemptions to properties or organizations. And except for one little minuscule pot of $5,000 for very specific things, it just did tax exemptions. And those are based on criteria which staff can relatively, I think, easily check. And yes, they have to be refreshed every 3 or 5 years. The other grants that we deal with are travel grants, which used to fall under Parks and Recreation, culture and heritage grants, which used to come under the Culture and Heritage Committee. What else have we got? Downtown or event grants. Those type of, social grants, those type of grants, are we going to administer those through the Finance and Audit Committee, which we do right now, I believe, based on staff recommendations? Or do we take those and give them back to other committees? I think I would personally rather keep them all in one place. So that's something to consider. And the other areas that Mr. Rudolph pointed to under environmental or livability, there might be a place for a couple of committees. I'm not opposed to an environmental committee if we think that's most effective. But I used to argue that committees were a main area for public feedback, and now I see there's lots of other opportunities. And maybe committee structure is not the most effective way. So I think I would really be interested in looking at roundtables for some areas, task force definitely for certain specific topics, with a time frame and a clear mandate. And that's sort of the area or the direction that I think I would like to go. But I think we need to clarify economic development as something quite separate, and what are we going to do with the money issues? How do we deal with those? Thank you.
Councilor Armstrong.
I agree with Councilor Thorpe's comments, because I do believe that we should leave the grants and all that with staff, because they've got the capabilities, they know what's out there, they know what they've already gotten. I like the finance. I would get rid of audit, because we really don't do any auditing, just call it the Finance Committee. I think all the money things should be made at one committee, at one decision in one area. It's best governance, it's best practice. And it's a lot easier for, when we're doing our audits, for the audit team to come in and look at all that instead of going to 100 different committees or different whatever. So I really believe in the finance committee. I think it's a really good tool. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Thank you. I'm going to jump in. I've been thinking about this a fair bit too, and the way I do not view necessarily task force and advisory boards and committees as engagement. I go back to a lot of what I think my perception of what Cuff said was that your ABCs or your advisory boards and your committees, and they're at the pleasure of council to assist with making better decisions. And so I really agree with a lot of the discussion that I've heard today around really being narrowly focused on singular issues that have a finite duration. And I view that the same with online engagement or public engagement, however you do it, is to assist us with our decision making on a particular topic. So I don't really view them as ends in themselves. I think there's a lot of good ideas that were presented by staff or presented by different members of council. Councillor Gus Rock, I liked your comments around that. We actually have some plans coming down the pipe here that really would be served by roundtables, and some of those plans might identify that the steering committee might shift to an implementation committee. I don't know. That would come up through discussion. I do want to address one thing though, is that I did throw up this idea around don't get hung up on the name, the intersectional urbanism committee. And I just want to clarify what that is, because I don't necessarily think it needs to be a committee. But I do think the concept needs to be emphasized, and that can be through terms of reference. But the idea really behind intersectionality is that there's multiple points of suppression for different individuals as they navigate different environments. And they aren't always apparent to folks that aren't living that type of impediments or different things like that. So if we have robust terms of reference for some of these committees where it makes sense, around steering committees for official community plans, facility developments, that are making sure that we are capturing the voices of people with disabilities, seniors, youth, we're capturing those voices so we're in a position to feel like we're not overlooking those voices. I'm totally comfortable. But I do think it takes a real cognizant effort, and you have to be conscious of it to make sure you capture those voices and spell that out in any terms of reference for a roundtable, for whether it's a committee, etc. So I just wanted to park that because I think it is an important item. I know Councillor Armstrong has focused on this in the past, and I just think we can do a better job of capturing voices that aren't typically heard.
Thank you, Chair. Just on that note, I think it's a great idea for any task force, roundtable, or committee that council chooses to implement moving forward, that there is, it is really expressed in the terms of reference to try to reach those underrepresented individuals to make sure that they have a voice in any of these.
Councillor Hammonds.
Thank you. Really enjoying this conversation. I've also thought a lot about committees, and I feel like we're kind of all going in the same direction, in that we want to be nimble, we want to be flexible, we want committees to work for us. I had the experience of sitting on a committee that felt very much like a make work project, and it wasn't good for staff, and it wasn't good for the people who were participating. So I really support this idea of using our GPC as our kind of foundational structure, and then calling upon community members as needed to help us kind of problem solve or look at specific issues, and then having the understanding that once that's done, once that information has been shared with us, we can shut that down. I think that shows flexibility, and I think it's smart because we're using our resources wisely rather than kind of having a committee for committee's sake. So I feel like we're all kind of in the same place.
Your worship is the first time speaker on this topic, and then Councillor Armstrong.
One of the things that strikes me about this discussion this morning, and I generally supportive of everything I've heard, it's very intelligent, is that if we are going to use the GPC in that way, and I think it is the appropriate way to do that, it's the where you come. then we are going to have to be very clear about what staff is responsible for. Because if we're going to be the funnel for everything, I mean, right now, historically, if you had an issue around arts and culture, you knew the committee to go to. And so I'm thinking it from the point of view of a citizen, where am I going to go? And if it is the GPC also, we need to know who are the staff who are going to be very directly responsible for it so that we're really clear on that. Because that's what we're going to be turning to ultimately in terms of solutions or implementation as well. So I think it has to be tied in with the restructuring that, you know, is a great topic of discussion right now. Because, I mean, to come back to economic development, I mean, right now we don't really have a doorway. And we're working on what that doorway is going to look like, but we need to have places where it's simple. I mean, there's nothing more frustrating for the average person who's got an issue. I mean, no offense, you shouldn't feel compelled to write to the whole mayor and council every damn time your pothole isn't filled, or your sidewalk isn't shoveled, or whatever. I mean, there should be a more, how shall I say, flexible, open, well-known, regularized series of pathways to get your issue dealt with.
I have
Well, I
Council,
just echo the worships, which he said I was going to say to the staff. Thanks.
Councilor Hammond.
I wonder, one of the recommendations of the Community Engagement Task Force was to publish a calendar of the things that we're going to be engaging on in the year ahead. And the GPC to date has really been taken up with strategic planning and, you know, governance, et cetera, which is necessary as we get going. But if we do, you know, as we kind of bridge out of this and are into more issues-based, community-based conversations, it would be great to have a calendar to say, in September, we're going to talk about arts and culture, and here are your opportunities to be a part of that conversation. And if we could do that, then that might appease some of the folks who say, oh my gosh, I have all of these thoughts about public safety, but nowhere to take them. We're going to talk about public safety in October, get ready, or whatever, you know?
Ms. Geary has a
Thank you, Chair. So to that point, and I think it's been brought up by Councillor Bonner, and as well, definitely like a year's worth of the matrix of GPC meetings and what's going to be coming posted on our website, so that if people or experts or council wants to reach out to those in the community to come have a say when you're discussing these more issue-based topics, rather than, I think GPC to date, it's now in phase 1 where it's getting all of this information brought to you, and information that staff are doing around your strategic plan or developing your strategic plan. It's been a lot of information sessions. Phase 2, Mr. Rudolph and I have discussed, is going to be now getting to the work. So now your focus area is what you want, driving the agenda that way. So rather, now that council has all this information, now it's to go out and action your ideas. So that's exactly what I see happening with the governance and priorities, and having that calendar printed where, yes, October will be public safety, get ready, exactly. So I think we're on the same page as the staff.
Mr. Rudolph.
Mr. Chair, the subject of engagement is in everything, and with our communication and engagement manager here on task, we were talking about coming back to you with a day again on the subject, so we can look at it from the engagement lens on all this stuff as well. Probably it looks like June to do that. So there's lots of different opinions about what engagement looks like. Is committee engagement, or is it just part of the engagement process? And basically present to you what we think is a strategy, because you really haven't taken the task force on engagement back and looked at how that applies to any of this type of thing. So we would suggest that no matter what you're doing here, in addition to that, we need to spend GPC Day on the subject of communications and engagement in the not too distant future, and I hope you agree with that. But that's something that you can expect as we're kind of working our way through this conversation. So it started out as a conversation initially about what committees are we going to have. We've now morphed it into all these other things, but they're all relevant. They're all part of the engagement process. So we're still not going to get clear decisions on this until we get through a lot of this stuff.
Through the chair, I think that Mayor Krogh has raised a really important consideration about what are the doorways that the community can present, their needs and put ideas forward. And I think that's one that we really need to pay attention to and figure out. And I know as we've got the GPC, and now we're questioning what the committee of the whole is going to look like. In the past, there were the committees that you could present. If you had an issue with the environment, you're a streamkeeper group, you'd go to the committee of the environment, you'd make your presentation, and then that would sort of move to council. That may definitely not be the most efficient way to set it up, but for our new communications engagement director to give that some thought, and potentially a quarterly roundtable system in specific areas could serve that function, or if we do a monthly cow-ish type thing where the community can bring forward and give presentations. These are different ideas that I think that we need to have be presented on and have fleshed through. I would like to have a sense of movement on a couple items, like say with the arts and culture. Maybe potentially a committee isn't the exact structure. Maybe it is a round table, but to have a discussion on, okay, if this is something that the community is asking for a way to be able to input ideas and have sort of a collective discussions with council here, should we be moving on all arts and culture at this moment? I think with environment we can start moving on it after the May 13th and execute, but with the things like arts and culture and the intersectionality committee, which I do really like the concept of, that we can have a body to refer say different strategic planning documents, specific projects, to have a look over to see did we cover the lens of a specific group that may not normally have as much access. So just in terms of setting timelines, I am feeling a little anxious just of when should we be making those decisions? How can we move those items forward down the pipes?
A couple more speakers here, so and we have time. So, Councillor Marmon.
No, I was fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you. So like the environment and like intersectional planning, I actually really see a place for arts, culture, and heritage, but not necessarily as a committee, as an advisory as it's been framed, or as a task force that meets perhaps quarterly, especially if it's not embedded in the strat plan, because it is a really vibrant piece of our community. It brings in a lot of economic development. I would hate to see that drop off. Is it a committee? I doubt it. But is it maybe a task force that comes to the GPC every 6 months and tells us this is what we're working on, here are our priorities, top 3 things we're talking about, et cetera, that informs our decision making. What I initially put my hand up for was the piece around engagement. So the Community Engagement Task Force did an inventory of all the ways that the city currently engages when we started our work, and it's actually quite comprehensive. People just don't necessarily know what those avenues are. So I think the city's doing a fairly good job of engagement. We need to be better at communicating how we engage. So I just want to put that on, kind of flag that for that conversation. Flag, I don't know. I don't think we need to recreate anything. Yeah.
I have Councillor Thorpe.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not sure now what I intended to say, but I'll say something. Just to help you fill in the time.
You don't have to.
No, I will. There's a couple of things I'd like to say. I guess, and I agree with Councillor Hemmons, and I understand where she's coming from. I have a little bit of trouble singling out one area of the community, arts and culture, which I totally support, but there's lots of other areas of the community that are equally important to be heard from. So I see the GPC, not GPS, GPC, as a way of any of those groups being able to bring their concerns or ideas. So I'm liking that. What I was going to ask, and I don't mean to put him on the spot, but I will, Mr. Rudolph, having worked in a number of jurisdictions, what we're doing here is going back to what you said earlier. We're sort of starting from ground level, and we're trying to build best practice, or what we hope will be best practice, and we're going into sort of new territory. But can you point to any practices in areas that you have worked in where committees worked well, or roundtables worked well, or task forces? Can you give us a general sense of what you've seen in other areas?
Through the chair, Firstly, I think what we're doing is very innovative, very innovative. It's outside the box. Even Mr. Kopp and I have talked about this. He thinks we're cutting edge in our conversations here. The traditional comfort zone model is we set up committees, we refresh them, and we go down that path, and then we have special engagement opportunities. So we're backing away from that a little bit here, and we're trying to think outside the box. And there are very few examples of any out there that we could reference ourselves against. Having said that, I have seen some committees that have worked really strongly and robustly, and they often were born out of task forces. The social planning one is one. There's a lot of material there, and it seems like it's just, my Abbotsford experience was they had a task force, they ended up recommending one of the key pivotal recommendations was a dedicated ongoing council committee with the right people at the table, decision makers. It was a huge success, and it was still going on several years later on. So because there was a lot of stuff there, and it's a big issue. It's not going away. It's just getting more and more. So there is certainly one. It depends on where we're going with the economic development piece. I think it's going to head as a minimum to having roundtables where all those stakeholders that are going to be proposed to be engaged through this process in the next 2 months. There needs to be a standing roundtable probably, or process to bring them all together, and we could be facilitators in that. I think there's probably more examples of not good examples. There's often challenges with council elected officials chairing committees, because that is sometimes a challenge for some people on those committees, and yet if it's not the councillor, it can be a council challenge for the way the committee is going. So there are challenges there. I don't know if there's really any one answer to that question. We just have to find our own path on this one. We know where we're at and try to give you all the tools in the toolbox here. Maybe we need to come back to you with, okay, we're hearing this, but this is what we're proposing. These task forces, I think we're sort of cleansing ourselves of necessarily running with dedicated committees at this time. So then we do have several task forces lined up. OCP, active transportation, economic development, maybe. There's a bunch of them. Unanswered questions around how we're dealing with the arts and culture. Don't know. I'm not sure how to handle that question at this stage. So I just know that there's not a lot of examples of what we were doing. You were being super innovative with this conversation. And, or we could go back to our comfort zone and set up the traditional communities and that type of thing, and then have the task forces. So we're all outside our comfort zone here. So I just congratulate you on being a little brave to do that. I'm not sure I have all the answers because I haven't seen them.
That's helpful, thank you.
I think Ms. Curry wanted to add to that.
Thank you, Chair. The two examples here that I have been a success as far as I know, and maybe staff could speak to them more that were involved, is the Cannabis Task Force. I believe that had a specific task, had worked through it quickly and had a great outcome, was good. Also as well, Mr. Sims may have been involved in the Transportation Master Plan Task Force. There was a committee or task force set up just to deal with that, and it was a great success and a great plan came out of that. So there's two good examples. Here, the parallels I see between them both is they were tasked with a specific duty or action, and they had a start and a finish. So those are some good examples.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, I just note that if council finishes early on this, we are, I think, going to be ready to start the second half of the day's GPC if you wanted to get a head start on this afternoon, because it was a long day. And so just in case you feel you're done and you want to start something else, we can do that.
So I have a few more speakers. Get myself on the list because I have a suggestion maybe that I'll throw out there is we did task staff to go back a little bit and refine our strategic plan. We do know that there's probably going to be an OCP steering committee and they're coming back with the homelessness and we have tonight around the process around economic development that might morph into something else. Would it be too much to ask if staff think there's a project that would benefit from a task force on it, or that they flag it through that strategic planning process for staff's consideration? And then I do think we need to sort of lend some thought to what Mayor Croak highlighted, those around doorways. And I think some of that work is probably ongoing with how staff are working through what happens with the committee of the whole, where the delegations go. Would it be, again, out of line to suggest that process, we let that process unfold a bit, and maybe those questions, the doorways start to get answered?
Through the chair, that there's bring back the procedure bylaw, so the pathways to council is an important conversation in articulating that. Certainly, front door through the council meetings, the delegations piece, the question period, same with the GPC. Where's the room for, right now there doesn't appear to be any room or much room in our GPC meetings for that. Is that a fundamental piece of what we're doing there? And so we're going to have a couple of opportunities in the next 6 weeks to visit this. Pathways, I like that idea. What are the pathways to getting things in? And certainly I think we can't forget the online thing. And where are we at and where do we need to go? I think because that is a pathway. And then how do we manage that, deliver on that? So I wouldn't forget that online version. So we can have a digital version of all of what we're talking about here. It's a pathway to council. And it's more than just emails. It's a whole thing. So it's a big topic.
And I think at the 13th, we'll probably have start to get a better idea of what we would need for around environmental direction, whether it's a committee, whether it's a board, what plans, etc. So I think, it sounds like we're on the same page on a lot of these issues. I think that the hanging question really is there any individual right now that feels like they have a strong opinion that we do need a standing committee in some regard for a particular topic? So I'll go I have Councillor Bonner already on the speakers list, and then Emmons, and then I'll go to Armstrong. And Councillor Bonner.
I'd like to speak again to the grants advisory function of the city, and what it would come out is. I agree with Councillor Thorpe that there's many grants that are sort of what one would consider black and white. If it's a sports team and they're traveling on because they won a championship, they get $50 per person, figure it out, that's the number, and it's a yes. But there are many grants that we do that are more subjective in nature. And arts and culture is a good example where we have a pot of money and then we divvy it up to various organizations. And they've come to us, at least come to me in the past, and said they would like that decision to be done by their peers. Right now, it's done, from what I understand, it's being done by staff who make recommendations. They provide us with all the information, and then that decision is made at the Finance and Audit Committee. But I think there's, on the grants that are sort of what one considers subjective or have a variation to them, I would like to see that discussion more done at a committee level in an open meeting, so that the public has the right to actually be there and view it and see what went on, that sort of thing. And in the same token, we also have, I think, 1 or 2 recommendations in the Core Service Review that refer to our permissive tax exemptions and how we're doing it. And right now, one of them recommendations was to go from a 3-year to a 5-year, but we still haven't had that conversation. And where would we have that conversation? Whether or not that would be a task force set up to come up with some ideas. Some of the other things that we can do that other municipalities are doing in terms of permission tax exemption is you have a variance. Do they want to give that one for this year at 60%, and do we want to give these guys at 75%? Do we want to give everybody at 100%? We don't have that policy in place yet. So again, it's more of a subjective thing. Like we were making decisions in the committee before, where we would give, instead of giving them a 3-year tax exemption, we'd give them a 1-year tax exemption, because we didn't know where they're going to be in 2 years from now. And if you have it grounded in policy, then it's just whatever the policy is, and that's what you get. And I can tell you that if we're going through these discussions down to the fine details at the council level for grants that used to be done at a committee, that's going to be an awful lot of work for this council to be doing and making decisions. Because some of these applications are pages thick, including they include financial statements and all this sort of stuff. And I would much rather that be done by members of the public and come to us with a recommendation. We can just go from there. So that's kind of reason why I kind of wanted that. I'm sure there's lots of grants that are, as I said, black and white, and they can just come to us as a recommendation. But there's a lot of the stuff that, a lot of conversation needs to be taking place. And I would like to see more grants coming out, especially now that we have an events coordinator coming into the city, and more grants to help that person do the work that they want to do.
So Councillor Kessler-Brown?
Just to ask Councillor Bonner here a couple questions. So, you know, I can see more grants coming in line. Potentially, there's things with economic development. There's this, and I hear a concern for workload, and also to have some level of community dialogue and input to see how the decisions are being made. I'm not convinced yet that we require a whole other separate committee, but those two concerns I do hear, and you know, if we have to be the ones going through, you know, these very long grant applications, may not be the best use of our time. So maybe these are considerations that staff can take into account. So we got an idea, like I saw Councillor Armstrong shake your head that it's not going to be that much time to go through the grants, and I have no experience on the matter, but if we can keep those considerations top of mind, and then maybe if we can figure out where those things can be best dealt with, maybe it's, you know, going through the staff first, and then there's a set of recommendations that come to a GPC or a finance and audit where the community can, you know, be partake in a bit of dialogue, or I'm not sure, but I do hear you on those, but not yet convinced that a whole other.
Ms. Gary has a comment on this as well.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple comments and then maybe a suggestion. Just the one comment on Councillor Bonner's points is the finance and audits are public meetings, so when they are on the agenda, members of the public could come and have their say and sign up to be a delegation at those meetings. So that process is still available. And maybe this committee, because it does keep coming up, maybe it requires a motion. Maybe this is one where it's put to a motion of council and discussed that way.
That's a good suggestion. So I do believe Councillor Bonner feels very strongly about this, so if he's wanting to put forward a motion, I guess now would be the time to do so.
Pause, bring it possible, I find it. I'm not sure if we're there yet, in all honesty, right? Like, I'm not hearing your comments there. I don't think we have, I don't see any major grants requiring decisions in the next little while.
Okay.
I think it's this more philosophical thing, and I'd be much willing to just flesh it out a bit more. Maybe we have another financial audit committee where we get a whole bunch of grant applications, and I ask all the councillors, did you read page 47 of this grant application? Right? And what do you think about this line number 2? Right? There's things along those lines, right? So and it's just that I felt that in that committee there was a really robust discussion about each individual grant, right? And it wasn't just vote them all in and this sort of thing. And I just don't think we'll get that same robust discussion at a finance and audit committee because we've got so much stuff on the agenda.
Okay, so I think I'm going to branch from the speakers list just because I think you have comments on this particular topic, but Councillor Armstrong and then Councillor Turner.
Yeah, I'm opposed to the grants committee. I think the finance committee's done an excellent job of it, and staff does a really good job of supplying us with the information. I think the longest we ever spent, correct me if I'm wrong, Ian, is maybe half hour. That's it. And it removes the bias out of the decision-making, because there is bias with people doing that because they're non-biased. It also removes the politics out of it to a larger degree. And I also like the fact that people can come to the finance audit, and we have had them as to why they should get it. I don't think we've ever had anybody turned down for a grant that I can think of, that there's ever been an issue. And I think from what I heard, the feedback I heard, people much preferred the new format. So that's just my 2 cents. I think it's been working very well. We can ask questions of staff. The other thing is staff is also aware of what grants these people have already gotten, so that people aren't getting 10 grants and somebody else isn't getting any. So I think that's something that's important, because they know what some of the provincial grants are, some of the federal grants that the committee may not be aware of. So I actually like the system. I thought it worked very well. I like the money being all in one area, which is the finance and audit committee. For myself, I just think it's best governance and best practice. Thank you.
Councillor Turley?
Yes, Chair, just to clarify a point that's being made, that spent a lot of time determining in arts and culture who gets what grant. My wife was on the committee for a number of years, and believe me, it took a lot of time. So that's a fallacy if anybody truly believes that.
So if we're not pursuing a motion there, or Councilor Marvin on this particular?
Oh, not a motion, but it's still on the same topic.
Sure.
Not to belabor this, but out of curiosity through the chair to staff, so when I was on social planning, we actually had major dollars for grants. And I think it started around 90,000 or so I'm not sure where those grants went to. It used to be revenue from the casino that went to social planning. Some of the things that social planning did was put together roundtables, groups on food distribution and food security. And out of SPAC was what came about the redistribution of food throughout our city from Loaves and Fishes, for instance. There was a lot of initiatives that came from social planning and roundtables with the various groups that support this. So I know we spent hours on the grants at the social planning when the community would apply, and it could be, with social planning, it could be as small as the South End Neighborhood Association wanting to put on a neighborhood event, or it could be anything that helped improve our living in Nanaimo. I'm not sure where those grants have gone, and
Perhaps Mr. Lindsay has a comment on that.
Well, the grants,
there.
the grants are still in existence, so I can confirm that. Since the grants committee was put on hiatus, staff have been reviewing those applications that have come forward, bringing forward to the Finance and Audit Committee, where they've been, as Councilor Armstrong says, largely endorsed by that committee and then on to council. So that's happened the last 3 years, I believe now that's been occurring. But definitely the grant monies have been going out. And that would be the same for other new programs that have been created since the grants committee, such as the downtown event grants. The same process is followed. I think one of the things I would note that you touched on in your point here was that I think a lot of that work that was done by those groups was that early work at the task force level about establishing what were the priorities that year. I think that was the helpful. So what is the theme this year we want to focus on the priority? Is it food security? Is it
Right.
social isolation? I don't know what the issue is, but then that allowed, when we were evaluating the grants, to kind of focus on programs that hit those areas. So there might be an opportunity for task force that help us identify those focus areas, but that have the grants ultimately still evaluated under a program, a clear process and program that we have internally that ultimately comes to grants.
So just as a follow-up, just on the conversation, so listening to what everybody has said, I like the idea of task force and roundtables, especially economic development. Having been on the roundtable when it used to exist many, many years ago, we used to meet monthly, actually, all the economic development groups in Nanaimo. And I think that's really important roundtable to continue on, but we'll find out more when we do economic development. But I do like the idea of the intersectional urbanism advisory board and being able to get that collective feedback from those that are impacted in our city from points of view that we don't necessarily have.
So if I may, we just park that briefly, get back to our speakers list, but I think Councilor Hemmings had on the particular topic of the grants. And sort of end the conversation there if there's nobody willing to put forward a motion at this time on that topic.
Just a quick question. So I think many of us are really aware of staff time as far as committees go. When staff review the grants, the permissive tax exemption grants, the Parks and Rec grants, is that an overly burdensome process? Would it make sense for staff to have a supportive committee to help them with that?
I think I'd have to probably talk to the staff that have been more involved. My initial reaction is staff would be doing that review, whether we bring it forward to Finance and Audit Committee or we bring it forward to
to another committee that comes established, we're still going to do that background review.
Okay, thank you for those on the speakers listed. Indulge the branch, your worship.
Thanks very much. You asked a question several speakers ago about committees that we thought should be a priority, or you went to or thought were really important. I mean, obviously, coming back to the report from staff and the options that have been presented to us, and just reminding everybody of those, you know, the options are that the Governance and Priorities Committee provide clarification for the creation of committees, boards, roundtables, and task forces, including Environmental Committee, et cetera, et cetera. It's all on page 19. I need to repeat it. I just want to say on the Environmental Committee, since it's obvious that it is, quote unquote, in the general sense, a priority for council, I can't imagine not having it. It's not as if things are going to solve the problem next year. It's not going to get resolved with a task force, and a round table probably doesn't make much sense. And if we're serious about it, I think we need the staff and committees and board. The rest of the things I think are useful, but at the end of the day, I think we have to be conscious of the fact that we have to give staff some direction and assistance here today, so that they can go back one more time and bring us back something again, or we're going to have we're going to be talking a great deal. And I think if environment's the only committee we can agree on, then let's agree on it. If we want an intersection urbanism advisory board and advisory boards, we want to use those, then let's use them. I mean, I like that concept. I mean, the advisory board and the use of a task force, I think, and ongoing roundtables, I think, are all useful, but we need to give some direction to staff about what areas we think are important. I think personally, we have talked about it previously, that there was great enthusiasm around the last election. Saw all of us elected. There was a great desire on the part of many people who have formally belonged to committees or worked on council projects, et cetera, who have their pent-up energy and desire and willingness to help, and we need to think about how we're going to channel them. And it seems to me advisory boards and roundtables are the logical way to go.
Ms. Curry?
Thank you, Chair. So just if council could indulge me, I think I do have some direction, but I would like to just make sure it is clear from you, and then if there's any resulting motions that come from still to come, that's fine. So you did go through most of the list and discussed all of the merits and going forward. I do see definitely that the Governance and Priorities Committee here today has decided an Environmental Committee would be something definitely coming forward. But at the May 13th or after the Environment Day on May 13th, where there's a little bit more clarity around what it would look like possibly, is that the direction?
Is that sort of...
I got a speaking point for that one.
Okay. Okay, so we're in the realm of direction here.
Yeah.
Councilor Gaspar?
With the Environment Committee, I like the idea of task force evolving into a committee, and I think that just hearing, what the recommendations for the climate emergency motion, if that does pass, is to update our community sustainability action plan with emissions targets, and that sustainability action plan is very broad ranging in multiple areas, transportation, restoration, building efficiency, that a task force focus on updating that particular plan would really give a good overview of what we're talking about when we say the environment in specific areas of focus. It would make sure that the different technical and community groups involved in that would have a say. As that task force finishes updating that plan, then that would involve, do we need a regular committee on this, or what would be the most effective, efficient way of setting it up? That's kind of how I'm foreseeing that, but we would be better informed after May 13th.
So I'm Sean?
I actually believe that we should have an environmental committee. I think that's one that is very important when we look at outdoors. So after that, and I understand your point about the task force, but I actually think everything we've said, environment is key to everything. And so I do think that committee is very critical. And I think from that committee, they can recommend a task force for specific items. I would like to see a general committee there that's looking at some of our projects, well, this may be better off served this way. So I would be 100% supportive of the environmental committee, with them having the ability to come to council to recommend a task force for a certain area. Thank you.
Councilor Turley?
Yes, Chair, I concur with Councillor Ron.
Oh, thanks.
Doesn't happen often enough. And particularly earlier today, we were referring to putting any development or economic development thing through an environmental lens. I think it's mandatory.
So I'm hearing some positive support for the suggestion. I think we'd be, at this point, if someone wants to make a motion.
I'll make the motion, and with the terms of reference to be determined after our meeting, May 13th.
Well, we're thinking the same thing, so.
Okay, yeah.
Second, Councillor Hammond, beats you to it. Any discussion? All right, call the question. All in favor?
Okay, we got one done.
Chair, and then just to further with the direction I think I've heard so far, the Economic Development Roundtable, more to come after the process that you're going to be seeing in your agenda tonight at Council. It will be determined after that. Staff are bringing forward a proposal for the homelessness and social issues, so that's later to be determined as well. And the arts and culture, still working through the process, and we'll see from the GPC if that's going to come. And intersectional urbanism, a lot of support for that, and believe those underrepresented could have a place or a part in anything, any task force or committee or roundtable that comes up through this process and through anything that's delivered, or is there still kind of maybe its own committee and plan?
I think that's an ongoing discussion.
Yeah.
Which is next on the speakers list, unless Worship had anything to add other than this previous comments. Okay, Councillor Martin.
Actually, I will put forth a motion. We did one. Because I think that if I've heard correctly, I think that the Intersectional Urbanism Advisory Board actually is reflective of being inclusive in our community. And so I would like to put forth the motion that we do create an I don't know whether it's a committee or board, I'm not quite sure. Through the chair too.
It would be the same thing. If it's created by council and a member of council sits on it, it's technically a select committee.
Okay.
You can call it a board.
So I'll put that forward.
Is there a second? Suggestion? Any discussion?
There's a couple concerns I have. I believe in it 100%, but I'm very concerned about how selection takes place. I think we could be opening ourselves up to human rights complaints and lots of stuff if we don't select like every single area, you know, for the sake of argument, of hearing impaired, sight impaired, mental handicap, physical handicap, different types of, you know, which First Nations, how we approve all of this stuff. Like I think we're opening ourselves up to a lot of areas where I'm concerned about that. So I just think we have to.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Chair. Some similar type concerns as Councillor Armstrong, though it's completely political and completely council's prerogative if they want to move forward. I just worry from recruitments for committees that I've been a part of for several years. It's often difficult to when there's specific criteria and specific membership to actually get those people to apply and partake. And then I am a little bit concerned about some that we may have missed in the list. There may be some groups of underrepresented individuals that may be missed. And then filling those spots of all of those that are listed. So I just have some general type concerns that I just wanted to make sure council was aware of it.
Councillor Thorpe, unless you have additional comments.
Yeah, just in further to that, because there are already places that exist that we could access, you know, like if we needed that information, like there's already those organizations that exist, so we could invite them for, you know, I like the idea of being all inclusive. I'm just concerned about how we get there. Like I think if we're going to do it, we have to be really, really careful on our terms of reference, how we get there, all that kind of stuff. Even just down to the facts where we hold our meetings, because a lot of our buildings aren't properly accessible, you know, so like I do think it's a really important part, but I'm just concerned how we get there, and I think we need to really flush it out if we go there.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. So, yeah, I have some concerns as well, and I don't doubt the good intent of the motion or the committee. I'm not really clear on what its mandate would be, And I really have concerns about I know the intent is to be all-inclusive, but as soon as you identify, and we've had this discussion, as soon as you identify certain communities that you want represented, then you run the risk of overlooking other communities, and in fact, you're being discriminatory. To me, this ties in with our public engagement, and how do we get input and engagement with all members of our community, and perhaps our communications director at some point will give us some advice on that. I'm just not comfortable with this proposal at this time, and for that reason, I don't think I'll support it at this time.
Councillor Gaspar.
I agree with everything that's been said and the concerns, and I definitely think that, I mean, the intention and concept of this is an important one. How we achieve that, it's going to take some fleshing out. I do think that this idea also poses a really interesting way of building engagement, and it has possible, its genesis can be part of maybe this OCP rollout. So I don't think it has to be executed immediately, and more dialogue and ideas put on the table. So that's kind of where with that. So, you know, supporting this particular motion to have this done right away, I don't think that's the best way to go about doing it, but I would like a motion that would continue this conversation, you know, and allow for us to build on the ideas.
All right, Councillor Turley, then Councillor Higgins.
Sorry, me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I'm hearing you. Pick it up. So the question I have is, the description is the mandated the advisory board need to review and make recommendations to council. And my understanding from that is that requests would come from the community to the advisory board to be discussed. So I don't know quite where we're concerned about being all inclusive, because if a group decides that they're not going to come to the board, why is that an issue? So if somebody could clarify that, that'd be helpful.
Ms. Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. My understanding would be that the board would be made up of those individuals representative of those different places in society. So there'd be members that were of First Nations, members of urban Aboriginals, members that were of the LGBTQ2+. So they would make up that board, and then they would review the plans, etc., and make recommendations to council.
Yeah, if I could, Chair. So my understanding of seeking out applications for membership of a board or a committee is through a specific process of advertising. It's not the city going to every single one to say.
No.
So again, it's inherent upon the individual groups to come to the city and say, we would like to have a representative on that. They don't know. Why is that our problem?
So through the chair to Councillor Turley, so when we're advertising for these different types of underrepresented groups, the concerns that I have and have been expressed is that we're missing some. So by not hitting all of those underrepresented individuals or groups, that we're missing some. And from a recruitment standpoint, it has been hard to, when you have special user groups or special interest groups that you want to have participate in a committee, it is quite hard to recruit for those areas because not very many people from one of those will apply, if any, so we'd be missing some of those people. Those are just some concerns.
Councillor Higgins. Councillor Higgins.
Thank you. A point of clarification, because I feel like we're getting I'm feeling it's a bit getting convoluted. So we have moved and agreed upon an environmental committee, but we are going to hear from staff that the ones that we're still discussing, and perhaps there's ones that we haven't even discussed, we're going to have a sense of where this might fit, whether it's a task force that's quarterly, whether it's an advisory, etc. That conversation is coming.
Yes, so through the chair, yes. So we did have a motion for an environmental committee with terms of reference to be determined after May 13th. The second motion that's currently on the floor is to have an intersectional urbanism committee. So that's the motion that's being discussed right now. All of those other options, yes, staff will be looking for where it fits and bringing forward proposals and task forces, and council can have further discussion from an engagement perspective as well going forward.
I have myself on the list here, and as someone that the proponents of this this idea, I think has been served and that is being discussed, which is really one of the most, I think, important first steps. I appreciate Councillor Martin's throwing the motion on the floor. May I suggest a deferral until the future GPC date around engagement and communications, because some of it.
I can withdraw it.
I think it did.
Defer?
I would prefer the defer because I think it's important we make sure that we're having this conversation because ultimately the intent is really about creating a sort of an ethos around inclusivity and making sure that our facilities, our plans are all produced in a way that counts all user groups. So I would propose a deferral.
Sure.
So motion to defer until our public engagement meeting through the GPC.
All those in favor?
We got a second.
Seconder? Sorry. Seconder? All those in favor? Okay. Councillor Thorne.
If I may, Chair, thank you. Regarding next steps, tell me if I'm out of order. I'd like to request that that staff give us some guidance in the area of the money, the grants. Doing it all by finance and audit, or finance committee if we want to change the name, as opposed to giving it out to the different groups. I'd like some direction there. I know which way I think I favor, but I think we need to clarify that. So if we can have a staff recommendation or options at least to look at.
So you're asking for a staff report?
I'm asking for that to be part of the information that's brought forward.
Seconded by Councillor Bonner. Any discussion? All those in favor? Councillor Hill.
Thank you. The point I was trying to get to earlier, everything that we've discussed will be part of that further conversation, right? We're not being asked to make a list of what we'd like you to share with us.
So Chair, just to get clarification, so there's the one motion that's been passed for environment based, terms of reference based on information from May 13th. Everything else will be brought forward in one format or another. And then the staff report is also a motion. So is that correct?
And we have
You want us to look for
forthcoming
opportunities?
reports around, tonight we have a process for economic development, and told we have a staff report coming forward around potential options for a task force around homelessness and related issues. So there's some things that are going to be coming at us, given some direction. Ms. Gary, right?
Yes, and then the other, the intersectional urbanism, it's being referred as well. Arts, culture, and heritage, we're looking at maybe finding an opportunity and a model of engagement, or whether it be committee, board, task force, where that would fit in. So that's still on the table, just to be determined or looked at further. The Grants Advisory Committee is still on the table, and staff will be bringing forward a report on grants and how they're dealt with. Homelessness and social issues, staff is bringing forward a proposal for terms of reference, economic development, the report going this evening, basically with an outcome with a roundtable developing after that process is through. So I think that covers everything that was on the list, and I didn't hear too much more, did I?
Well, we'll open it up, for 20 minutes, that on this topic. I think we made a lot of good decisions and directions. Councillor Armstrong.
What about Youth Advisory Committee? That was one that made lots of suggestions and actually was instrumental in getting extra hours for the bus up at VIU and some changes at the school. So I'm just wondering if that's something you are going to consider, or if there's an update.
I actually do have a draft report ready. I just didn't have it in time for today.
No problem. Thank you.
No,
it's good.
Yeah.
You get it. Thank you.
Any additional comments, questions? Mr. Rourke, did you?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I know it's a little fuzzy. We're going to take it back and try to package this in a way that we all understand what we think we've heard and a path forward.
clearly the strategic plan is coming back. We're going to use format, or at least more focused. Part of that is this conversation again. And then we've got, right now, we're at the staff level talking about a two-process discussion around engagement. One, which would be the procedure bylaw, which deals with delegation, question period, and all that type of thing. And then a broader session on the subject of engagement as it attaches to all this stuff. So there's that. So we just, we made some progress this morning on the subject of one committee, or the thought of that going out, that's going on hold. So I know it's a little, so maybe we need to provide a summary of this today, so we're all clear on our process moving forward. So I think we'll be okay. Like we're definitely moving forward. So I think, to me, we've got a bit more clarity on understanding why we're moving forward. The idea of having committees needs to be attached to something. So if we're a committee, and why is that, as Councillor has indicated, it's not the merit of the issue, it's how is that more important in some of these other things. So it's always the relative piece to this. So I think you've all contributed immensely to this. We're all learning as we go through this. So I think over the next 6 weeks or so, we should be closer.
Just a comment, I think it's fair that it is a little fuzzy because we didn't really deconstruct this thing. It will take some time to put it back together in a way that makes sense. Ms. Gerd.
I just would like to thank you all, because I do have a lot more, a better understanding of what you all want and where I think we're going. So I think summarizing this and getting some of the suggestions and direction from you today was really helpful, even if it doesn't look on paper like we got that you did a lot, you did something.
Thanks. So if there's no more conversation on the topic, we do only have 15 minutes left now before procedure motion to go in camera. But would it be inappropriate to take any question period that may have occurred on these particular two topics? We don't have to later.
If council has, you have a consensus from them to do so, yes, you could feel free. That would be appropriate. If the one member of public has anything they'd like to do.
No questions. Okay.
We do have the team here to start at least start the transportation piece for the next 15 minutes. Get there.
Or do they want to do this?
I think it's up to you, but we did, about half an hour ago, I asked them to come down in case you finished early, and of course that was the cursing problem because that didn't happen, but it's good. You had enough time to do what you needed to talk about, so it's just a matter of you want to take advantage and get going, and so that.
Yeah, keep going.
Anyone on council opposed to starting the transportation period? No. Let's take a moment to set up the PowerPoint. So, all right, let's continue after you.
Well, it's been a good day's work.
So good. Any questions or concerns since it's on fire?
I was going to push for a task force and figure out what this is all right.
Or committee on committees.
I don't understand.
Like I said, don't get hung up on Don't get hung up on this.
I know you did. I appreciate it, but don't.
Oh, thank you. It's still recording.
I think
I got one of my truck. Look at it, where are you going? Right.
I have a copy.
So does bedside table. Reads a chapter every day.
I'm going to see my son. What are we doing? Undertake squad improvements. Intersection safety.
Little. No, better than that, give me a heart attack. You told me that. Want to go?
You want to get going? Just, yeah, Mr. Chair, with the 10 minutes, just to get some of the homework done and the logistics of the session for this afternoon. It's a lot of stuff. Having gone through it at the senior management table a week or so ago, we felt it was too much, but at the same time, after you go through it, you understand that there's a lot of stuff to this subject, and maybe that's a good takeaway from this, is that there's a lot of things for you to be aware of as part of your decision making for the future. So this is going to be heavy on the presentations, but there's a lot of material here that you need to be aware of. And we're going to try to get through this as quickly as possible. And don't feel that you have to discuss every issue. We could dial into a whole bunch of stuff, but we have this parking lot, or we could say there's a few topics in here where we have to certainly come back. This is one of the more fundamental pieces of conversation that we've had, but it's been really focused on active transportation and public transportation. But the subject that we're mostly involved in is 85% of what we do is the other stuff already. So we have to contextualize everything that we're going to have conversations about from the strategic plan point of view. So the team has been working hard to present and consolidate information as much as possible, knowing that there's a tremendous amount of stuff here. They're going to try to get through the stuff that isn't of interest to council quickly, but focus on some of the more critical pieces. Bill's going to introduce the group and the process, and then we can break and then start right after lunch.
Thank you. Mr. Siddle.
Mr. Chair, members of council, I just wanted to just further to what Mr. Rudolph said, is that we do have a lot of stuff, but we've also been sort of aware of, the fire hose feeding that staff have been doing over the last several months, and not wanting to continue that too much, except where absolutely necessary. But there is a lot of information in your package, and we can sort of skip through some of the stuff fairly quickly, and then maybe stop for a few minutes and park, so to speak, on some of those more important items. We've sort of done our own interpretation of what we thought were the important things, and we put a little orange band on the slide. So the overall presentation is intended, as Mr. Rudolph said, to give you a good overview of what transportation does in the Nanaimo, or what we do as a transportation group, and some sort of key elements to hone in on. Mr. Rosen will kind of give an introduction to it. It's a broad topic. Just the asset management piece alone, we're almost $500 million in transportation assets that is managed from day to day. So that's one that we can sort of part from. I'd like to acknowledge also that Mr. Rose will be speaking, and Daniel Pierce from the RDN Transit is here as well. So he dovetails in. One of the key pieces in all of this is our partnerships. So the partnerships with the RDN in the transit, with RCMP in enforcement, and with ICBC do a great deal of work with the city in providing road safety audits and funding, as a matter of fact. So the intent is, Mr. Rosen will give just a brief overview, break for your examiner session, but we have shortly after one to get into more detail.
Thank you, Mr. Sims. Can everybody hear me okay? Good. I've put a copy of the Transportation Master Plan in everyone's spot there. If you don't have a copy and you want one, you can keep that. If you already have a copy, just want to refer to it during the session, just leave it and pick it up and put it back into our supply at the end of the session. So feel free to ask questions as we go. Like Bill said, the slides that we felt were important and we expect more discussion on those. Just an overview of the session. These are sort of generally the topics we're going to try and hit on today. So what provides the city the authority to have transportation infrastructure and provide service? There's the provincial maps that we refer to, as well as the city's traffic regulation bylaw. And those are some of the other ones that the engineers and the Transportation Association have. Again, this is the point. So So a little bit about demographics. I think we all know population in Nanaimo, 2016 census was a little over 90,000. Extrapolating that at our current growth rate, we think it's probably around 95,000. These are some demographic studies that were done as part of the Transportation Master Plan. Obviously projecting some growth to continue on. The interesting part about this is the majority of the growth is going to be occurring with the seniors, what I'm speaking. They have a different transportation need than other folks do. So that sort of plays into our long-term plan. The city has a hierarchical road classification system. So on one end of the spectrum, we have like provincial highways and arterial roads, and the other end of the spectrum are like local roads, which typically have a destination or an origin trip associated with them. In between there, we have collector roads and various classifications. One of the goals is to keep traffic, or keep as much traffic on the major roads. The purpose of those, they carry all kinds of large volumes of traffic, commercial traffic as well. Local traffic is really just those origin destination trips. We want to try and keep through traffic off those if we can. And you can see this is the map that shows the various hierarchies of roads. The city also has a series of truck routes. So commercial vehicles are required to use the commercial vehicle truck routes to and from their destinations, and they're only allowed to go off of that when the shortest route to their destination or origin. They can also get permits or apply for permits if they're overlaying overweight. They want to take an alternative route. And there's obviously good reasons for this. The actual roads that are truck routes that are they might be a little bit stronger, so they might have a stronger asphalt design or substructure or something like that. Maybe the bridges are a little bit stronger. And also the adjacent land uses are impacted by commercial vehicles as well. So it can be controversial having truck routes through residential services. So these are all designated. Transportation assets. We've obviously got lots of roads, sidewalks, we've got roundabouts, we've got bridges, the open process. It all adds up to about almost $500 million. So it's quite substantial. The important thing to note here is about 3/4 of that is in the asphalt. There's a lot of money we have invested just in that black stuff that we drive on. Obviously a lot of sidewalks and less so than the other bits and bobs. So Nanaimo went through an amalgamation in the mid-70s. The original Nanaimo was essentially a little more than a downtown. And these other areas, like the Urban Improvement District, the North Wellington Departure Main Improvement District, they were developed under different standards and different regime. So they were typically subdivided and developed under the authority of essentially the Department of Highways or Ministry of Transportation. So when they developed out, they didn't have sidewalks as a requirement. Still have street lights. So in a lot of cases, those areas of town, which to be honest make up a lot of Nanaimo, were developed with ditches and sidewalk and so on. So when those became part of the city, further development was to city standards. But we still have a lot of remnant areas that were developed out as residential and so on in pre-1975, and it results in inconsistencies. Another important piece here is the Parkway was a big change to the city when that came into operation in '96. So obviously Nanaimo is sort of long and sort of skinny, and we have a lot of sort of transportation needs sort of north and south. Now when the Parkway came into operation, it opened up 4 lanes of completely new capacity, and immediately it drew a lot of traffic from Bowen and the old highway over to the Parkway. So what we saw was like traffic counts on Bowen Road. And Bowen Road was quite congested at the time, pre-Parkway. A lot of that traffic migrated over to the Parkway. We saw a lot of capacity freed up on Bowen Road and a lot of the other sort of north-south corridors in the city. Over time, the capacity of the Parkway or the excess capacity has sort of shrunk. And we're sort of probably at the point where we see a lot of levels of service of some of the intersections has deteriorated somewhat. The point is, we've been on this Parkway holiday since '96. I didn't coin that. That was Roy Floyd, our transportation manager from years ago. He coined this term, the Parkway holiday. So we've been on this Parkway holiday where we've had all this excess capacity in the system because of the Parkway, but now we're sort of at saturation point. We're starting to see some pain in the other corridors like Bone Road and other north-south corridors as well. So although we've historically for the past 20 years been quite well off, we're going to start to see some congestion and pain to the system. Another important point here is development and system fragmentation. So as we talked about with these improvement districts and they were built to a new standard, when developers come in now with these larger parcels or range parcels, to be honest, they're required to bring their works and services on their street frontage up to current standard. But their neighbors aren't required to do that. And so what ends up happening is we end up with, a mixed sidewalk here and then what was originally is left there. So it leaves some challenges and it presents some opportunities at the same time. Sometimes the city will go in and try and connect these missing links if there's a reasonably short gap that has some substantial demand. But not in every case. It's sort of case by case mentality. There's a few examples of these around town we've all heard about. We get some complaints from time to time about this, and I'm sure you hear about it as well. It's really challenging to try and do something different because there's unintended consequences of pretty much anything to correct this.
Mr. Roseman, if I may, it is noon now, and you have an hour-long session and then pick up after lunch. If it's appropriate time to break.
I don't have a lot of slides left. I mean, a couple minutes if you guys want to wait.
Well, I think we're proud of the time. That next slide seemed to be moving in a different direction.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And we'll carry on to just after one. And council, give us a second. Evans, all those in favor? And you guys can eat. Anyone object? We took our 5-minute, 10-minute recess.
We go get our food.
Let's get our food.
Okay, perfect.
Could be some screaming in the noise.
Hey, how are you?
reconvene. Welcome back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll pick up where I left off. We've only got a couple slides left, so probably won't take me too long, but I'll hand you the So the next slide just sort of shows what we already know. Nine is sort of the center of all transportation activity. Then we've got floodplain, we've got train, we've got ferries, obviously the highlands. And I know when I was a kid, the logo of the Nanaimo was Subsidy, and then it changed in so it really is a logistics hub for so there's a lot of So there's a lot of different sort of agencies that play a role in terms of pulling all this transportation system. Up to the city, we have our roads and our sidewalks, and you know, we continue to maintain and operate that. There's also MOT that operates the 2 highways through town. They own those, they operate those, so we have complaints about certain intersections. They that. There's also the RDN Transit. They operate the transit service, and we have a presentation about that. There's RCMP, they do enforcement. There's School District 68 that generates a lot of trips in the city. There's ferries, there's rail, there's the float planes, the Port Harbor, and obviously private business and so on. One that's on the list though is ICBC. We partner with ICBC on an ongoing basis. Typically they contribute between $100,000 and $200,000 a year to projects from a safety perspective. And they also participate in road safety audits for our design. So when we have a project we've got a design, we'll run through their road safety audit system. And once the feedback makes some adjustments, usually safety-oriented adjustments. And I'll hand things over to Jim, and see you in a little bit.
Good afternoon, thanks for having us. So I think most of you know me. My name's Jamie Rose. Rosen. Confusion. I'm manager of transportation for the city. So the top 2/3 of this falls under my oversight. Planning and engineering for transportation. The bottom third is our operations, which is overseen by Dave Miles, who's back to the break. So we'll get to that. If you have questions, you can respond to those. So I've got 6 staff, which look after the planning and engineering side of things. So with our front end things with through planning, we're looking to the future to see how we should be moving. We look at how we want to encourage people to move. We then shift that down into the engineering, which is more of the day-to-day operations and how to manage the ongoing acute issues, which then rolls into the operations side of things where Dave's crew can manage our roads, our streetlights, our traffic signals, our sidewalks, our lighting. And they also are involved in developing asset assessments. So they do pavement condition assessments from those bridges, which then comes to the circle again back into our planning, where we then look at long-term and develop strategies for managing our assets, adjusting them, modifying them as we need to accommodate the changes or trends that have occurred. Continue on. They continue through this cycle, and it's very much like an asset diagram. Just continue to roll through, and over the years we can adapt as we need to get where we need to be. Quick overview of transportation planning. What we're trying to do is move people and goods from where they are to where they need to get to be. And so when we do that, we're looking at the types of trips that are involved, so whether it's commuting, whether it's recreation, whether it's movement of goods, whether it's emergency services. We need to find ways to manage how they get through the community. We want to provide a safe, convenient, and sustainable system. Historically, the approach has just been to build bigger roads, and we've come to the conclusion that that's not achievable. If we continue to build and build and build, we just end up with roads in the city. So, kids are of that age. If we were in cars, it might be okay, but we're not. So the problem or the approach we're taking now is to develop and plan for our growth. And so with that, we need to figure out how to move people efficiently, prioritize movement through our city, and to find ways to ensure that people who need to be on the road, whether it's for business or emergency services, have access to efficient roads. And look at ways to get people who are either recreational or have choices as to when they can commute, how they can commute, make choices that are more sustainable and provide them with the infrastructure to do that. So the Transportation Master Plan is a document that was prepared between 2012 and 2014. You've all got a copy. I think you're all very aware of the information that's in that. It took a comprehensive look at the city, how we move, what our needs are, how we want to look to the future, and how we want to navigate ourselves through that to help the city continue to grow and mature. A lot of people have commented about how well-crafted this document is. It spans everything from land use, parking management, to strategic connections to outside to elements outside of our community, whether it's Vancouver, Victoria, Jumper, the West Coast. And that supports the economy through business, through tourism, through recreation. So this is the document that we really go back to time and time and time again to see what should we be doing, why are we doing it, and what can we do to provide these services to everybody. So target one from the master plan. So the first thing that we did when the master plan was created was take a baseline and to determine how people in Nanaimo are moving. We figured out that through surveys and through conversations with people that there's about 250,000 trips happening per day. Which you can all appreciate that the majority of those are happening or were happening by vehicles. We had a little bit from transit, very little bit from cycling, and a bit more from walking. Through the Transportation Master Plan, we undertook some demographic projections to see who was going to be moving here, how they were going to be living, how we thought they were going to be moving, and how much they were going to be moving. And based on that, we're predicting about 100% growth by 2041. So one,
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you mid-sentence, though. At our current rate, are we going to meet our target?
I'll get back to that in 1 second.
Okay.
So hold that question. So when we were preparing the Transportation Master Plan, what it became was the growth management study. This is what we know is going to, or this is what we predict is going to happen. So we want to trend people away from personal vehicles and into active transportation. So we established the goal of doubling active transportation by 2041. So through expanding our infrastructure, improving the connectivity for different facilities, and supporting other agencies like transit and the school district to help people become more comfortable using our existing system. So this document was prepared in 2014. We're planning on doing an update in 2024, which is when we will have a better benchmark on how we are progressing this. So right now we don't have any ability to do a spot check on how much of a shift we're seeing right now.
Yes.
Follow up, based on the infrastructure we're building, are we on target?
I'm not sure.
Like if we're encouraging a shift to active transportation, that must be paralleled by an increase in active transportation infrastructure. So are we on target with what we're building to see these results?
So as part of the plan, we did have some short, medium, and long-term goals for expanding infrastructure. We're a little bit behind on our short-term goals. So I think we had some targets that were in the 5-year window, and we're not quite there. I think in the next 2 years we'll complete those targets. So for the actual expansion of infrastructure, we're a little bit behind, but right now we're
But I would say there's no direct correlation between building 3 bike lanes equals 0.8% increase in cycle traffic. That's one of the challenges it's hard to draw that direct correlation. You want to build it and they will come kind of thing, but there's other elements that Mr. Rose will talk about, which are education and that sort of thing. So just,
I will also touch later on some work that we're planning on doing next year, which will give us a better assessment of this.
Councillor Bonner, Councillor Armstrong, back to Councillor Hammonds.
Thank you, Chair, through you to our delegation, Mr. Rose. If council were to decide to take that 24% and make it 40% by 2032, I'm just throwing it out there.
Into one of the cannabis shops. Everybody's going to be a senior.
Yeah. And would we be able to meet that? Because this is a fairly low level of active transportation by, I'll be long dead by that time. I'm wondering if we were to make this number more aggressive, can we, what would we have to do to meet those targets?
Get rid of our seniors.
So just to give you a bit of a
Just a reminder to council, we are on live feed.
To give you guys a bit of a yardstick, Vancouver just finished doing their 2017 survey update, and they're sitting at about 46% active mode shift or mode share.
Wow.
So, and they have taken incredibly aggressive steps. So, I would say kind of keep that in mind if that's a thought. Like we can definitely turn up the heat and see if we can move things further and faster. But that just to give you a benchmark of where others are moving.
Thanks. Councillor Armstrong?
So I was looking at our population, the increase, and it's mostly between 50 to 84, and those are traditionally people that don't get out of their cars, especially seniors. It's the hardest thing to get a senior out of their car. So is there a plan to address that? Because, well, the studies will prove that, right? That seniors want their cars because it's their last form of independence. They don't want to be reliant on anybody. They don't want to be reliant on a bus. They're not safe. They don't feel safe on a bus. So there's all those issues that, you know, are we addressing those issues to try and move that age group? Because that is your biggest demographic. And those are the ones that can usually afford cars.
So with
So that's just my question.
I would say that probably speaks to the land use objectives in the plan, which are in line with the OCP. So when we look at focusing our land use and our mobility hubs, our urban nodes, what we're doing is providing residential, commercial, and potentially employment opportunities, which will allow people to be in much closer proximity to where they live and where they're going. So, you know, to get to a point where it's going to take me 5 minutes to drive my car, or it's going to take me 5 minutes to walk. You know, we get to that saw-off point where people will have basically a more appealing choice to it. And so, if we can encourage land use and development of that nature, and provide really strong pedestrian connections within those hubs, then people who typically are drivers, we're going to give them opportunities where walking is actually a much more appealing option.
Councillor Hammonds, another question, and then Worship, I believe, had a question as well.
Thank you. In response to Mr. Sims, my understanding of the research is that cycling infrastructure works the same as road infrastructure. So if you build it, just like the first graphic, people will use it, and you'll automatically see an increase. So that was the basis of the question.
Yep, and I think you're exactly right. It's saying something a little bit differently. Your Worship?
In fairness, I mean, you said Vancouver's 46%. I mean, Vancouver costs you $40 or $50 a day to park your car. So there's a kind of significant incentive to get out of your vehicle. And I guess I'd be interested at some point, not today, but what's a realistic target for a city of our size, and where do other cities fit in this? Because we're not, no offense, we're not going to get to Vancouver We don't, well, we could up the parking rates downtown, but then of course we'll destroy our densification at the same time.
It's in the next slide.
Parking rates now.
Okay, Mr. Sims?
Just briefly on this, this is kind of some of the signaling we'd like to get back from council as well. So this is, as Mr. Rose has presented, we've got sort of, that's the current target and the five-year-old transportation master plan. And if there's that desire on the part of council to accelerate that target, then that's certainly the information that we'd like.
So, just having a quick look back, pre-transportation master plan, this is information from some census data, giving us some indication of our load splits. As you can see, over 20 years, we really haven't had a lot of difference. So, I would say that the 2016 information probably is not going to reflect any of the infrastructure changes that we've made since 2014 or since the adoption of the transportation master plan. So, but it gives you a bit of insight as to what the trends have been the last 2 years. And I think this might sort of speak to what you was speaking to. So, we look at this and sort of see where we sit in relation to other communities. I think that it's fair to say Victoria and Vancouver are well out in front of us. I think that it's really I think it's quite important to remember that communities like Vancouver and Victoria were more or less built out prior to personal vehicles becoming mainstream. They were built out when interurban walking, biking were still the dominant form of transportation. So you look down the list to somewhere, say like Bellingham, or my predecessor, really saw that as a strong parallel for Nanaimo. It's about the same population. It's a harbor city. It sort of grew and developed in a similar time frame. So they're a little bit further ahead than we are, but we're not too far apart. So it's really important when we do benchmark ourselves that we look at people or look at other communities that are in the same situation. So there's two takeaways that I really want to emphasize on this slide. So this is the 2006 census, and this is the commuting data. Obviously, the highest value is right in the downtown core. And there's two things that are important. One thing that's important about that, and that is that's where the majority of people are working. So you see the concentric rings coming out from that. The further are people from where they work, the less likely they are to get in their cars. The other interesting thing that I see with this is that there's areas up in here and through here that do have strong pedestrian facilities, but it doesn't change how people travel to and from work. So I guess the third point is, I would say, proximity to our primary transportation corridor or transit system shows some higher values as well. So as you get further from downtown, people that are close to transit will choose that option if it's available. So transportation master plan move towards more sustainable and inclusive modes of transportation, doubling our active transportation and aligning itself with our OC3 plan as well. This was another goal set of priorities brought out from the transportation master plan, and it aligns with many other plans: pedestrians, bikes, active transportation first, aligning all of that with land use. We do approach all of our projects from the perspective of promoting walking, cycling, and transit whenever and wherever possible. That said, when we've gone to open houses over the last, when I've personally gone to open houses over the last 2 years, there's this very sort of conflicted approach that people provide us feedback to, and that is, we like the idea, we want to go that way, but we're not there yet, so we're not prepared to give up our car. So we are still being requested to do things to address vehicle delays and that. So we aren't in a position where it's, you know, obviously Vancouver doesn't dismiss the personal vehicle, but they definitely, it's an afterthought at this point. They're moving towards mass transit and biking and walking. So we do still get feedback that we need to do both. We can't just do walking, biking.
Ms. Garrett?
Thank you, Chair. So I just have actually received some feedback from the public watching on the video. And Mr. Rose, you're really hard to hear. So could you either maybe use our new headset or speak right into the microphone? Thank you. And sorry to be a nag about this issue.
Thank you, but no, it's,
No neg,
it's never all trying to do that.
Yeah, I think you have to speak right into it.
Rock star it.
Do it.
Always your bed.
Yeah.
Why don't you just adjust the,
This room's not set up for audience.
Any better? Yeah. Yeah. Is that working better? Mic check?
Sounds better, yeah.
So, as I was saying, so we are getting feedback that people want to see both, but we can't sort of leave the car behind because at this point it still is our dominant form of mobility. And, you know, as Paul was mentioning earlier, 2/3 or 3/4 of our asset is the road. Those are where our investments have been. So speaking to the land use, here's a diagram with our mobility and urban nodes, 7 of them, for where we're looking to focus our development and focus our strong pedestrian networking. If you refer to your handouts, your transportation master plan, so this is the map at the back of the book that has identified numerous major road improvements. And so you'll see that there's pentagons associated with each one. Each of those pentagons represents a contributing element for each of the projects. Some of them are connectivity, some of them are safety, some congestion, some promoting active transportation. And some of them, most of them towards the south end, are related to development. So most of that networking in orange is actually part of the Sandstone Master Plan. This is another map from the master plan. This is our long-term cycling network. So this is a very strong north-south connection, almost akin to a bike highway or a bike spine, with the cross connections from our collector roads or collector facilities to get people to it so they can move up and down through our community. Because, as Paul mentioned before, we have a very lineal community, and we're trying to network everybody between our different hubs. So this is our second target from our transportation master plan. So providing people with land use where they can live, work, and play enables them to make fewer trips or at least make shorter trips. So there's a few benefits to this. One, we're getting people off the road, out of their personal vehicles and off the road, which frees up space for commercial and emergency services and operations and agencies that have to be on the road. It also reduces GHG production. So the fewer trips, the less emissions that are produced, and just continues to support the growth and expansion of a sustainable transportation network. Complete streets. I think we've probably all talked about this a lot. This is a couple of examples that we've already built. This is a very traditional street, Uplands Drive, Lindley Valley Drive. This is a new street, and so we are going through a process of creating a complete street standard to adopt into our new bylaw, which I'll talk a little bit about later. But what we've got here is an example of the features that we want to include in a complete street. We've got the pedestrian realm, we've got softscaping to separate people from the road, we've included cycling, we've got shorter crossing distances at the intersection to encourage people to move about. And just generally give people each mode of transportation sort of its share of the road. So if there's any big questions about the complete street idea, I'm happy to answer them now if there's want to talk about the project, we can do that later.
The complete streets idea that you have always has the bike lane next to the car lane, the moving car lane. And one of the slides earlier, I think it was Northfield, where they just built Eden Gardens there. And you have this bike lane starts and then it ends at the other end of the property. But the way it's designed up and the way they're putting the parking, we'll never be able to get the bike lane next to the sidewalk and have parked cars in between the moving cars. So is there any plans of doing that? Because throughout the report that I've seen, it's always bike lane, active car lane. And I'd like to move away from that somehow.
So that's something that we're evolving into. So I think you're probably kind of touching on the cross-section that we have around the hospital where we've got the bikes separated or protected.
No, this is actually on Northfield, and which I think one of those pictures was of. And there's no way that you're ever going to get the bike lane next to the sidewalk because of the way that is designed, and it can't meet up with the rest of the road. So the bike lane will always be on Northfield against the Northfield traffic, of which they go down there pretty darn fast.
So for the section on Northfield, I'm going to say it's 100 meters long.
Yeah, that's it.
So what we've done is we've protected the space there. So whether we have the cars against the sidewalk and then the bikes between parked cars and travel, we could, as that corridor continues to build out, flip things over.
Okay.
So we could swap it over and just eradicate the lines and move things over. So as long as we've got the physical space, we can always reassign it. So, or even come up with another variation, whether it's bidirectional on one side or, whatever creative evolution we go down. So.
Councillor Gasser.
I've got a question on bike lanes and e-bikes. I don't know if this is appropriate. Are you going to be speaking about bike lanes further down this? Or should I ask now?
Sure. This is probably as good as time as any.
I'm just curious on streets that don't have really any bike lanes and there's just a sidewalk. How much room do you have to add a painted bike lane to it, or are there some roads, like say on Bowen or wherever, where you're constrained? There's just no more room to be able to put in a bike lane by painting it, and there's just not enough room to reduce the car lane to that.
So the standards are ever evolving. 10, 15 years ago, when Victoria did the majority of their bike lanes, you could put in a 1.2 meter bike lane against a 3.1, 3.2, 3.3 meter travel lane. And so they were able to shoehorn in everything. It's very tight. And if vehicle speeds are low, it's probably okay for sort of upper echelon riders. The majority of our streets have been built with an area for vehicle or for travel that's only 4.3 meters wide. And so the standards are coming up, assigning more space to bike lanes and recommending that bike facilities be wider and wider. Within the last 8 to 10 years, we've typically used 1.5 meters for bike lanes. The trend now is to, if you're going to use a 1.5 meter bike lane, to increase it by providing a buffer, similar to what we did on Boundary. So, getting back to Bowen's pretty constrained, and it's pretty high volume. It's not really the best, or it's not really the most appealing corridor for people to ride on there. So I will touch on this later on, and that is the off Bowen bikeway. So that's basically a connection from the country club area down through Boxwood through Buttertons.
Brilliant. And just adding on that, I'm sure that just with the evolution of e-bikes and just the speeds involved with e-bikes, and I've just purchased one and it's definitely made commuting by bike way more realistic in terms of making meetings and being able to do that. Just the considerations of these higher speeds and how that's going to be sharing the road, and that is that being taken into consideration in street designs coming down?
Yeah, so that's going to be all part of our thought process. We look to the evolution of all of these pieces of infrastructure. We've also been working a lot with the RCMP on how to work with this new technology. There are regulations in place to govern how fast e-bikes should be going. Obviously, that's like most things. People start to tinker and you end up with a hot rod. I mean, I've seen e-bikes, motorcycles that can top out well over 75 kilometers an hour.
Sweet.
Which if you're on the road speeding, because the speed limit's 50 kilometers an hour and you need to apply, the rules of the road apply. On the E&N trail, it's now becoming something that we need to have a conversation about. Do we need speed limits?
Excellent.
In all likelihood, we do.
That's good that those considerations. Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong.
The question I've always had is why were heavy bikes moved with traffic instead of against? Because it's far safer for them to be coming towards me, because I see them, you can make eye contact. And I think actually there were studies done in Europe where it says that, I think it was Europe, I can't remember where I was reading about it, it actually makes more sense. Just like you tell people to walk against traffic, when your cyclists are coming against you, I'm far more aware of them, and I'm paying more attention than if I'm going around them. I see them when I'm going around them, so I'm going to go around. Whereas when they're coming at you, you pay attention, and you actually give them more space because it's psychological that they're coming towards you.
I would say that historically it's because they've always been treated as a vehicle. They've always been integrated into the vehicle realm. So to have a vehicle going the wrong way down the road would create all sorts of regulatory.
But we treat them as a vehicle in the sense that they don't have to be insured or situations. That's why I just think it's something we should be looking at. I think it would be a lot safer.
There's a slide coming up that'll talk to some of the complexities around switching modes and so on.
So, continuing on with the master plan, talking about expanding our pedestrian realm. Expanding the connectivity is important, but it's just as important to provide quality infrastructure. Owen Road, we have sidewalks continuous on one side from the waterfront to Highway 19A, car dealerships. It's a sidewalk right beside the road, and it's a major road, and it's probably not the most comfortable place. So when we're building sidewalks, we need to create an environment that is comfortable for people, whether we add some landscaping or provide another separation that can give people walking with their kids or their dog or whatever a lot more comfort. It's more likely that they're going to get out and use it. Cycling, a lot of the feedback we get on this is the lack of connectivity. We have bits and pieces, through the years we've built out some fantastic infrastructure with the E&N and with the Parkway. We've got some cross connections between them, but there's a lot of feedback we get is that they are in pieces, and we need to have either wayfinding or complete the puzzle by having all these links that interconnect them.
Councillor Armstrong.
Another one on that, maintenance, because we quite often hear that, the main trail is pretty well maintained, but we hear a lot of complaints about the Parkway Trail.
Okay.
Do we build the maintenance into our plans now? What it's going to cost? Apparently the trees are coming up through the roots are coming up through the Parkway Trail. It's dangerous. I know 2 accidents where people leave the hospital because they hit the roots and hit their heads.
So as we're looking forward to continue to expand our cycling infrastructure, we are looking at what we need to do to keep up with the maintenance of it and to address things like sweeping and things of that nature.
I think that's really important because if we build something we don't maintain, it's not going to be used. Thanks.
So I touched on this earlier. This was our short-term cycling map for the city. This is a 5-year plan, which I think we've probably completed about 2/3 of. We've got a couple of gaps that we still need to fill in, which we're going to be doing over the next, I would say, 2 years. To give you an idea of how a cycling project actually comes together, we've got this graphic here, and so we identify a corridor either through the short-term map there or through other means. But when it actually comes time to building it, we're always looking for ways to economize basically on getting the best infrastructure we can. So this was a project that we've been working on over the last few years, and you can see 2014, 15, 16, or 17, 19, piece by piece we've brought this together. This is the Harewood Bikeway. So this is Pine and Bruce from Comox to 8th. And so we're just getting ready to build the last section from Fitzwilliam to 4th. And then we will have this project completed all the way down to 8th. So it's taken us a few years, but because we've aligned it with utility projects and repaving, we've been able to do it as efficiently as possible. And so the last piece of the Transportation Master Plan is transit. You can look at the majority of major cities, the backbone is their mass transit system. Here, where we work together, I can say every day, but we are constantly working with the RDN to figure out ways to expand our service, to get people to and from the transit stops as comfortably and as quickly and as efficiently as possible. And so we've talked about the frequent transit and the rapid bus line here. But at this point, I'm going to hand the mic over to Mr. Pierce to take up his presentation.
Thank you very much, Mayor, Council, and Mr. Chair. So I'll speak quite loud, so I'm going to turn the mic away just so it doesn't echo. Transit itself. So I'm with the Regional District of Vertical Transit. Most of the room knows me, but I'm the Director of Transportation and Emergency Services with the Regional District. I'm going to walk you through specifically some items within RDN Transit that focus on the city itself. One of them are our exchanges. We have 3 exchanges within the city of Vernon. Express bus route infrastructure upgrades, which is actually building off of what the Master Transportation Plan has highlighted. So that's a correlation between how we work together in RDN Transit and the city, making sure that our transit plans blend into the transportation plan and those linkages are intertwined. Our service expansions and how we work with departments and just go through your budgeting. And then as well as transit infrastructure upgrades and really trying to focus on as we're enhancing road networks. Really touching on what Jamie was mentioning and what Paul was mentioning, but really focusing on not making the automobile necessarily the number one priority. Now actually introducing technology and items that transit can be actually brought to the forefront, which accelerates and helps pedestrian networks and cycling networks as well. So right off, these are the exchanges. So we have the downtown exchange, the Country Club exchange, and the North exchange. Right now we are at capacity at all 3 exchanges. Ultimately, we don't really have a permanent solution for all 3 exchanges. Downtown Nanaimo, we're at a temporary location right now off of Front Street. So that's something that we're just wanting to do to with some construction issues. So it's very temporary in nature right now, but we are hearing very positive things from the public on the location of where it's at. So that's something that we're hearing from the transit system. The other variable with downtown itself is that we're always trying to look at how that pedestrian network occurs within the transit system. And within the transportation exchange hub, we want to make sure that we're integrating in taxis, other services, maybe it's a Fino bus. And in the location downtown, we can actually roll in safe, effective, and efficient ways of making it. Right off the bat, when we move downtown, we knew that we were going to save approximately 1,900 hours per year, which is a fairly substantial rate for this year. Going forward, if we stay in the downtown area, we're going to save approximately about 5,000 hours, which is approximately a full expansion that we've traditionally seen in a regional district. Country Club, we're on the backside of Country Club Mall. There's not a lot of short-term solutions for that. So we're looking at trying just to do some simplified, trying to keep exchanges tighter together so there's less distance from pedestrians to walk to and from buses, especially if you're catching one bus that's at the end of the lineup and you're trying to catch the next bus at the beginning and you know that the timings are very tight. That can create a lot of stress and anxiety. And the last one up there is North Nanaimo. We currently are on Woodgrove or Ivan Cambridge's property. That's the parent company to Woodgrove. We are discussing with them some solutions about how can we advance that or look at other areas in the north end. So that's a project that we are kind of looking at how do we enhance the service to the north end and making sure we still create those linkages and create those pedestrian linkages to the north end. So the rapid bus route, this is ultimately using Highway 19A and highlighted in the Master Transportation Plan is a really focal point for that the length lengthwise of the way that our service operates in Nanaimo and the rest of the coastline of the regional district. This is actually a partnership between the regional district and the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure. So we're working on with them currently right now to be completed this summer for 2 bus pull-ups off of Highway 19 for Rutherford and Lone Star Road. What we've been trying to do with both the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure as well as with the city is try to correlate as development occurs, trying to enhance and add services for transit. So we're doing it in a cost-effective way, but we're also prepping for the future of that when it's going to be developed. Right now, on the planning side of RDN Transit, we're working on a South Nanaimo local area plan, which is going to be going to the RDN board in September 2019. This is a study of the routes local in Nanaimo 5, 6, 7, 30, and 40. And now the 7 operates both Cinnabarton and Cedar, so it goes into the area 8 of the regional district as well. Further expanded from that, we're going to be looking at the north area plan. So these are building off our long-range plans that we're trying to drill down and get into more focalized plans based off what the city of Nanaimo is doing, what the current called 5-year plans are doing, as well as what we hear and that is the way the community expands and what we hear from the public. One of the things that we've definitely heard quite loud from the communities north of the Nanaimo is that the number 91 intercity coming into Nanaimo. We know a lot of residents from the Parksville area travel down into Nanaimo for work. We've heard that the number 91 is crowded, and we definitely see that on a daily basis. So that's something with regional connections, which is an interesting aspect of how that employment works. BC Transit currently works on a 3-year budget process, so that's with the province where they basically get somewhat of a marker for where the community wants to go with expansions. So traditionally, over a number of years, we've gone with $5,000 annual allotments of transit expansions. For basic terms, that's about 2 buses on the road, as well as 2 staff. But as we go forward, we're trying to continuously add transit. It's a little bit as you build, they will come mentality, but it's also knowing that any strong downtown core, any strong community has strong transit.
Councillor Emmons.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Pierce. Typically, when we add 5,000 hours, are we looking to increase travel on an already identified route, or are we creating new routes? Like, are we expanding the network or pumping up what we've already got?
Yeah, through the chair. It's a little bit of both. Traditionally, what we've been focusing on is about 70% coverage, or 30% coverage, 70% ridership. With ridership, it's focused on very much the set routes, for example, that we use on home roads. So we're really focusing on trying to maintain and build those corridors. 30% is coverage that would be considered new routes. Right now, we know we don't have service on no service in there, Fox City, and we hear those from the public. It's not quite as loud as some other areas. Like we know we're currently recording service. Even on Bay, we get more requests for additional service on Bay than we do in some of the other areas that we don't. But we do have in our plans new development to provide the coverage as well.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, Mr. Pierce. As we're looking, I think, today, according to a motion maybe coming forward, adding on, possibly suggesting adding on a lot more hours. Now, just because you provide the buses doesn't necessarily mean people are taking them. So what sort of, do you have any recommendations that we could do here to encourage people to not take their car and take their buses, i.e. make buses more easy and make cars a little bit harder?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. There's kind of a two-stage approach. So expanding service, you have to have reliable, safe, frequent service to get people out of their vehicles. On top of that as well, you need strong pedestrian networks and cycling networks, because we know that every transit trip starts with pedestrian, ultimately one way. I'm going to touch on some other technologies that can add to make it so ultimately transit isn't always behind in traffic. So you want to make transit, you want to put in the frequency, you want to make it clean and safe, all these variables. But now you actually have to make it so if you're driving behind a bus, you're not always stuck behind it, the bus is actually getting ahead of you. And some of those technologies, if you don't mind, I'll just plug right into this slide. This is actually looking at some of those technologies, kind of touching on one of those points of how you add to them. So within the service itself, you can add things like signal priority, which is actually where the bus is coming up, you get it green, so the bus gets ahead. So there's no point in a vehicle racing ahead of the bus because you're always going to get to a red light to some degree. On the right-hand side of the screen, the bus is getting ahead on an early green signal, a huge jumper lane. So these are some things that as road networks get upgraded, we're talking about adding in cycling networks, adding in pedestrian networks. We can actually add in types of technologies or types of infrastructure enhancements for buses. The queue jumper lane is a simple way that no matter where you are in traffic, the bus is always going to beat you. And ultimately makes transit that much more
Maybe not sure.
I'm sitting here.
much more accessible. And the last thing is, they're touching on accommodations for people walking and biking because we do part of our system. We hear about the system, so we hear about when the trip starts in the bus and ends in the bus. But we actually get about 50% of our feedback to our system is about the infrastructure on the other side. So it's whether it's waiting at a shelter or walking to the bus stop or feeling like whether it's off the bus stop, it's not in a safe area because there's too large of a ditch. And I think we touched on some of the development over there, what our but those are the challenges of how do we integrate and how do we do these things in the most efficient, safe way possible. On the flip side, on the capital side, to kind of go back to the question of you do large expansions, how do you actually make sure people don't let it try to encourage ridership? The other piece to it is utilizing technologies. So one of the things that we've gone for is look for fully accessible residential gas buses. There is a new manufacturer that is bringing in some small residential gas bus, so that's going to be an option for their transit. So again, in the future, already for. So there's all these little different things. And then as well, what does it cost? Victoria recently has been in the news is looking at fare structures. I think the RDN, we did a fare review in 2017, but that's something as well as looking at how do you correlate those fares with the service being provided. And right now we have a fairly simplified fare structure. We made it so it was rather than having 15 different ways of paying for trains, we're trying to simplify. One of the projects that we are working on in 2019 is a fare box technology. So making it so you can either pay from open or closed source, so paying from your watch, paying from your smartphone, paying from your credit card, bank card. So making it that much more easy. It's not, oh, do I have $2.50 or have I got to put in on-monthly pass or a ticket? So breaking down those barriers and making sure you're making it as easy and accessible at all times. So it's kind of a correlation of approach, but you try to do it through all these different means. And it is proven around the world. That's how transit and all pedestrian trips have been increased.
Mr. Cruz, if you could actually turn the mic back towards you, it's not so much for folks in this room, but it is for the live audio and video feed. And Councillor Hemmons, you have a question?
Thank you. At its current service level, how many more riders could the system accommodate?
So right now on a 40-foot conventional bus, it takes approximately 70 people per bus. Our ridership right now is about 3.3 million rides per year. So if you take the number of rides and the amount of buses and seats, we know that at peak times we have, for example, on the number 40 bus, the buses are full. Yeah. We are, even with the latest expansion, we are at capacity at most of those trips during the morning and afternoon. If you take other trips, for example, on the number 5 and 6, in the midday, those travel patterns change dramatically, so there's room on that midday. Traditionally in transit, as you expand, you'd expand on those peak times, so in the morning, early mornings, and the PMs, when people are coming home from school, work, those types of trips. And the midday, you bring down the service, so you actually reduce your service. At a certain point, you start bringing up that midday service, as well as on weekends, on statutory holidays and things, where it creates, ultimately, it allows more rides. So it's a bit of a blend. It's not a direct answer, direct correlation to it, but traditionally it is you get your peak ridership in the AM and PM. Middays are lower, and then as time grows and as that mode share changes, the midday will slowly come up. So you create more openings.
Councillor Marmon?
Thank you. Is there any consideration, I understand that on the statutory holidays you were just talking about and/or Sundays where people still work, et cetera, but bus is limited on those days? Or is there any buses on a stat day?
Through the chair, yes. So RDN Transit operates service except for 3 days per year, which are Christmas Day, December 25th, January 1st, New Year's Day, and then as well as Good Friday, which is the one that most recently. Mm-hmm. So one of the items that we have looked at going over into the expansions for the future years is looking at how do you provide service 365 days a year as well as the question at what level. Is it Sunday level service, or is it something that I think the board will consider into the future? Do you just have weekend service? So Saturday, Sunday are the same, and how do you provide that service, equitably across the area?
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bonner and then Councillor Gilmore.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Ms. Pierce again. I know that we put another 5,000 hours on number 40, and that's bus I take on a regular basis. I was on it last week, and I'm noticing that the buses are starting to bunch up. And to the point where I don't mind a bus driving by me that's full, and I have a problem that happened to be on Friday. But when I got the next bus, which literally came 2 minutes later, which was nice, but by the time I got to my stop at Uplands and Hyman Bay, where I was getting off, there were 3 number 40s bumper to bumper. And I'm wondering, is there any, I can see this bus getting through the intersection first might have a way of happening that, but it looks like by the way things are happening, they keep tending to bunch up, as I even saw this morning. On the bus coming down, I could see a 40 in front of me and a 40 behind me.
When you have a frequency increase, anywhere between, right now we're operating number 40 between 7 and 15 minutes, especially in those peak times, you can definitely have bunching when that first bus is picking up everybody along the road network, and then the second bus is coming up behind and doesn't have the same level of pickup. But especially we know at key stops, at key locations, you're going to have a very high level of volume pickup. Not necessarily drop off, but just pick up. So ultimately, that's where the operations teams will actually look at how do you actually have those buses possibly even leapfrog each other. So to try to correlate that bunching effect that takes place. So as a user, you know that a bus, if our Next Ride system is going to tell you the next bus is in 3 minutes, well, there will be a bus in 3 minutes, but it might not be behind the scenes bus 1081 that was originally there. It might be bus 1061. So that's one way we counteract that. But when bunching does occur, we definitely, now that we have live data coming into our system, we take that information, and that's something we use for planning exercises to make sure that how do we fix that in the long run? Do they need to be spaced differently for future years? And where are those the high level volume of both pedestrians and passengers getting on and off? So we can try to balance that timing out.
Councillor Gilmore.
Mr. Pierce, I'm just curious, where, in your opinion, do you feel that the bottlenecks are in terms of increasing transit use?
Through the chair, that without. So we know that there's currently major challenges on the number 40 route. We are experiencing a high level of ridership, which is a great thing. But with that, there comes major challenges as well. Ultimately, the bottlenecks do occur where the rest of the transportation system happens as well. So we know that at major intersections where it's taking us a long time, 2 or 3 bus or light changes to get through, that creates ultimately a bottleneck and a backlog on our system, which can create a challenge. For ridership itself, we're definitely seeing where development occurs. So a lot of people are working and living along the Bowen Road corridor, thus our ridership is higher. So that direct correlation of where people work and where they play and where they live definitely correlates to transit use. And I think that was shown a little bit in the density or the coverage map of travel choices that Mr. Rose presented.
So the question, if we want to increase transit use, where are what are the things that need to move so that we can increase transit use? Do we need more buses going? Do we need more education to people? Do we need to change our development patterns? I mean, all those things need to happen, but I'm just curious, if there is the priority area of if you guys did this right now, you're gonna see that this is the best bang for your buck to increase transit use of this state of the system.
Through the chair, I'll speak just for transit itself. So increasing frequency on transit is of course probably the most natural way that you can enhance the service. So it's a matter of frequency. I think land use as well is a major piece to that, and how that correlates to where service is being provided. So making sure that as transit it grows and expands, we're expanding into the areas that development is occurring and where businesses are being built and those different activities. So it's kind of a two-phase approach. I think you have to build it and keep the service being provided strong, as well as making sure that land use is being tied and connected to transit.
So just building on that, inevitably, initially, you're going to have to put a bit of capital investment. Here's a service, here's the reliability of it, and then people will start using it. It's very difficult to build the other way. Wait, if there's a big backlog of people and then throw, bus routes on that.
Through the chair, within transportation itself and within transit, it's very much, I'm a big believer in being proactive at things rather than reactive. I think a lot of the time municipalities, local governments get challenged with being reactive on services, especially in the transportation network. For transit itself, and this is something I've been an advocate for the last decade, very much so in the regional district, is trying to advocate for being proactive at getting service on the road, making the buses cleaner, making them safer, getting to new areas. And we've slowly seen those expansions occur, and our ridership has increased with that. That said, we still get on a daily basis that citizens want more ridership, more buses for increased service. They still want buses into new areas that are being developed. So, we're still trying to make sure that we are providing that service the best way possible.
Can I ask one more follow-up question? So just, would Nanaimo be able to fill up and make best use of 20,000 extra transit hours?
Through the chair, yes. Any service expansion, for example, 5,000 hours in January on the number 40. I don't like to use the word gobbled, but it got gobbled up. It went on the road and was used instantly. It was a matter of like flipping a light switch. It got absorbed. That was 5,000 hours, so 2 buses. Taking that allotment and expanding it out, I think not only just on one line, but I think you could definitely make major enhancements to the network, whether it's in the city of Nanaimo or regional district.
Excellent, thank you.
Councilor Armstrong.
You talked about how buses stack up at night sometimes. I know traveling through the States as much as we do, there's now a movement where there are the red lights, for the left turn, they're now going permanent yellow. They'll go, like they'll have their advanced green, then they'll go yellow, so you can turn. And then they'll go red when the other traffic goes. Is there any movement here, I don't know if that's for you or to look at doing that? It reduces idling time, it makes traffic flow a lot faster, because I don't know how many times at 8 o'clock at night I'm driving by and you see somebody sitting waiting for the red turn on north to go into Northfield from the Allen Highway. Whereas like, I know in Minnesota they do it, that light would be a yellow, so that you could still go. You have to stop, but if there's nobody coming, you can go. And then there's more and more states moving towards that. So I guess that's probably to you, Jane.
Through the chair, there's some different legislation in the states with respect to traffic signals, and so we don't necessarily have the exact same rules to play by. For example, in the States, they can use a flashing yellow ball for a left turn phase, whereas we can't. It hasn't been adopted under our guiding documents. So I'd have to dig more into the question regarding use of it, but I'm not familiar with that.
It's just really reduced traffic. Like, it's reduced the amount of time you're sitting on a little light, because a lot of times there's not a soul coming your direction. And you can turn because it's a yellow. And they haven't seen an increase in accidents. So I just think something that the county should be looking at, especially if we're talking about carbon emission, right? The buses moving. I don't know how many times I sit waiting at a red light, there's not a soul coming to turn left. But thank you.
You're forgiven.
So it goes back to I'll pass off the mic. Thank you very much.
I just open if there's any transit-related questions. Now would be the ideal time to ask them. Any lingering ones? All right, thank you, Mr. Pierce.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Pierce. So this slide here, I think I've shown this to you guys before. So this is really getting into our day-to-day transportation question and answer from the public. People call in, identify concerns for us. Far and away, one of the biggest concerns over the last 24 months, parking. It is our front runner footfalls, and kind of trickling down through speeding, pedestrian safety. You can also see over the last 5 years, we've had a consistent increase in calls from the public regarding transportation. Pretty big jump in 2016 to 2017. This is stuff that my staff are just constantly receiving, consuming, reviewing, processing. Kind of flagged one on there, and I'm curious if anybody can answer the question what the calls were for on Protection Island. Anybody want to take a stab at that one?
Illegally parked vehicle.
Parking, no.
It's
Was it?
parking.
Yes, it was.
Parking and potholes. So,
We'll just walk around it.
yep, you could, but that's where we get calls for parking regulations at the roundabout at the top of the ferry, and we get calls for golf cart parking. We get calls for potholes on the roads. So these are things that our operations staff and our engineering staff have to receive and process, and I'm not going to say daily basis, but we do receive them. So the chart toppers: parking, speeding, pedestrian and cyclist safety, delays, and good movements. So heavy vehicles not abiding by the truck routes. So not so much in the winter, but in the summer when construction season is booming, we get a lot of calls from different people concerned about dump trucks running up and down their road. Well, there's building going on, so we do have staff to go out and educate them on where they should and shouldn't be. Sometimes it takes a little more forceful education, maybe some sort of a coupon to remind them where they should be. But we do get them back onto the roads where they are supposed to be.
Thank you. Through you to our presentation. Pedestrian or cycling safety, are you getting calls because people are complaining there's too many bikes on the road, or are you getting calls for people wanting to put bikes on the road?
Bit of both. So we get calls from people saying, I want to ride my bike from here to there, there's no bike route, and I would feel a lot comfortable on a bike route. Or they call and say, I'm trying to cross this intersection and there's no facility for me to cross the street. So one of the things to answer that question, one of the things we started doing with our traffic signals is actually putting in a dedicated button for cyclists. So if you pull up in your bike lane, the button will be right there for you to reach out and touch. One of the other things that we're starting to explore is the use of video camera detection in our traffic signals. So the technology's actually gotten to a point where it can differentiate between a car, a bike, a person. And so you don't actually have to reach out and touch the button. The camera can assess it and go, no, that's a cyclist and they are waiting there. They're the only one waiting there. And it will trigger the signal to come up and provide service to them.
Just to follow up, are you referring to our smart street lights, or these are just cameras that we're sticking on the corner?
So the ones that I'm referring to, historically our traffic signals have been activated by loops in the ground. Mm-hmm. So they're inductive loops. A car pulls over them, picks up the metal in them, and tells the brains of the traffic signal that a car is waiting there. We have tried to use those with bikes as well. They have sort of mixed results. Older bikes that are steel might kick them over, but aluminum bikes or carbon fiber doesn't happen. So our first step was to get the bike buttons installed, but now we're getting to these cameras that are for the detection at the traffic signals. So it's kind of smart city stuff. It's kind of just traffic signal technology. So, but they can be used for a number of things. So.
Councillor Gussenbach.
That is just following up on that in terms of smart city stuff. Like, can those cameras also be collecting sort of bike usage data or pedestrian usage data?
Yep. So the cameras that we're looking at using have some pretty incredible technology in them. Like I said, they can differentiate between a pedestrian, a cyclist, a vehicle. They can filter out false calls through shadows and things like that. Some of them can even alter the response from the signal. So if a pedestrian is taking longer than we would anticipate, it can hold the change to allow them enough time to get across the street. Similarly, there are cameras out there that can actually have it's called the dilemma zone detection. So they will actually assess the speed that a car is approaching an intersection And if it runs its algorithm and determines that it's not possible for the car to stop in time for a red light, it will actually hold the rest of the intersection on red, so that if the person does run the red light, then everybody else is still staying put.
They take a picture of the license plate at the same time?
I don't know if these ones can, but there are some out there that might.
Councilor Armstrong.
You talked about some of the issues cyclists were having. What were the other issues you heard from people?
We do hear some issues about cyclist behavior, and so that gets into
So for
our.
the education campaign?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
So, thank you for that segue. The 3 E's, engineering, education, enforcement. This is the backbone of how we approach things. And so I've got a little story here. Bear with me. Just out of curiosity, can anybody think of what might have happened here? September
Somebody
3rd.
walked off the stop, off the crosswalk and didn't make sure the car stopped.
Maybe, but not for this one. So
People.
there are. So.
It's a protest.
No. So prior to September 3rd, 1967, all of Sweden was drove on the left side of the road. So they were like the UK. There was a referendum held. They determined that they were going to switch. And so what they did in anticipation of the switch, they had a 5-year plan to roll it out. So they had a 2-year education and enforcement campaign, and they just blitzed it and saw this steady decline in collision stats. On the morning of September 3rd at 4:50, there was a radio announcement, everybody stopped. Between 4:50 and 5 a.m., everybody switched sides, and at 5 a.m. they started. And from that point on, they stayed on the right side of the road. The education enforcement campaign continued on for about another 2 years, just slowly winding down. And while it was in place, the collision stats remained low, but as soon as it started to dial back, the collision stats rebounded. So the takeaway from this is that education and enforcement is just as important, if not more important, than the actual engineering of our transportation system.
The question, if I may, I'm just curious if it was, does the study directly link it to that, or is it because it was so nerve-wracking at the time that when you go through a drastic change, you're going to be more alert, and then you get used to driving again on the...
I think what you want to do is look at the front end. So before the change ever even happened, they started implementing the education and enforcement campaign and just saw the stats drive down. So, I'm sure that in the follow-up there probably was a little bit of residual, but the front end is where I think you have the takeaway to say, yeah, this is actually the really point.
Councilor Hammond?
Thank you. I understand education and engineering, but can you talk to me a little bit about enforcement and how we do that?
So that's where we partner with the RCMP. And so when we work with the RCMP, we like to start off with referring to it as education because it's a little bit softer. It's not the ticketing, it's the stopping. And through the schools, we've done the Think of Me campaigns. So instead of issuing a ticket, we've actually given out a hand-drawn picture from one of the students to say, this was a child at this school, they could have been on this road, and you were not driving to the conditions or to the rules of the road. And I heard a story about a campaign in Victoria where a parent got their own child's picture.
Yeah.
And that was pretty much hit that one home.
Councilor Armstrong?
Just along that from enforcement, when they went from just getting a ticket, excessive speed was just 40 over, to having your cars impounded, excessive speeds dropped significantly. Now, I know I've been one of them, because I don't want my car impounded. I don't mind paying a fine. Most people don't mind paying a fine, but when you start to lose your car or something like that, you care. And the other thing, just for council's, 10 years ago, we had 13 traffic cops, now we have 5. So just so you know that there's been a decrease in that area to make up for the lack of...
Let's not advertise that.
Well, we should, because that's why we need to increase, why we can increase those areas.
So not to leave the engineering side of it behind, one of the things that we do to address traffic or speeding or shortcutting issues is traffic. We have a document that we created as part of the Safer Cities program back in 2006, 2007 with ICBC. It's a traffic calming guideline. It provides us with a roadmap on how to respond to concerns, how to gather the data, how to go through the public engagement process, and how to go through a decision matrix to come up with some solutions to address some of the concerns. So I think I've probably gone through 8 to 10 reviews with this. Some of them end in changes, some of them don't. So Opal Road is an interesting one for me because I was involved in the traffic calming 10 years ago there. So we went out, we did some data collection and found that not only were people shortcutting, there was a elevated volume of traffic for a local road. Paul was talking about earlier, we have local roads. Really, the only people who should be using those roads are the residents on those roads. Opal Road has about 20 or 30 homes on it, and it had almost 1,000 vehicles a day on it. So, which isn't great, but the really difficult part was we had speeds in the 70s on a very narrow, windy road. So we went through the process, talked to the community, and came up with a solution to add speed bumps. That seemed to have things palatable for a while. Over the last 2 years, we've been getting more concerns from it. Volumes have gone up, speeds are creeping up a little bit, but the big thing is the volumes. And we're continuing to see people shortcut from off of the sort of Behringer area, Landau, cut through to Uplands Drive. And so what we've got coming before you guys later tonight is a recommendation to put a partial closure on it. And so what that would do is actually keep people on the major road network and not have them shortcutting through the local roads. It's something that we've had a chat with the fire services about, and we're going to work out the details of it with them. But in principle, what we're going to be doing is keeping people out of that neighborhood.
Councillor Turley.
Yes, Chair, to the delegation for staff, how is a determination made as to whether a stoplight is put in place? Is it the intersection I'm thinking is going to be a challenge at times is where Departure Bay, as it's where Uplands joins Departure Bay.
Okay. So we've actually been keeping tabs on both the intersections of Rock City and Departure Bay and Uplands and Departure Bay. They've sort of been on our radar for probably about 15 years. And again, going back to Paul's slide from earlier, there's a process through the Transportation Association of Canada where we go through and we look at the volumes and assess the conflicts and all of these sort of data inputs and use that to make a decision as to when a traffic signal is appropriate and when it's not.
Councillor Armstrong?
No. Not this time. Tonight I will.
So education and enforcement. So this is where we really get out and get into the community with our partners. So we work with ICBC, we work with the RCMP, we work with School District 68, Ministry of Transportation, Bike BC, the RDN. I'm sure there's other ones out there that I...
CVSE.
Yep, CVSE. So through the promotion side of things, we've got Bike to Work Week, Commuter Challenge, Go by Bike. Those are all coming up in the next couple of weeks. There's going to be some opportunities to get involved in those things and hang out at some of the celebration stations and see what other activities that everybody wants to get involved in. Excuse me. Active and safe route to schools. This is something that we've been working with the school district on. We've actually been working with the school district, ICBC, and everybody for over 10 years. We did have a bit of a hiatus from 2008 until 2017, but we've restarted that. Last year we went through 3 schools, and this year we're actually kind of taking a step back, and we're actually going to commission a toolkit to be built, to be created and used between the school district and the city. And then we'll pick up again and continue working through the remainder of the schools in the city. And basically we're going to end up creating traffic plans for each of the school and get the data from the schools, give them the plans to give the kids and the parents tools and comfort to walk, bike, or take bus to school.
On that, on your school zones, because I know the JGPs are throwing some of them out because they don't consider them to be a school zone. How are we doing that? Like I know the one that they can talk to us all the time is one on Town Bay. And then I heard, I don't know if it's true or not, but I did hear Rutherford too, they're looking at, or not Rutherford, Uplands, because in the JGP's estimation, it's not applied equitably. Like you look at Fairview, which has got like not even a block, and the kids are all on that road constantly, yet on Hammond Bay, whatever, they're not on the road. So are we looking at those decisions when you're looking at that, you know, that the JGPs are doing with those tickets?
Yeah, so what's happening, or what we've been experiencing over the past 3 to 5 years, is that violations being issued under the school zone regulation, if the school zone is not directly adjacent the school, which is how it's defined in the Motor Vehicle Act, then the violation is being thrown out. It's not being accepted. So what that is a result of is, prior to amalgamation, all the improvement districts had established their own school zones. And how they were established, I can't rightly say because it was 40 years ago. So we have these school zones like Hammond Bay Road, like Rutherford, like Uplands, Pleasant Valley on Metro Drive. There's 3 or 4 other ones that are all the same. There's a school zone that's 3 blocks away from the school, and they can't. The RCMP cannot, or they are not successfully enforcing under the school zone regulations. So what we're doing is, as we're going through the Safe Route to School or the Active Route to School plans with the schools, we are looking at these, and we will be looking at some of these, and we need to review whether or not they make sense to be there. They don't align with council's policy that was adopted 25 years ago on where school zones should be. So it's an opportunity to revisit them and determine whether or not we should take other steps to change the driver behavior. So.
Councillor Bonner. Thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Armstrong. What's JJP?
Oh, sorry, Judicial Justice as a piece. They sit in all the traffic court matters, sort of the left.
So, my next favorite, parking. So, this is without question our hottest topic. The question is, what has changed over the years to increase this awareness? And the reality is, it's just like traffic, it's demand. We have more people wanting to be right at the doorstep of their business, of their restaurant, of their shop, and we don't have the space to do that. It's just not practical. We don't have all of the curb frontage downtown or by the hospital or at the university for everybody to drive their car and be within a stone's throw. And yes, that's a real quote. I'm not joking. So.
It was a wicked day.
Thanks, Dave. That wasn't you. That wasn't you.
So,
I actually used to walk to my
So,
some days.
so what's changed? The demand. What do people want? They want to be close to their destination. They also are telling us that they want to, when we do have regulations, that they want to have them addressed. And so, because we've had this growth in demand and this increase in basically people being more driven to stay where they are, to find a way to get to where they want to be, it's placing more demand on engineering and on our enforcement to address things that are not the way we want them. It's the same as speeding. People kind of push the envelope here and there to try and get to where they need to be. So looking forward, we are going to continue to do more area parking plans. We just wrapped up the hospital area parking plan. It was about a year-long process. It was melded into an overall area plan, and we're going to be rolling it out this summer. We've done a large amount of public consultation with that, and we're really happy with the outcome. Now we just got to get it on the ground. We've got the staffing coming online, and we're going to have the hardware out probably in August, ready for September. We're going to continue to do that. I suspect that the next location we're going to look at is the University District. Mr. Pierce and I have been working with VIU to come up with ways to advance their traffic demand or transportation demand management strategies. This is just one more piece of the puzzle.
Mr. Rosa, I just ask you to raise your voice for the audio video, please.
So,
I'm sending you signals.
with respect to VIU, it's like the building of roads. We can't outbuild demand, so we need to find a way to manage. We need to get people to shift their way of thinking, to assess whether or not they really need to take their car to all of their appointments or whether there's another way to get there. And here's a couple of my favorite pictures. That's a picture of the roundabout on Protection Island, chock-a-block full of cars and golf carts. This is one of my personal pet peeves, having a sidewalk, but people park behind it anyway. They just drive over it to get there. It's not legal. It's not recommended, and certainly not very comfortable for people walking on the sidewalk when people are trying to do that. So looking forward, we're going to be doing a review of some of our bylaws, traffic and highway bylaws, the bylaw that gives us the ability to enforce parking regulations or moving violations. Our crossing control bylaw isn't very intuitive at first, but basically that's what gives us the recommendations on when, where, and how we put driveways to access properties. This is Cliff Street. I'm sure anybody who's driven down there kind of scratches their head going, is there a driveway or is it just all one driveway? What does it support? It sort of supports everything but nothing at the same time. So we've got, over the years, we've been putting together a library of videos, whether it's our updates on our LED streetlights, education series for cycling, or pedestrian safety, Project 529. These are all on the city's YouTube channel. You're welcome to check them out. If you have any suggestions for other ones, we're more than happy to get into that.
Councilor Emmons?
Thank you. The 5 cycling series, are those produced by the City of Nanaimo, or are they?
They were produced with the City of Nanaimo in partnership with Bike BC. So this is a recap on Superintendent Miller's update from a couple of weeks ago. I was hoping to be able to put on the red surge and Councilor Superintendent Miller, but that was not really supported, so you just get me. These are the summary of violations that have been issued. This is the 2018. This is this year. I think I'm quoting Superintendent Miller by saying people just aren't getting it. And so when we get back to the conversation about education and enforcement, this is a scenario where we partner and we work together, and it's a priority for us, it's a priority for them, and I think that when we get into the conversations, I think you guys will be having a conversation with Superintendent Miller about addressing some of their priorities, the RCMP's priorities for the coming years. This is something to be mindful of. These are some of the projects that we are continuing to work on. The school zone enforcement and education, Think of Me campaigns, and so this actually is collaboration on the RCMP side. So they actually take their traffic unit and their school unit and work together to do a lot of these projects. So they do the teaching side in the schools, and then they'll bring the traffic unit in and work on the street with the parents. Streets. So we've talked about road safety, we've talked about connectivity, we've talked about mobility. This is one of the ones that probably isn't intuitive, but we still do a lot of. So that's last year's night market. This is a pop-up patio on Commercial Street. And this is a film permit, and if I turned around and taken a picture the other way, there'd be a Working City Streets permit for some overhead utility upgrades that are going on. We've had about 27 special event permits, so that's parades, street market, and other activities in 2018. We had 13 film permits in 2018. Looking back over time, that's just been on a steady upward trend. And I can see that continuing to grow and grow as we continue to encourage these sorts of things. So on the operations end of things, I touched on it earlier. One of the most publicized activities is the snow and ice control. It was a big one this year. The other maintenance is patching and road repair. The maintenance of our bridges. Most people don't even know what we do, but there's a lot of work going on in the background to keep our bridges up to scratch. Signals, we've got a renewal plan that we've established over the last 5 years to identify, take our traffic signals, have a look at them, see what condition they're in, and develop a prioritization system for either upgrading the hardware or doing a complete and total rebuild. This also includes our sidewalks and our traffic signs and lines. Let's take a quick break and get a glass of water.
Anybody object to taking a 5-minute break here?
Get us going.
Okay, I'm testing out this new mic. Sounds.
Wow.
Is it too loud or is it okay?
Perfect.
All right, very good.
A little loud, turn it down.
Turn me down a bit if you need to.
Yeah, no, it's nice. Sitting in and with TED Talk.
It's a blender, it's a toaster.
Yeah, you can turn your hearing aids down.
We're going to shift gears a little bit. We're going to talk about asset management for a bit. You've probably seen this asset management cycle or life cycle before where, you build a new asset, you operate it, you maintain it, you evaluate it, you repair it, you study it, and then eventually over time you renew it and it starts all over again. So that's generally the asset management life cycle. But one of the things I wanted to just sort of refresh everyone's memory on is sort of the three pillars of asset management. And the first one is sustainable funding levels. So is there sufficient funding to sustain the infrastructure in the form that it needs to perform its intended function? So that's one thing. The next one is the level of service. And so there's both technical levels of service and the level of service that the public would experience. And we'll get into that in a little bit. I've got a couple of slides on that down a bit further. And then the third one is just risk. How risk tolerant are we? There's inherently risk in a lot of things we do. Is it worth spending money to reduce that risk? So we saw, this is a repeat of that slide that we saw before earlier where we showed about 3/4 of our asset value was just in the asphalt. Now, the reason this is important is the next slide. The next slide shows the remaining service life from an asset management standpoint of our infrastructure. Now, bridges, for example, we build them to last, 80 or 100 years. So they're pretty good. But if you look at our asphalt, it actually has an expected year of service life remaining, on average in the city, less than 20 years. So if you think about it, it's 3/4 of our asset value. It has the shortest lifespan. It's kind of the canary in the coal mine. So if our asphalt plant is not in good shape, it'll be a signal that maybe things aren't okay. So that's one thing to really sort of remember is asphalt is a bit of a canary in a coal mine. Because of that, we're going to talk a little bit about road rehab. Now, when we say road rehab, that's essentially the asset management of our asphalt system. In 2017, we hired a consultant that is a specialist in this. They brought in a bunch of sensing equipment and they ran their trucks and their trailers and their equipment throughout every road in the city, evaluating the asphalt condition on a road segment by road segment basis. So they looked at the number of cracks. They had a device that actually dropped a weight down on the road and they measured the shock waves that came out from that, and they're able to tell what condition the road gravels are in and how strong it is and so on. And so they came up with a very detailed map of the entire road system's condition. And there's a whole bunch of technical indices that I'm not going to get into, but the one that we really tend to focus on is the pavement quality index. So our goal for the city is a pavement quality index of 79. Now, if you think of it a little bit as a grading system, I think of it as a bit of a sort of a B+. We're trying to target a bit of a B+ there. Since 2017, our pavement quality index has dropped down to about 75. So that's where it is. We think it's around 75 today. Now, this one's important. This shows a typical asset decay curve, and it applies to more than just, like this one's specifically set up for asphalt, but the same thing applies for water mains, sewers, practically anything. When something's new, so this shows sort of time or age on the x-axis, and then sort of perfect conditions up here, and then failed or poor conditions down here. What typically happens is when something's new, it appears excellent for a long, long time. And then some cracks will form, and it'll start to kind of go off a bit of a cliff edge, and then it'll start to deteriorate really, really quickly. And then it'll get really sort of beaten up. Like with the road, you'd end up with a lot of cracks and potholes and so on, and then, over time, it'll sort of just continue at that sort of lower level of service. There's a couple of important things here. With asphalt, for example, when the cracks get substantial and the pieces that are cracked can distort when a vehicle drives over it, it can actually damage the road gravels. So if you let a road go for too long when it's cracked, you damage the road gravels, and then you can't just repave it. You can't just mill it and repave it. So you actually have to take the asphalt off. Sometimes you got to remove the gravels, but at a minimum you have to rebuild that road. The cost is far, far higher. So you don't want to get to that point. You want to rehab that road before it gets to the point of no return. So that's this little line up here shows spending a little bit of money on preservation actually prevents that from happening for a very long period of time. And overall, it's actually, you can operate at a higher level of service for lower cost. That would ultimately be our goal, is to be able to do that. Any questions on this?
I don't know if you were hearing that, but do you remember when by the golf course that's in that rubber highway? Whatever was resolved of that, because it sure eliminated this, you know, the water coming spraying up and everything.
So that was the open graded asphalt. My understanding is it was a Ministry of Transportation trial on a new type of asphalt. I think, Jamie, I think you know a little bit about that. You've talked to MOT about it. Do you want to answer the question?
Sure. So that was put in as an open grading asphalt, so it actually has a lot more spaces within it. So it does two things. One, it's quieter.
Yeah.
The other is it allows the water to permeate down through it. So in areas where that really shines is in areas where you get high intensity rainstorms and then nothing. Because what happens is the high intensity rain hits the ground, goes into the asphalt, and then just sort of percolates through it. And so you don't get, it's less susceptible to hydroplaning and things like that. The problem in an environment that like we have is that we get these prolonged rainstorms that continue to draw stuff and wash stuff into it. And all of those open spaces fill up with bits of road gravel and dirt and leaves and things like that. And then instead of having the water flow through it, it gets caught in it. And then in the winter it freezes, pops everything apart, and it just turns it all to rubble. So
That's too bad, that was a nice service.
it's got some pros and cons in our environment.
Councilor Water. Thank you. To our presentation. Tar is a fossil fuel. Is there any plans or any things in the future where we're moving away from asphalt on our road surfaces?
Typically, asphalt's made with bitumen. I'm not aware of anything, any sort of current trends that would sort of suggest that we're moving away from that. I mean, there's a lot of jurisdictions that have tried concrete, and there's pros and cons with that. But at this point, I'm not.
I think the strongest trend in that, from that front, is finding ways to repurpose the existing material. So, you know, instead of grinding it up, dragging it away, and taking it to a pit and using it as backfill or something, then there's ways to try and resurrect it or recondition it to be used elsewhere.
There's some of that we do on an operations level. We take the used asphalt, or the broken up asphalt, grind it up, add a little bit more tar or asphalt cement to it, and then repurpose it for filling potholes and so on and so forth. So, and there's also you may see on highways occasionally the ARC train, they call it, the asphalt recycling train, where there's a big long string of vehicles and they go along, grind and heat and do a whole bunch of things to replace it. So it's getting away, as Mr. Rosen mentioned, concrete's a good one. It's supposedly better for fuel economy, but it's an intensive, very, very expensive and intensive greenhouse gas problem.
Councilor Thorpe. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Rosen, just based on this information you're giving us here, then do we as a city of Nanaimo have an asset management book on our roadways, our complete set of roadways?
Oh, well, we have a database that
tells us at what point these roads are at?
So it's interesting. What it actually does is that data collection I was telling you about, the consultant brings it into this system. It's like a bit of a black box. But what it does is it looks at every single road segment and what condition it's in, and it looks at what the most appropriate treatment is to minimize the cost and maintain the highest level of service for that segment. And it recommends that treatment and the timing of that treatment. So it doesn't just say what you have to do today, it's predicting what you have to do in 5 or 10 years based on each road segment. So that's actually the next slide here. That's a good segue. So I'll talk about this. So this is the output from that study, essentially targeting our goal of 79 as a PQI. And it's spitting out how much money we have to spend in each year to be able to maintain that PQI of 79. We haven't done this. We typically spend between $2 and $2.5 million per year on road rehab, on asphalt. One of the challenges is these recommendations are driven by the need and the merit of the asphalt itself. what we quite often do is, and Jamie alluded to this earlier, we have projects that we package. So we'll have a water main project, and so for example, a water main project, we'll go and we'll have to cut through the asphalt through a lane, and we'll have a bunch of services, so there'll be a bunch of branching. But we may look at that road and say to ourselves, we could put in a trench patch, and the water utility funds would have to pay for that. But because we've half ripped up the road and it's already in sort of semi-poor shape, we probably should just repave this. But we can't get the water utility to pay for that, so we have to draw funds from the road rehab program to pay for that. So what ends up happening is we do these projects and we spend the road rehab money, but it isn't necessarily on road rehab priority projects. It's one of the challenges. So with our current level of funding and how we're doing things, you know, our pavement quality index is going to deteriorate. If we don't change courses, the model's predicting that our pavement quality index will probably be in the mid-60s in about 10 years. So it'll drop from sort of a B, B plus down to a C or a C plus. So one of the things that we're proposing for next year is to increase the level of funding for road rehab program, but keep it as a dedicated fund to do road rehab priority projects, not necessarily tied to these concurrent projects. The pavement quality index is still going to deteriorate if we do that, because we have quite a backlog. And you can see there that we're looking at $50 million of recommended work over 10 years. So on average, that's $5 million a year. We're not proposing to go to that extent immediately, but just keep in mind that
Your Worship. So just two questions, just to go back a bit. I mean, this technology that's available, which is quite interesting and fascinating for me to hear, has been used by us for how long to determine the quality and state of the roads?
it's been used by us for decades.
Decades. So this information is available and has been available. So what you're telling me politely is that councils have chosen to put off the necessary rehabilitation of our existing roads in order to save money, and that we're fast approaching the time when we're going to have to either put up or face the significant expenditure you talked about earlier of having to actually replace the road bed itself, let alone the pavement on top. Am I exaggerating?
Not in so many ways. I mean, one of the things that we're talking about here is the average.
Subtle political answer.
We've been talking about the average pavement quality index. So the city of Nanaimo, we have quite a lot of development. So a lot of the roads that have been evaluated, they're new. Like, we know asphalt should last 20 years. On a local road, it should last 50. So a lot of these subdivisions that have been built, the asphalt's in great condition. So that's the average. One of the challenges is there's a lot of roads out there that are close to that tipping point, and we want to prevent them from going over that tipping point, and that's why we're suggesting enhancing the funding in coming years. So this was an important slide. Is there any more questions on?
I think Mr. Sims, you want to provide comment on that?
Just further to that, one of the this is expenditure based on that target quality index. If you know, there's always the option to trade off, you know, the funding piece of it and suffer a lower quality. My personal observation, you know, not backed up by any evidence, is that other municipalities are choosing to let their pavement deteriorate more and have rougher roads and more potholes and higher expenditures. But I think that's just kicking the problem down the road, which is the real danger.
One of the things I should mention is we've tried to compare our pavement quality index to our peer communities. So our peer communities would be similar communities on the West Coast. You can't look to the interior because they have a different climatic condition and so on. But the problem is a lot of other communities, they don't actually use PQI. They use a different system. But what we have been able to garner is that Nanaimo's asphalt condition is a little better than average. So we're probably sort of a B if you think about it that way right now. If that helps.
Councilor Turley.
Yes, sure. Thank you to Mr. Rosen. So I think you already answered the question about traffic volume being a factor on how long the pavement lasts. But the second question is, does traffic speed have any influence on it?
Certainly traffic volume and the nature of the traffic. So commercial vehicles that are heavier have much more of an impact on the lifespan of the asphalt. That's why, we see like Bowen Road is a good example where we paved that a little more than 10 years ago, and there's some spots that are already starting to age, and we'd be lucky if we got 20 years out of that. So certainly the nature of the traffic and the volume of it has a big impact. Speed, if there's braking involved, it can have a substantial impact. So you see a lot of areas near like Comox is a good example down by the highway there where you get the rutting, so where there's braking involved. So it's acceleration and deceleration that tends to have a bit of an impact. The speed itself probably doesn't have much.
Councilor Bonner.
Okay, Chair, through to Mr. Rosen. So is it safe to assume that bike lanes don't have that type of traffic and therefore could last a lot longer?
Well, they have a different problem though. I mean, quite often with a lot of trails and bike lanes, you end up with like trees that are next to them. When we talked about the ENN Trail earlier, that has a root problem. So there's challenges with that as well. So even though it doesn't have a lot of traffic, it still doesn't last 50 years. It still may only last 15 or 20 or something.
Nice try, Put cars on them.
There's ways to prevent the tree roots from getting under the asphalt and disrupting it. It's like tree root barriers and so on. But it's quite expensive to install those, especially retrofitting it.
I was thinking more along the lines that we took all our roads and turned half of them into bike lanes. They probably last a lot longer.
They would last a lot longer. Yeah. Any more on this slide, or we'll move on? So we talked a little bit earlier about levels of service. So the level of service that the city provides from a transportation perspective has been sort of organically developed over time. It's not formally documented in any one location. So for example, we have a level of service that we provide for snow and ice control. And I think we've been through that. I won't go over it. I mean, one that I like to use as a bit of an example is sweeping, because we don't really talk about street sweeping very often. There's both a technical level of service and a sort of a public level of service. Now, the technical level of service, it actually can get a little bit complicated. So when there's debris on the road, if we don't sweep it up, it ends up in the storm sewer. So it can get into the catch basins and it can get into the pipes. It's actually a lot more cost effective to get it off the road than to have to jet it out of a sewer or use a vac truck to get it out of a catch basin and so on. So from a technical perspective, there's a good business case for street sweeping. Also, the debris that's on a road is typically not considered very environmentally friendly. So a lot of storm sewers, they end up in water courses and creeks and rivers and the ocean and so on. So there's an environmental benefit to intercepting it before it gets in there. And then there's the perspective of, maybe a homeowner or a business that just doesn't like to have debris on the street. How much are they willing to pay to have a higher or a lower level of service? So my point is, level of service is quite a complex discussion that involves a lot of public consultation and sort of thought and debate. It's an enormous process to go through and formally establish levels of service. One of the things that we would ideally like to do over the next few years is to go through a process of doing that. We don't have it in the financial plan at this point, but just know that it's one of our goals to go through a formal process in the next couple of years.
Councilor Gesser. So Rosen, I'm just curious with street sweeping, do those street sweepers actually pick up material and then that goes to like the landfill or whatever? Like it picks up little rubber dust particles and
so there's a lot of
oil and
there's aggregate on the road, but there's also sort of debris from vehicles. It could be brake dust, it could be tire dust, it could be other sort of oil bits and pieces. So they sweep that up and it ends up in the hopper in the street sweeper, and then they take that, I believe it's to the landfill. I'm getting some nods at the back, so I think it must go to the landfill.
Wow. Yeah. And what is our street sweeping coverage? Like, do we try to cover all street, like how many street sweepers do we have? And I'm just curious about.
So we have 2 large sweepers and 1 small sweeper. It's a sidewalk sweeper, so we'll see that one downtown. And it does the downtown core is what the purpose of that is. The other sweepers do all of the streets within the city, and they're each scheduled, depending on use, to be swept on a regular basis. So yeah, you'll see them in various moving north to south and They're on off hours, so they start at 5 a.m. and work weekends. And so they're on odd hours.
Yep.
So that we can get around parked cars and things like that. So
Great, thanks.
Just on street sweeping, one of the challenges with street sweeping is every time there's a new development that comes online and we take in from the developer additional road and sidewalk and so on, it essentially dilutes our ability to sweep and so on, and that applies to all our services.
Councilor Evans?
Thank you. Is there any priority given around sweeping to major cycling routes? Like Mo Star, for example, is terrible to ride on because the bike lane is full of debris, and so most cyclists will ride on the road, myself included. So do we prioritize areas where cyclists are more likely to use the roads?
It's a good question. John, do we prioritize cycle routes or specific corridors for sweeping?
yeah, they are higher priority. What we will get a lot of though is jurisdictional issues. We'll get calls on highways area, and we get a lot of calls on that, and then we have to refer to the highways on the main road. Highways also specs a larger size aggregate for snow and ice control, and that can be very problematic on the bike paths on the shoulder of the highway. Yeah, the bike routes are a priority for the sweepers to focus on.
Okay, so moving on. Next one is risk. Now, we just talked briefly on that, how there's inherently risk in a lot of things and we can spend more money to reduce risk. A couple of good examples are a lot of our roads were built before the city amalgamated a long time ago. They weren't built to the modern standards. So as with some of the highways, the embankments that are holding up the road are not particularly strong. They have some risk, geotechnical risk associated with them. So how risk tolerant are we? Can we afford to mitigate that risk? That's something that we sort of have debates amongst staff and so on. And we have one project this year, Departure Bay Road slope stability upgrade, where we're going to enhance the slope stability on one section of Departure Bay Road. Another example would be the Bastion Bridge. We're doing a seismic upgrade with that one, and that's a risk reduction initiative. So. Now this is an important slide. So this shows what we've achieved over the past sort of 5 years. So 2014 to 2018, it shows sort of how much money we spent in each category, and then it shows sort of the total amount that we were able to spend. So this is in contrast to a budget. This is what was actually spent. And so you can see with pedestrian and cycling infrastructure, there's about $4.3 million that was allocated to that. Now, one thing I just should point out, like transportation upgrades, that would include things like DCC projects, growth-related projects. They would have a pedestrian and a cycling component to them, but they're not funded in a dedicated program way, so they're not showing up in this category. So even though this is showing up down here, there is some pedestrian and cycling infrastructure that comes with that dollar figure. And then this would be the road rehab essentially is mostly that. And you can see it's about $10 million over 5 years, so about between $2 and $2.5 million per year. One thing that's interesting, over the same time frame, we inherited about $8.4 million worth of transportation infrastructure from developers. So and that's about 2% of our total transportation infrastructure. If you remember, we have about $440 million worth of transportation infrastructure. So it's about 2% of that.
Your Worship.
Just can you give us some idea of the historic numbers? I mean, we're spending roughly 20 cents of every dollar on pedestrian and cycling. And how does that relate to, say, the previous 5 years? Do you have any idea? I'm not asking for anything terribly accurate. I'm just curious to see, are we moving ahead of other municipalities? Are we stable? Are we catching up? Where are we sort of at in terms of that? Because, I mean, we saw numbers earlier today about how many people, no disrespect to those who cycle and the importance of it in getting us involved in active transportation, but that's a big chunk of change considering how many trips that are actually taken on by cyclists, as it would appear. Now, appreciating some of the transportation upgrades would include, as you say, cycling and road renewal. People are riding on the roads as well, but can you comment on that? If you can't, I'm fine with no answer. But.
So what I can say is that the categories that we look at haven't been tracked going back 10 or 20 years. 20 years ago, they weren't tracking cycling infrastructure as a category. So we can only really go back as far as we've been tracking those categories. So that's why we really can't go back much further and come up with the same statistics. So that's a bit of a challenge. And just one of the things with pedestrian and cycling is a little bit of a build that they will come, a little bit of a strategic aspect to that.
Councillor Thorpe. Thank you, Chair. Through you, Mr. Rosen. I'm just curious, one aspect that hasn't come up on any slides yet, I'm not sure if it relates to transportation per se, but that is city parking lots and parkades. Are they part of our transportation infrastructure?
So you're talking about off-street parking lots and parkades?
Parkades, downtown parkades.
So they would be part of our consideration of a parking study. They're managed internally through a different group than our group here, but they would be considered part of the city's infrastructure.
Because I know they're expensive to maintain, so I just wondered if they would fit anywhere in this chart, or do they appear?
They would show up in a facilities chart, likely.
Thank you.
Yeah. So this is the same kind of slide showing looking forward 5 years. So one thing to look at here is the number is quite a bit higher. So the last slide was what we were able to achieve. This slide is what we're budgeting for and we're hoping to achieve. So if you look, this sort of shows the difference between those two. This is what we were able to do, and this is what we're hoping to do. And one of the questions we have for ourselves is, can we do that? Is it realistic? And still to be answered.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. This is a slide I had a bit of a problem with, is in that I know that we're spending more money, and then so you're getting a bigger piece of a pie, sort of, but the pie for pedestrian cycling is shrinking compared to the rest of the pie. Where this one's at 17 and the previous one was at 18.
So I think what you're referring to is the 18% versus 17%. One of the big differences is the number of large sort of upgrade projects is a lot bigger in the future. So you can see we were only spending $9.9 million here. Here we're projecting $39 million. So what ends up happening is the denominator in the equation is getting a lot bigger. But if you look at the actual number, $13 million versus 4.3, that's quite telling. There's more than doubling the amount of spend on cycling and pedestrian. Does that answer your question?
Well, sort of. I'm just wondering if this percentage doesn't get any bigger, are we still going to be able to meet our goals of having more active transportation, more bike lane, more people walking, if we don't change those numbers slightly? I understand where you're coming from. There's these ones we're going to have to do that. But I just would have hoped that the cycling and pedestrian would have slowly get bigger and bigger as we go along.
Mr. Sims and Mr. Rhodes, the one that jumped in here.
So I think the answer lies in the nature of the projects. So the nature of the projects, as Mr. Rosen's pointed out, we're doing almost $40 million, which will include some components of active transportation. But these are massive projects compared to what we haven't done in the past 2 years, like Boxwood. I think there's a few of them coming up, so I won't talk about that. But that's the large component of the total spend is on these fairly large projects. If we kept that sort of the pace of the past, the cycling and pedestrian facilities would be significantly a larger proportion. Does that help? Just in kind of
okay, yes, where it's coming from.
what he said.
Okay. Then I have Your Worship and Councilor Hemmings.
The previous slide, some time ago, you showed, the $1, if you don't spend that dollar now, you're going to spend 6 to 10 later. And the next slide, which is what you hoped, you used the language hope to spend in the next 5 years. I take it the more appropriate word would be you need to spend that money. Is that fair than saying hope to? Hope is what you'd like to get from council. Need is what I suspect is actually what we should be doing. Is that fair?
The next 5 years is what's in the current financial plan. So that's what council's approved. So one of the questions is there staff capacity to deliver that? So it's one of the questions that we have been discussing internally here. And we deliver projects through a number of means. I mean, we have staff that deliver projects, and we hire consultants in a lot of regards for expertise and for capacity reasons. And we obviously hire a lot of contractors to actually physically get the work done. But we also have project management that the city has to make sure that the project is being done to our expectations as the owner and so on. So just from the perspective of project management, do we have the capacity to deliver that, even if we're hiring consultants and so on, is something that we've been talking about.
Mr. Rudo.
I guess I'd like to ask, put this in the context of the carry forwards in our budget. We obviously have demonstrated that we, for whatever reason, haven't had the capacity to deliver on that. And this is just part of that carry forward equation. So this is an organizational issue, not only, so that's what it is. And maybe a process issue. And I think engineering would say we're in a better place now than we were. You want to comment on that? The carry forwards versus, the hope is not a great word.
So carry forwards are categorized by projects that are in progress, delayed, and so a lot of our projects, they don't follow a calendar year. You know, we quite often tender in the spring and do most of the work in the summer, but a lot of the residual project work continues on through near the end of the year, and we still get invoices in from contractors and so on. So our project cycles don't follow calendar year or budget year cycles. So we end up having a lot of our projects are what's termed in progress. And so anything that's sort of in progress gets carried forward. And so that's one of the reasons why the carry forward seems so big, because a lot of our in progress projects, the budget for those just gets carried forward. So that's part of that. Can I move on? Okay. This isn't something that I think council's expressed an interest in talking about, but you know, as staff, we believe it's a very important thing for council to be aware of, so we just wanted to sort of touch on this. The ENN corridor runs north and south through the city. There's a lot of crossings that we have. We have, I believe it's 29 road crossings and a number of other pedestrian crossings. So every one of these crossings has a lot of potential impact on the city and so on. So whenever the city is looking at upgrading a road that crosses the railroad, even if it's just a matter of restriping or repainting some of the line work to include a cycle lane or something like that, for example, the Rail Authority points to these federal grade crossing standards. So those have been in development. They were in development by the federal government for a number of years. They're in effect now. One of the things is the ENN corridor is provincially regulated, not federally regulated. So these standards are federal. However, the rail operator points to these standards as the de facto standard for crossings. So when we deal with any new upgrades, so for example, Northfield Boundary, when we were doing that project, these are the standards that we had to adhere to. These are far more rigorous, these crossing standards are far more rigorous than what was in effect before. What that means is the cost is much higher. And so what ends up happening is, whenever we want to, for example, paint a bike lane, even on the existing asphalt, they make us adhere to these standards for any changes. There's something called the cross product. So that's it's a term that looks at the risk for a crossing, and it looks at the number of trains and vehicles and so on, and they make us do a bit of a safety audit on it. Quite often what ends up happening is we have to improve the crossing. So if we're going to trigger some change to a crossing, we have to improve it. That improvement quite often involves new lights and gates and so on. Generally that costs anywhere between $250,000 and $1 million, depending on the actual crossing. So a lot of money involved in making these upgrades. So a fairly simple upgrade to the road can end up triggering an enormous cost to the city.
Just with that, you know, I really like the idea of finishing off the ENN trail through the south end, and I know that was a big issue, is that the cost was quite substantial because it had to cross the tracks quite a few times. If we were able to get the rail operator to relax the demand of having to be federal regulations and say that they're okay with the provincial regulations, would that reduce the cost substantially of that project?
The majority of the costs for, and I've got another slide here that sort of, this is I think the one you were talking about, the ENN study that we looked at from the downtown to the south. So for each of those crossings, we were looking at between, I think it was $300,000 and $750,000 for each crossing. And that contributed to be honest, the majority of the cost of that infrastructure, which is one of the reasons we said, hold on a minute, maybe now's not the right time to do that. Certainly if there were lower standards, the costs wouldn't necessarily be there. I don't think it's realistic to ask the rail operator to not adhere to the de facto standard of the day, which is what that is.
So they weren't asking too much by saying that it's got to be at the federal standard. Like say if they were, like is the provincial standard for rail crossings much less and much lower cost, and that's reasonable for public safety to stick to that. Like
typically the province points to the federal standards.
Okay.
So I don't, as far as I know, they haven't formally adopted them.
Yeah.
But the province still supports the use of those federal standards. And I think historically they did the same thing.
Okay. I just want to highlight to Council and Mr. Rosen that we have 15 minutes here and still quite a few slides left, so you might want to stay fairly focused on our questioning and also
Wondering through to Mr. Sims if it would make sense to finish this, if it takes more time, and then have the capital asset presentation separate time, or would you want to cut this off and then do that?
I think this is an important topic to finish fully. I think if council can indulge going to 4, we might be able to compress the project management piece a little bit. But I think this one's important to finish fully, and if we run out of time, we'll palm the other one off to, or defer it to another time.
And anybody on council object? No. Okay, carry on. Thank you.
Okay, so any more questions on the ENN? Nope. Okay. So we're shifting gears into projects a little bit. So why does the city do projects? So one of the reasons we do projects is because there's some sort of deficiency in the system. A good pipe example would be if there's a sewer that has a bit of a bottleneck in it, we would trigger a project to upgrade that sewer because of a deficiency. Same thing goes for our transportation infrastructure. If there's a deficiency in the system, it can trigger a project. Also, if there isn't enough capacity because of more people, growth, that kind of thing, maybe there just isn't enough capacity in the system. And other reasons include, if there's something strategic that we think is important, we can strategically make a decision to do something, and then occasionally there's just opportunities that present themselves. Like I was referring to earlier with developers that are doing the works and services on their frontage, and they're building sidewalk, we may end up extending that and linking it in with some other sidewalk that exists close by. That would be an opportunity that would trigger a project. So I've got a whole series of slides on projects, and I wasn't going to go into each one in any detail. I was going to go through them fairly quickly. So I'll just sort of mention what they are, and if you want to talk about them, just raise your hand. Otherwise, I'll just power through them, okay? So Bastion Bridge seismic upgrade is currently in progress right now, should be completed this year. Port Drive Wilcox access, that's starting construction, or it's already started construction, and it's in progress. That'll be completed this year, hopefully. Wakasaya Corridor, that's one where we're planning for construction next year. We're going through consultation and design in 2019. Metro Drive Corridor, this is an interesting one and a bit of an opportunity. We're planning to do phase 1 in 2020, and then phase 2 we don't know timing-wise yet, but it's a bit of an opportunity to link the northernmost and one of the largest mobility hubs the city has with this multi-use trail system, the ENN trail system, with a fairly, it's not too far away from it, so a bit of an opportunity there. Stewart Avenue Complete Streets, this one we're looking at design this year and planning to build in 2021. This is a little bit of a road diet. We've got a memorandum of understanding with the ministry on this, so we're working with them to make sure that they can deal with their ferry queues, and we can enhance the street and better allocate out the space. Boxwood Connector, I think council's aware of this one. We're doing some work this year to get ready. We're doing some preloading on the corridor to get the site ready. And then in 2022, we're going to actually build it. So the off-Bowen bike route, talked about a little bit about this earlier. It's one that's quite important. Maybe Jamie, do you want to speak to this one?
Hand it over to you.
Press and hold it till the orange light.
So I mentioned this earlier. This is the rough alignment of the off-Bowen bike route. So as Councillor Gasselbrook was alluding to earlier, Bowen really isn't a fantastic facility to add bike routes to, or bike facilities to. So what we've identified is this corridor that parallels Bowen and provides a great off-main road linkage from the country club mobility hub down through Boxwood and down into Butter Tubs Marsh, and then ultimately will tie into the Trans-Canada Trail connecting to VIU and then and beyond. So we've got this section, this one's was completed by the developer last year, and it's finally been opened. We're working on this section for next year. And then the section north into the Boxwood connector is slated for 2021. And some of you may remember me having a chat about some opportunities to introduce a multi-use facility last year. A quick update, the traffic calming treatments that we applied there last year have dropped the speeds by about 2 kilometers an hour. So not fantastic, but at least in the right direction. So one of the things that we were looking at on here is because we've got so much heavy vehicle usage, finding a way to provide a truly all ages, all abilities facility that will give people comfort, not having to rub shoulders with a dump truck or a B train with trusses on it. One other kind of thing to be aware of is that through the development of this land up here, we are getting a multi-use connection out to Rosstown Road, which then ties into Browns Lane and then continues on up to Labio. So the Downtown Mobility Project, this is actually a combination of studies and capital projects. So we've got the Transportation Master Plan, Port Drive Waterfront Master Plan, the Transit Future Plan, Terminal Nickel Reimagined, and the Downtown Design Guidelines, all of which give us direction on what we want, how we want to see the downtown continue to grow and evolve. What we've done is actually taken all of our capital projects and brought them all together, and we've engaged a consultant to synthesize all of these and make sure that everything that we're moving forward with aligns with everybody's expectations, and make sure that none of the opportunities that have presented themselves are overlooked. So if there's any opportunities through redevelopment of land or through reconfiguring of roadways, we actually are able to catch those before we move forward with anything. So in a nutshell, this mess is what we're talking about here. So we've got our downtown cycling loop, we've got 2 intersection rebuilds, we've got some redevelopment possibilities. We're looking at where to site a transit exchange. We've got the rebuilding of the Gabriola Ferry Terminal. We've got the Port Drive Master Plan, and we've got the entire Terminal Nickel corridor reimagined to think about in the whole process. So right now we're just going through, we've also got a downtown parking strategy that we're going to develop similar to the hospital area. So that is going to include making sure that we get appropriate on-street regulations and off-street, as well as appropriate user rates to align with what we need people to be doing and where we need people to be parking and for how much time.
Clarification on process, I'm assuming that this is going to come back to council for a major discussion, because downtown is one of the strategic priorities of the council.
Yes, thank you. So right now we're just going through and starting to do our data collection. Once we've done that, we're going to have a few pop-up stakeholder engagements. We had one on Saturday at Earth Day. We've got one at Port Place tomorrow afternoon. I think we've got 2 or 3 more slated. Once we've gathered that information, we will be providing an information update to council. And obviously, you've got lots of opportunities to check on the website, and we can hear back from you guys and share what the community has to say with us.
Thank you. Sorry, the timeline for this?
So we're still in the data collection process, and we should be wrapping up the phase 1 portion of it towards the end of the fall. So we'll be back to you guys in the summer, probably in the summer with some information.
Councillor Armstrong.
When you're looking at your engagement, I hope you're doing some like up at the north end of town as well as Country Club and all those areas too. Because it doesn't just affect downtown, it affects all, and those are the people who want to start getting downtown, so.
Sure.
Because I've heard complaints about that a lot of times south, that stuff just stays down south, it doesn't make its way up.
Okay, we can definitely expand it if we haven't already.
Thank you.
This is the Cranberry Connector. So earlier I was talking about some of the concerns that we get regarding congestion. This is probably our hottest topic, and that is the intersections of Cranberry and the highway and Mackey Road 10th and the highway. So people coming out of Chase River, they have one way to the north in and out, and they have expressed some concerns with that, not only due to congestion, but for redundancy. So 20 years ago, I think, 25 years ago, a concept was developed to create a bypass. It's very, very similar to the Boxwood Connector philosophy, create redundancy around your pinch points and alleviate the stress on that portion of the network. Right now, we're going through a bit of data collection here to update our perspective on it and make sure that we do, in fact, actually think that this is the solution to the concerns. So once we've got that, we'll continue to evolve it and revisit as we need to. A couple of more things that are coming up. LED conversion. Phase 2 is going out this year. It'll be another $250,000, I think it is. And then next year, we'll be wrapping up the remainder of the city. So by the end of next year, all of the city-owned streetlights will be LED. Traffic signal management system. This isn't one that's going to really draw a lot of public interest, but from internally, it's something that we see as being very important. Talking about transit's desires to have some preemptive treatments at intersections and queue jumping. If we have a centralized traffic signal management system, which means that we could sit at our desk and log into any one of our traffic signals, we can monitor them, we can change them, we can investigate any malfunctions. We can also program them to be more adaptive to transit or cyclists or pedestrians or implement things like the coordination that we've been working on Bowen Road. We've also got the secondary access for Wellcox. We've got some more intersection upgrades, town site bike lanes, 5th Street, sidewalk infill, and we'll be bringing back a report fairly soon for the unallocated funding for pedestrian upgrades. Complete Streets. This is a standards update that we've got underway, and so we talked earlier about what Complete Streets are. We've been internally working with developers and our own staff to ensure that any roads are built with the principles of Complete Streets, but we haven't actually set standards per bylaw. So right now we're going through the process of getting feedback from the public, where they place priorities, what they want to do with things, and where they want to guide us to incorporate into our street standards bylaw. So we're going to be continuing on with stakeholder engagement for a couple of more weeks, I believe, and then going to be wrapping that up and bringing a report forward in the fall. A quick update on some of the information from the survey that we've gathered. So one of the things that was interesting is that at this point, the information we're getting is that people are trending towards a preference for bigger but fewer projects, so more akin to flagship projects, creating complete corridors, such as the extension of the E&N through Metro Drive or things like that. There's definitely an interest in having softscaping on our streets, and the obvious one, the more protected a bike facility is, the more comfortable people are, and the more inclusive it is. So it really becomes that all ages, all abilities facility. The future of transportation. This is becoming truly a big black box because we don't know where, we have ideas as to where things are going to be going, but it's a bit of a shot in the dark right now. We know we're trending towards electric vehicles, autonomous vehicles, e-bikes. But just at lunchtime today, something struck me. I was walking down the street and an electric car came up behind me and I didn't hear it. When I worked in Vancouver, we had an issue with trolley buses because nobody heard them. And so they'd be coming down the street and you wouldn't know them because they were whisper quiet. So these are things that we need to start anticipating. So we're going to have to plan for that as we look to the future. Future studies, we've got an active and sustainable transportation master plan. So one of the things, Councillor Hammonds, you were touching on earlier is how do we know whether or not we're getting a shift? And so with that plan, we are going to be developing a data collection system for observing active and sustainable, or active transportation, so walking and cycling. We're going to try and figure out a way to see or where people are walking, and so we can be more strategic about how we plan our projects. If we can see that there's a demand through some brownfield site, then we know that we have to do something to address that. Touching on what Mr. Pierce was talking about, continuing to integrate transit. So one of the things that is really going to be important in expanding our usage for transit is getting a rapid bus line from one end of town to the other. So having the bus stops at Mostar is going to be a good start, but we need to continue to roll those out and make sure that we have strong connections to and from them. We'll also be continuing on with mobility hub plans and parking strategies, which we've already talked about. So coming up, we will continue to update the MOESS with complete streets, active transportation master plan, rapid bus implementation, area-wide parking. I don't think that's... So one thing, so I touched on it earlier, we will be updating our transportation master plan in 2024. It's not in our plan right now because it'll come in this year, but that'll be another big one. Talking about Vision Zero, something we're going to have to get into. Paul mentioned transportation level of service, how we yardstick ourselves against other cities and make sure that we're actually delivering what the community wants. And road rehab, continuing to look at ways to make sure that we're sustainably managing our asset. Council, future considerations, funding levels for capital projects, staffing resources. So the delivering the plan that we have and ensuring that we have the ability to do that. Continuing to expand our operational resources to manage our growing asset, expansion through development. Reviewing any policy prioritizations. Yeah.
Any questions from council on this topic?
So this is the end? So this is the end of the presentation?
It's not the end.
Okay. Councilor Gessler?
Well, thank you for the presentation, and is the transportation looking for a sense of direction from council at this point, or is there, I know something mentioned at the start of the presentation, I'm just curious.
I think right now what we were looking for is feedback if we're not going in the right direction. We've developed a plan, we've got strategies in place to continue to move that forward. We know that we need to develop a bit of a checks and balances system to make sure that we are honing in on the issue we're focusing in the next year or two. So I guess the question really is, if we're not aligned with what council feels is where we should be going, then we need to have that feedback. But if we are going in the right direction, then great. Keep on trucking.
Right. Mr. Sims?
Well, I was just going to address that further. It just, I mentioned at the beginning, if there's red flags for council, then please let us know. We believe we're kind of aligning ourselves with your strategic plan. The OCP and the transportation master plan mesh pretty nicely, and it'll be even tighter as we go through the next OCP update. I think the funding piece and all that sort of stuff we'll continually bring in front of you, and some of the projects will be continuing to update you on and ask for your feedback. But the general overarching view, I think you may want us to accelerate things. That would be good feedback. But I would suggest, or I believe, that we're lining up pretty nicely. But if again, if there's any red flags, we certainly appreciate your follow-up.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I think it's great, the direction, looking at council and sort of around climate initiatives and active transportation. I think that, I'm speaking for myself, you use the term turning up the heat, maybe doubling down on the active transportation planning and the bicycle routes that looked like it was a little bit behind the 5-year schedule. I think that would be something that potentially that there would be interest from the rest of the council. I would put that out there and asking to really put some focus on it and increase that.
Councillor Bonner, then Councillor Hemmings.
And I'd be going the same route. From what I'm hearing from the public and the conversations we're having out there is increasing or being a little bit more aggressive on our active transportation and seeing if we can either lessen the time frame or increase the percentage of work we're doing. I think there's a fairly major shift happening amongst the public and to want this. So I think, if you were going anywhere, it would be in that area, I think. And not only that, but working with all the other departments and the RDN, as you already are, to try and make that shift between cars and active transportation as one big motion.
Councillor Hemmings.
Thank you. The active and sustainable transportation master plan has a date of 2020. Is that when we start it? And if so, when will it be complete?
I would think it would take about 18 months.
Okay.
So that's going to be something that we're going to dovetail with the Parks Master Plan update as well, and the trail plan. So.
Mr. Zips?
Just maybe to wrap it up, if I may, that I know council approved an additional 2 positions in Mr. Rose's group, and we're working ahead with getting those job descriptions developed, and they should be out of the gun fairly shortly here. So that we can look forward to seeing.
Thank you. Your Worship.
And then our new communications director will put a press release showing their demonstrating our emphasis by actually putting money in positions in place.
Okay, well, if there's no more on the topic, I do know we potentially have a few touch points in the coming months on some of these issues, so.
Yeah, so just back to that point, the downtown issue, I think downtown will be a conversation for the chair with council periods. We have to have a conversation. You can see that coming out of this morning's discussion. Downtown's a priority. Mobility study is part of that. There's a whole pile of other things. So you can expect that back. I think when you do your OCP conversation as a preliminary submission in the coming weeks, your report, you need to be looking at the transportation lanes. I mean, you can do several strategies at the same time, so what is the relationship be? In an ideal world, you'd have your strategic plan, then your OCP done, and then you would start to do all these other things. Some things may go on simultaneously. If you've got, and we talked about the complete streets or the new standards for streets coming forward, there's a work underway. If there was anything in this presentation that you would like to come back to for more information or dialogue, we can certainly put that in the context of the strategic plan or anything like that. So there was a lot of material covered here today, and we wanted to make sure that you understood that as important as active transportation is, there's a heck of a lot of other stuff out there that you need to understand and it's required for us to do. It's keeping the lights on, as we say. Us being the city and the responsibility that goes with that. So I know it was long, but I think if we did one accomplishment, it was like to lay the context for you so that as you go forward, you understand all those other variables. And certainly a lot of fiscal ones as well. So I appreciate your patience.
Thank you. So I would be looking for a motion to receive the report titled Transportation in any discussion? All those in favor? Thank you. And I do believe, I think, probably have some time to talk about capital project management framework.
This is one, Your Worship, or Mr. Chair, that staff have been anxious to come to council for some time. And, but to say that as a context.
Okay. So we do have 20 minutes, but I think we need to be fairly ruthless about ending at 4 due to the next meeting start time.
So I'll go through this slide deck as quickly as I can, and then we can just have some questions and talk about it maybe closer to the end of the slide deck. So what is a capital project framework, and why did we start it? Let me just jump forward here. So why did we undertake this? So it was one of the recommendations out of the core review that the city adopt a capital projects policy. At the time, staff were talking to the consultants and sort of new to us, but one of the drivers for that is really around making sure that large capital projects are delivered in a rigorous way that is consistent with city policy and follows best practices. And really the policy would be, the intention would be that would create that. So that was one of the reasons. The other reason is there was a report that was done by Deloitte that looked at project management practices throughout the city and found that there was a number of inconsistencies. We had a lot of really good practices in areas, but there was some holes here and there. So one of the drivers for the project management framework is to ensure some consistency around the city. So the process we used to establish this was we put out an RFP and we secured a consultant that's really a specialist in developing these project management systems. And they went through a process where they convened groups of staff and went through these workshops where we developed sort of chapter by chapter. And there was a lot of feedback from staff, a lot of back and forth. They would propose a certain process and we would sort of make some comments and there'd be some amendments and so on. So it was a very collaborative approach with this consultant to develop this framework. And it's really, this framework that we've developed, it's really fit for Nanaimo. Like it's not suitable for, say, like a Vancouver or a Calgary that has a lot more projects and a lot more sort of process and resources. But it's suitable for the types of projects that we do, the staff expertise that we have, and our capacity. So these are the various chapters that we went through sort of in time. So these are the key chapters in the project management framework. One of the main ones that is up there is project governance. So one thing with projects is how do you determine what a significant project is from something that's just routine and so on. So we came up with a system for establishing 4 different categories of projects. And really the purpose of that was to make sure that the larger, more risky projects have an appropriate amount of rigor associated with the management of them. Whereas these routine things that we do day in and day out, and staff know how to do this, like a conveyor belt, we're not burdening that process with a whole bunch of paperwork and process that's not really adding any value. So it's really a way to distinguish between these simple projects and these sort of complex one-off. You know, for example, if we were doing a $15 or $20 million facility project, that's a one-off project that has a lot of stakeholders, it's unique, it requires a lot more rigor than, you know, repaving a cul-de-sac, which we're going to repave another one in 3 days kind of thing. So it distinguishes between that. So I won't go into all these categories, but we've got chapters on all these things that really establish best practices around project delivery. Let me see. So I'm gonna skip this slide because this just goes to the same thing we already sort of talked about, just in the interest of time here. And we talked about this routine projects and special projects and these various categories. So we've got this thing that we've set up, we've called stage gates, and it's fit for purpose based on the project category. So what it is before a project can move from concept into design and then from design into construction, it's going through this stage gate process, which is really just like a checklist or a check-in with the project sponsor, whoever sort of is championing this project. It's a chance for the project manager to go over the project details with that sponsor, make sure everything's covered off, and essentially a sign-off to move on to the next phase of the project. So the policy that council has in front of it is a policy that essentially directs staff to follow the project management framework, or in the case of not being able to follow the letter of it, to at least follow the intent of it. There's projects, for example, in IT. I mean, the purpose of the framework was really around capital construction projects. The city does a lot more than just capital construction projects. We do a lot of other, like studies and initiatives that sort of, you would want to follow the intent of this. So that policy sort of, council policy, it establishes that we're going to follow the framework for construction projects, but also the intent for other projects as well. So this slide just talks about some of the benefits of compliance. It'll ensure that there's some consistency around project delivery throughout the city. And it'll hopefully improve some confidence with the public in how we're delivering projects. And that'll, I think, help a lot. I think, any questions?
Councilor Bonner.
Is this process available for the public to view?
The document was intended for staff. It wasn't intended to be a public document, but it's not privileged or confidential. I mean, we could certainly publish it on our website. It might be used, if we put it on our website and make it publicly available, it might get used by other, third parties. If we're okay with that, we can certainly put it on the website. But certainly open to that.
Well, you mentioned as trying to create this process where the public is more confident that the work is getting done properly, but they would need to see it as it's developing, I think, to see that. Like, we're doing right now the project of the fire hall where we're replacing the fire hall downtown. So are we using this process to do that, and are we able to see how it's progressing?
So the way staff have been using this, certainly it's being used for the fire hall project, but it's also being used on a number of other projects as well. We've actually incorporated this whole process into our capital project system that we use at the city here. So we've already been essentially using this for, I wouldn't say 6 months, but for a number of months we've been using this as projects go through these stage gates. Like, we're not retroactively going through like older projects and sort of trying to adapt this, but as projects sort of go through these phases and they meet those thresholds for the project categories, we've been trying to use this framework. And we've been getting some good feedback. We've been making some adjustments to some of the, like, we have these templates that we use for the various components of it. We've been making adjustments to that. So it's going to be a living document. This framework isn't going to be a static document that we just apply blindly. We've been getting feedback on things like the reports that are mentioned in the framework. They're maybe a little bit more rigorous than we feel is necessary. So we're adjusting things on the fly, and it's going to be a bit of a living document, but we're certainly using it right now.
Mr. Sim.
And just further to Mr. Rosen's comments, I think the public piece that will be in front of or available for the public to view is that sort of level of confidence in the policy. Should council choose to adopt it, we can say, yes, we've got a policy. And then I think more as interested parties, we've got a more detailed framework. But even in the report here, we've got it's kind of the overall sort of the chapter headings for the framework itself. So that it just gives not only council but the public that confidence that we're following those sorts of steps and stages.
If it's follow-up, it is different, okay?
Right. And is what we're doing here, do you think it'll help or it has no effect on our carry forwards that we were just talking about earlier?
Will it change the value of the carry forwards? Don't expect it would.
Okay.
What it should do is it should provide some consistency from project to project, from department to department, on how we're delivering projects. So it's mostly about consistency that this is.
Councilor Armstrong?
Yeah, in looking at your report, there's like 9 things that you say the chapters include. I would like to see maintenance included in there, because I think that's something that I believe other provinces are now mandating in some of their plans. And I don't know if asset management is going to start, or the provincial government's going to start doing that. So I think it's really important that we have the maintenance costs in those plans so that we know what those costs are. Because I think that's something we miss quite often, and then it's all of a sudden, oh my God, we need another $10 million to do maintenance because we didn't do it. So I think that's something that should be looked at in the framework.
So for clarity purposes, are you suggesting the maintenance be built into
Into the
project capital project
management.
delivery?
Yes, I do.
So one of the things that is included in one of those stage gates is a project closeout. So that's the stage where it gets handed over from the project manager, or the people that are building the new infrastructure, to the people that are going to maintain it. And so what has to happen at that point is any operations and maintenance manuals, any sort of requirements around ongoing operations and maintenance would be handed over at that point in time.
I'm even talking to when it comes to council for approval in the initial stage, because we've approved some projects and all of a sudden, oh, we don't have a maintenance budget for that. And that's a huge issue for me. Like, it's when we acquired, I always use Lone Valley Park. We did not give a maintenance budget for Parks and Recs. We did not increase their staff capacity. I think we need to be looking at that when those projects are coming forward, because if it means next year, oh my God, now I've got to hire another staff, maybe that project would not have went ahead. So that's when I speak of that. I'm speaking about what's your rough estimate of maintenance for this thing? And I'm not talking about 20 years down the line. It's each year we may require another staff member with this plan into place. And secondly, just on the fire hall thing, every time Chief Fry talks about it, she does talk about that they did the recommendation out of Deloitte, and she talks about the framework that they're using.
Councillor Gussie.
I just building on Councillor Armstrong's comment there, like say when the project gets through the design gate, or to the end of the design gate, before construction, would that be when something would come to council around the costs of going forward with the construction project, and that's when the information say, if we build this particular design, we would look and potentially see what the asset management plan is for once this building is built. What is it going to look like for the, to maintain it in perpetuity?
So for larger projects, like for example, like a facilities project or something like that, like typically there would be a budget process for establishing the budget for that project, and there would be quite a substantial council sort of component to making that decision around moving forward with that. That would be the appropriate time to bring forward not just the capital cost, but the ongoing O&M costs associated with that.
Right.
It would be at that sort of budget decision point, I think, would be an appropriate place to put that.
Yeah.
But that would be a separate process from this project management framework.
So just to add, to follow up on Councilor Armstrong's comment, you remember Paul had that sort of the asset management cycle. So this is maybe 1/4 or 1/5 of that cycle. This is all around the building of the project. But it's the overall asset management piece that would consider the maintenance impacts of the existing infrastructure that we have, as an example. But certainly for larger projects, we would have that discussion during the budget process. Well, the capital cost is X and the annual maintenance cost is Y. We don't necessarily do that for all improvements and projects, but it should be certainly for major purchases.
I think it should be in for all. Personally, just because it can start to add up when you're looking at 20,000 here, 50,000 there, 80,000 here. And I think it's an important factor when you make decisions that I think I've had that discussion with our CEO as well.
Councillor Norman.
I was actually going to move.
Please do.
Okay. I'd like to make the motion that the Governance and Priorities Committee recommend that Council adopt the Capital Project Management Plan Policy 11-5210-01.
Second, Councillor Bonham. Any discussion? All those in favor? All right, question period. Nothing for the question period, so I'd be looking for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Sutherland. Not me. Moved by Morrison.
Covered all that?
And O'Connor.
6 minutes.
There we go.
Yeah.
We're halfway through the day.
Survivor.